I sat in the back seat, keeping a straight face, ignoring the driver in his black suit and white gloves. Inside, I scoffed. Did it matter if I was suited for this? I was already dragged here, away from everything familiar. The system kept insisting, come on, buy a lottery ticket. That'll prove you have the lucky koi fate. I didn't respond, but I did spot a lottery shop passing by. A few minutes later, I stepped out, bought a ticket, and returned to the car. The car dropped me off at the Yen family mansion, where things were anything but normal. Today, the real Yen family daughter, Yen Qingqing, would return, which meant my role as their adopted daughter was over. Inside, I saw familiar faces, but their looks had changed. Even Mother Yen, who once called me warmly, addressed me coldly. Ningyu, come here. We need to talk. I sat opposite her, ignoring the family's stares. She broke the news. I wasn't their real daughter. I had been swapped at birth, and now Yen Qingqing would take her rightful place. She's been through so much. You should let her have some space, she added. In my head, I thought, why should I? And what suffering did she go through? I asked for information on my real parents. Father seemed surprised. Maybe he expected me to beg them to keep me. Instead, he threw a file in front of me. If you stay, avoid involving the Ning family too much. He clearly didn't want them to leech off the Yen family. The truth was harsher. My biological parents wanted to take me back, but Mother Yen convinced them I had the best life here. In the past, I had chosen to stay with the Yans, leading to a tragic fate. My real parents often visited my school, missing me. Even when I was forced to marry an abusive man, they'd tried to see me. In the end, I died from his abuse, and they spent everything to get justice for me. It all ended in failure, leaving them heartbroken and gone not long after. I didn't want to waste words with the Yen family. I quickly took out my phone and wrote down the phone number from the papers. Since there was a mistake, I'll leave the Yen family and go live with my real parents, I announced. Then I stood up, went upstairs, and grabbed my ID, school books, and notebooks. I also took off all the jewelry they had given me and placed it neatly in my jewelry box. When I came back down, everyone in the room was stunned into silence. Mother Yen finally snapped out of it, confused. What does she mean? I told her she could stay here. Why does she want to leave? Even Gong Yuza, my so-called fiancé, looked surprised. He'd been engaged to me for years, but he didn't really care about me. He was more interested in maintaining a business alliance between our families. Secretly, he had fallen for Ning Qingqing, the real daughter of the Yen family, and wanted to end our engagement. But he never had the guts to do it because he feared it would hurt his company's interests. His plan to switch identities with fake DNA tests had failed when the real results came out, proving that Ning Qingqing was the true daughter. That truth had made him overjoyed, and the Yen family started treating me like an outsider. But I wasn't here to beg for their love. When I came back downstairs, I handed them my credit card. This is the card you gave me. I hardly used it. The jewelry is all in my box upstairs, and any gifts you gave me, including the properties, are on the dressing table. My books are in my backpack if you want to check. Even opened the bag and showed them before packing it up again. Yen Haotian sneered. You really want to live with your real parents? Once you go, there's no coming back. I kept a straight face. We were switched at birth. It only makes sense to go back to where I belong. Why would I want to return? No one expected me to give up the rich lifestyle so easily. Even grandfather Yen spoke up, trying to convince me to keep the money and gifts. He thought I would need it, saying life with my real parents would be much harder. But I simply said, thanks, but no. I straightened up, slung my backpack over my shoulder, and walked out without looking back. Mother Yen muttered angrily, calling me ungrateful and saying they had raised me for nothing. The room fell silent, and it hit her that her real daughter, Ning Qingqing, had also left her adoptive parents without hesitation. The comparison was clear. Ningyu, was willing to give up everything to be with my real family, while her own daughter valued wealth more than loyalty. I didn't bother arguing with the Yen family. I just pulled out my phone and saved the phone number from the paperwork. If I was switched at birth, I'll leave and go live with my real parents, I said, and then headed upstairs. I grabbed my ID, school books, and anything I actually needed. The jewelry and gifts they'd given me? I left those behind. Downstairs, everyone seemed shocked, and Mother Yen was frustrated. What does she mean by leaving? She'll regret it soon enough, she huffed. My brother Yen Hao Yen tried to lighten the mood, making jokes about how smart their real daughter, Yen Qingqing, was compared to me. Clearly, they felt like I'd been a burden all along. When I walked out of the mansion, my system, 009, immediately appeared, whining, "You gave the Yen family everything back. Now you don't even have a penny. How do you plan to find your real parents? Walk there?" I paused, realizing I had really messed up. Walking there was impossible. My body couldn't handle it, not even 2 miles. Impulse decision, I thought bitterly. 009 complained about me not staying at the Yen house to expose Yen Qingqing. I reminded it, the original Ning Yu wanted to take care of her real parents and get revenge on the abusive man who killed her. Going after Yen Qingqing is only possible if I have the power. I wasn't stupid enough to fight the whole Yen family alone. I was just a newbie at this. Hey, system, how about giving me a cheat ability? 009 sulked. I'm powerful, you know. Call me by my number, 009. I sighed. So, where's my cheat ability? That I don't have one, 009 admitted. I rolled my eyes. Useless. While bickering with 009, I realized I had been walking in the wrong direction. I tried to save face. I knew that. I was just looking for a ride. Lucky for me, a sports car pulled up. It was Zhang Wei's, the older brother of one of my classmates. He asked if I needed a lift and seemed surprised when I accepted. I climbed into his car and gave him my real parents' address. As he drove me to an old, run-down neighborhood, he asked why I was heading there so late. I just said I have something to do. The car ride was quiet, and once we arrived, Zhang Wei's left quickly. The system complained again about the shabby place compared to the Yen mansion. But I didn't care. It wasn't great, but it was fine. I had more important things to worry about. When I reached the Ning family's building, it was loud and chaotic. Someone was yelling at an old man, demanding money. I heard things breaking and the old man crying out in pain. My system, 009, felt bad and wanted to help, but I shrugged. This isn't my business, I said, but still called the police and reported the situation before continuing up the stairs to the 4th floor. When I knocked on the door, the Ning house was dark and silent. My biological parents seemed lost and hopeless, probably wondering about their real daughter. When Ning Mom opened the door, her eyes got teary. I looked a lot like her and she immediately recognized me. "I'm Ning Yu, your daughter," I said, and she started crying. Ning Dad was emotional too, but he quickly told Mom to make me dinner, and they both got to work. I reassured them I'd eat whatever, and they seemed relieved. As I looked around the small apartment, I noticed it was simple but tidy. The walls were freshly painted, and the space felt lived in, though everything was quite old, even the furniture. There were many awards on the wall, all belonging to Ning Qingqing. Suddenly, we heard police sirens downstairs. It turned out the abuser was causing trouble, complaining loudly about the police being called. The old man didn't speak up, and the police couldn't do much, just as I had expected. 009 was annoyed at the whole situation, but I only felt justified in minding my own business. Dinner was humble, 4 dishes and a soup. Ning Mom made sliced pork, worrying it would be too greasy for me. But I ate happily, and she relaxed when she saw I liked the food. Ning Qingqing had always been picky, worrying about her looks and diet. I was different. After dinner, Ning Dad wouldn't let me wash dishes and insisted I rest. I watched TV, waiting for the lottery results. Ning Dad noticed, thinking about how I must have lived without money worries at the Yen house. Now that I was back, he wanted to make sure I was still cared for. I was waiting for the lottery numbers on TV when I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve. I turned to see Dad holding a stack of cash, looking at me hopefully. "Here, keep this for spending money," he said, worried I might not accept it. "It's all we have in cash right now, but I'll get more from the bank tomorrow." My parents didn't make much working at the same factory, but Mom managed to save what she could. Dad's eyes, which looked so sad earlier, now showed determination. He felt guilty for not being able to provide more and was already thinking of working harder to support his real daughter. I took the cash and said, "Thank you, Dad." Seeing me accept the money made him smile. Just then, Mom came in with new bedding and supplies. She bought everything on her own, and Dad fussed over her, worried she'd carried too much. Watching them work together, I realized their bond was strong. Mom set everything up in my room and nervously asked if I needed anything else. I nodded, agreeing to go shopping for clothes tomorrow, since I also needed to claim my lottery prize. The next morning, we headed out as a family. Some neighbors stopped us, asking why I'd returned when the Yen family had made such a big show of picking up Ning Qingqing. Mom explained things awkwardly and hurried me away. I could still hear people whispering about how different I seemed, raised in luxury. At the mall, my parents wanted to take me to expensive stores, but I steered them to more affordable places. I just want clothes that feel comfortable and match my style. What matters is spending time with you, I told them. My words made Mom emotional, and she promised to always be there for me. We picked out casual clothes, shoes, and other essentials. On the way home, I chose a new computer, explaining it was necessary for schoolwork. Dad worried I might get distracted, but he paid for it without complaint. Back home, I set up the computer, wanting to learn more about this world. In the evening, I got a call from the Yen family's driver. He handed me a folder. My paperwork had already been processed, moving me officially off the Yen family's records. It felt strange, but also final. I went upstairs and gave the new household registry to Mom. She looked at my name inside, overjoyed, but I could see the sadness in her eyes too. Losing the daughter they'd raised for 17 years wasn't easy. I started my Monday morning by putting on my neatly ironed school uniform, which Mom had prepared. Dad insisted on taking me to school, but I convinced him not to. "I can take the subway. It's only a short ride, and you'll be late for work if you go out of your way," I said. He finally agreed, but still walked me to the subway station, clearly worried. Just before the bell rang, I made it to class. I almost got lost because I'd taken the wrong train direction, but thankfully, the system reminded me, and I managed to fix my mistake. My class, 13, was just an ordinary one, but everyone here was focused and studying hard. I reviewed the original Ningyu's notes, knowing I had to catch up. The content wasn't too different from what I'd learned in my old world, so I felt confident. When the homeroom teacher started going over the math test, I realized the original Ningyu wasn't good at it, only scoring 92. Meanwhile, my seatmate had scored 136. After the class ended, a round-faced classmate immediately leaned over. "Is it true? Everyone's saying you got kicked out of the Yen family because you were switched at birth." I sighed. News traveled fast, and Yen Qingqing must have spread it eagerly. "Call me Ningyu," I corrected her. She was shocked. "So, it's true? You really went back to your real parents? That must be awful." Other classmates started gossiping. One girl, by E, sneered, "Why is she acting proud? The Yen family kicked her out, and she still thinks she's something special." Roundface tried to defend me, but Bai E only got meaner, saying I'd stolen Yen Qingqing's life for 17 years. I stayed focused, solving math problems instead of reacting. "Why aren't you angry?" my friend asked. I replied calmly, "It's not worth it." Later, during the break, I saw Yen Qingqing, who had become the center of attention. She approached me, all smiles. "Ningyu, I'm so happy we're at the same school now," she said sweetly. I just gave her a flat look and said, "Oh, I hope you stay happy," before walking off. Her smile faltered, and her friends started bad-mouthing me, claiming I'd regret leaving the Yen family. 009, but my system piped up in my mind, worried. "Be careful. I think Yen Qingqing is planning something against you." I shrugged. Let her try. I wasn't going to let her drag me down. I was complaining to my system, 009, about its lack of useful features. Other systems could do amazing things like hacking, tracking locations, or even helping make money through stocks. 009, though, was pretty useless. only able to act as a guide. It felt embarrassed and explained that it was still a basic system and needed energy to upgrade. I realized that even its basic feature giving directions had already helped me, so I decided not to argue further. At lunchtime, I had errands to run. I needed to set up a bank account to handle the money from my lottery win, especially since my parents had already spent a lot on me. I didn't want to burden them further. Setting up the account was easy, but waiting at the lottery center took hours. After getting the prize sorted, I decided to head home. Back in my room, I started sorting through the original Ningyu's memories and discovered some major events coming up. One involved a corporate scandal where the president of Liha Corporation would jump to his death, causing a financial mess. Another was about Yen Haotian, who made a lucky investment using company funds and earned huge profits, solidifying his position in the Yen family business. Lastly, there would be a major spike in pork prices, which would impact everyone. I figured I could use these events to my advantage and make some money. If I couldn't, then getting revenge for the original Ningyu would be impossible. I looked up more about Liha Corporation, knowing I only had 4 days until the first event. Around 5:30 p.m., I heard the front door. Outside, a nosy neighbor was gossiping with Mom, implying I should be rich after living with the Yen family. Mom dismissed her quickly, saying that the Yen family's wealth had nothing to do with us and that she and Dad would never ask me for money. When she closed the door, I came out to see her and Dad looking upset. They were surprised to see me home early and worried I might be sick. I assured them I was fine. Meanwhile, at the Yen household, Yen Qingqing returned home upset. Her mother immediately fussed over her, ready to use their influence to fix any problems she had at her new school, especially since they'd just donated a huge amount of money to ensure her comfort there. Yen Qingqing forced a smile, then, looking exhausted, put down her school bag. Mom, no one bullied me, and I'm not uncomfortable. It's just that I saw my sister at school, and she doesn't seem to like me.
Ethelabit said.
Mrs. Yen immediately erupted in anger. She dares not like you? Has she lost her mind? Wait here, I'll call her and ask if she has any conscience left. Yen Qingqing quickly stopped her. Mom, Sister Ningyu has already left our family. How could she still listen to you? Besides, it's only natural that she doesn't like me. After all, I took her parents away from her. Mrs. Yen became even angrier after hearing this. She immediately dialed a number, but the call didn't go through because Ningyu had her phone turned off to focus on her studies. Frustrated, Mrs. Yen almost smashed her phone. She then asked Yen Qingqing for Ningyu's father's number and angrily tried to reach Ningyu again. When Ningyu's room door was knocked on, she was momentarily surprised. Upon hearing it was Mrs. Yen calling, she turned on her phone, put it on speaker, and started recording the conversation.
Ningyu,
how dare you give my daughter attitude after living off us for 17 years? Didn't we agree that you could stay in the Yen family, but you insisted on leaving? What now? Regretting it because your biological family isn't as well off. Blaming Qingqing now. Let me tell you, I only have one daughter in this life, and even if you regret it, we won't take you back. Watch yourself from now on. If you dare trouble my daughter again, don't blame me for forgetting those 17 years of mother-daughter ties.
Ningyu, wow, genius.
Mrs. Yen, I lived in the Yen family for 17 years, but Yen Qingqing also lived in the Ning family for 17 years. My biological parents treated her with kindness and gave her the best of everything. If you think your daughter was wronged, maybe you should reflect on why such a mix-up happened in the first place despite your family's wealth. Also, just because your daughter is precious to you doesn't mean I have to please her. From the day I left your house, I had no more ties with you. How dare you call me at night just to scold me? Seriously, go get your head checked. Too much water in the slipe-in can lead to mildew. With that, Ningyu hung up the phone, not wanting to listen to any more rants. Ningyu's father, who had been silently listening, looked distressed. They had raised Yen Qingqing for so many years without ever scolding her, yet Mrs. Yen called to yell at his daughter just because she didn't please Qingqing, who knew how much injustice his daughter had endured in the Yen family before.
Dad, it's okay.
Don't overthink it. The Yen family wasn't always like this. You and Mom should get some rest since you have work tomorrow. It was true. The original Ningyu was an introverted and obedient child who wasn't good at socializing. The Yen family hadn't been overly kind, but they hadn't treated her badly either. They had never scolded her. While Ningyu's parents fretted about their daughter, Ningyu uploaded the phone recording to the cloud and backed it up on a USB drive. Thinking of Yen Qingqing's underhandedness complaining to her mother just because Ningyu ignored her, she decided to prepare for potential trouble. She opened a website, entered some keywords, and soon found what she was looking for. After completing the purchase, she waited for the item to be shipped. On the other side, Mrs. Yen was livid. She had never had someone hang up on her before, let alone a fake daughter she had raised for 17 years. Furious, she smashed her phone, shouting, "That slip has grown wings and dares defy me. Just wait, I'll make her pay." Yen Qingqing, thinking her mother would deal with Ningyu, hadn't expected her sister to be so defiant. Did she overestimate the Yen family's influence or underestimate Ningyu's courage? Did Ningyu really have no fear of the Yen family retaliating against her and her biological family? Mom, don't be mad. Sister Ningyu is so disrespectful to you. How could she do this to you after all these years as mother and daughter? Mrs. Yen, still fuming, assured her, "Don't worry, my dear. Mommy will make sure you get justice. Now go to bed. It's getting late." Ningyu, unaware of the Yen family's schemes, continued her usual routine. She went to school every day, running part of the way and using a rental bike for the rest. Though it was unclear if her stamina improved, she at least avoided getting lost on the way to school. On Friday, November 21st, the class was abuzz with news of someone jumping from a building. By 9:30 p.m., the incident had already occurred. For Ningyu's plan to succeed, she needed to act early to prevent any mishaps. During the last class of the day, she packed her bag and asked her teacher for leave. The teacher, aware of her family situation, approved it without much fuss, but offered some advice before she left. Settle things at home quickly and focus on your studies. Your old family situation shielded you from the impact of grades, but now, the college entrance exam is your only way forward. I just want you to have an easier life in the future. Ningyu nodded. I understand, teacher. She left school, ate a quick meal, and headed to the Lee Tower near her school. Finding the office unattended after work hours, she took the elevator to the 25th floor. The top 2 floors were restricted to executive use, and the employee elevator didn't reach them, leaving her to climb the stairs. However, the stairwell door was locked.
Ningyu. Typical.
There's always a hurdle in the hero's journey. 009. Aren't you going to help? Don't tell me you can't even unlock a door. Ningyu felt as though a flock of crows flew over her head, cawing loudly. If the lock couldn't be opened, everything was for nothing. Could it be that she couldn't even pass the first level? What else could Ningyu do? She could only take the elevator back to the first floor and climb the stairs again. She was glad she came early, or climbing these 20-plus floors alone could have exhausted her to death. On the 27th floor, in the CEO's office, Lee Jung-min was still working overtime, even having his dinner as takeout in the office. By the time Ningyu reached the rooftop, she almost collapsed on the ground. At that moment, she regretted not bringing a bottle of water. Climbing 27 floors really made her thirsty. After resting for a long time, calming her heartbeat, she found a windless spot and quietly waited. When the clock finally struck 9, she heard footsteps from below, gradually accompanied by voices. When did you become so poetic? Wanting to look at the same moon with me? The moon isn't even full tonight. All right, whatever you say. I admit I've been too busy to spend time with you these past few days. Soon, we'll be looking at the moon together. The footsteps approached the rooftop, and Ningyu's expression turned serious. When the person reached the rooftop, under the light of the building signage, Ningyu saw clearly it was Lee Jung-min. A man speaking so casually on the phone couldn't possibly have any intention of suicide. That meant, in her past life, Lee Jung-min's suicide must have been suspicious. Lee Jung-min, busy on a video call, didn't notice that there was already someone on the rooftop. The call lasted nearly 10 minutes before it seemed to wrap up. Since video calls required his face to be visible, Lee Jung-min had turned on the speakerphone, which allowed Ningyu to hear that the person on the other end was Lee Jung-min's wife, Mrs. Lee. All right, you've rested enough for 10 minutes. Hurry up and take a photo of the moon for me. I'm waiting to see it. Lee Jung-min had no choice but to agree. He didn't hang up the call, opened his camera, and started snapping pictures of the moon. From the phone, Mrs. Lee's voice came through. Oh dear, the angle isn't right. Move a bit. As Lee Jung-min adjusted left and right, getting closer to the rooftop's edge, he became so engrossed that he didn't notice two figures appearing on the roof with iron rods in hand. They quietly approached Lee Jung-min, who was busy taking pictures. At that moment, Ningyu finally understood the real cause of Lee Jung-min's death. She quickly got up, shouting, "Watch out," as she lunged toward the two shadows. Lee Jung-min, startled by the shout, jumped and dropped his phone. When he turned around, he saw two burly men with iron rods heading in his direction. The person who had shouted was now pouncing on one of the men, kicking the rod out of his hand and elbowing him to the ground while he was unprepared. She then swung at the second man, but he had already been alerted. The punch didn't land well. However, the young girl didn't give up. Her movements became more precise, and though she lacked strength, she used clever tactics to finally bring the other man down. The man let out a blood-curdling scream and tried to escape, but the girl stomped on his knee. With a loud crack, he stopped moving. Ningyu almost collapsed to the ground. She was utterly exhausted. There had been too little time to train her body. She had her uncle's combat training in her mind, but executing it felt clumsy. Fortunately, these two men were only slightly stronger and tougher than average. They had learned some moves but weren't skilled. Otherwise, she might have had to give her life along with CEO Lee's today. As expected, shortcuts are never safe. There are risks at every turn.
Who are you?
Ningyu, utterly drained, didn't want to say a single word. But she knew that if she didn't provide a reasonable explanation, she might be mistaken as an accomplice of the two men on the ground and sent to the police station by Lee Jung-min. Mr. Lee, your call hasn't been hung up yet. If you want to hear what I have to say next, please turn off your phone first. Lee Jung-min's eyes flashed, but after a moment, he picked up his phone. He checked the screen. It showed the call had just ended. He pressed his lips together. Go ahead. Ningyu said, would you believe me if I told you I dreamed about it? Lee Jung-min stared into the girl's eyes with intense focus. Her eyes were so clear and pure that he could see right through them. Don't say you don't believe me. I don't believe it myself. But I genuinely dreamed about you jumping off the rooftop of Leha Tower. The dream felt so real that I couldn't help but wonder if it was true. So, I got curious, looked up information about the Lee Corporation, and saw your photo. I remembered seeing you once at a banquet at the Yen family's house. Lee Jung-min thought for a moment and finally realized who the girl in front of him was. You're the girl who was mistakenly raised by the Yen family. Ningyu nodded without expression. She continued, if the person in the dream had been a stranger, I wouldn't have cared. But since it was someone I recognized, I was afraid something might actually happen to you. So I came to take a look. If nothing happened, that would have been best. It would mean the dream was false. But if you really were on the rooftop, I could at least try to stop you from doing something foolish. I didn't expect that you'd be here, talking on the phone, with no intention of jumping. While I was confused, those two appeared with iron rods. If I'd known it wasn't suicide but murder, I would have brought a weapon myself. Lee Jung-min, a veteran in the business world, wasn't easily fooled by a few words. However, the calmness with which this girl spoke made it hard to doubt her story. Then he noticed the girl's backpack placed to the side. Clearly, she had been on the rooftop for a while, finding a windless spot to wait, which explained why he hadn't noticed her earlier. If she had wanted to approach him intentionally, she could have found a more reasonable excuse. Moreover, the timing of his wife's phone call made it impossible for him not to suspect something. Had the girl not appeared today, his fate would likely have been to be knocked out, thrown off the building, and declared a suicide. If that had happened, who would benefit the most? He now holds 40% of Lee Corporation's shares. If he were to die without a will, The shares would naturally go to his wife. Although his son has inheritance rights, he's only 14, and until he comes of age, the shares would be fully managed by his guardian. So, it's obvious who stands to gain. At this thought, he took a deep breath, feeling a chill spread through his chest as cold air rushed into his lungs, causing him to cough twice. When the police arrive, "What are you going to say?" Ningyu replied without hesitation, "I think, given Mr. Lee's capabilities, you could completely exclude me from this matter. What do you think? I've just started a new life and don't want my family to worry anymore." Lee Jung-min recalled the young girl's background and changed his mind. He deleted the 110 emergency number he had already dialed and instead called his bodyguard. After ending the call, he formally thanked Ningyu. "Miss Yen, thank you so much." "Mi surname is Ning, Ningyue." Lee Jung-min quickly corrected himself. "Miss Ning, thank you for saving me. I'll visit your home to express my gratitude another day. It's late now, let me take you home." Ningyu agreed. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lee." She wasn't keen on climbing all those stairs again, it was too exhausting. Her tone was filled with obvious grievance, making 009 feel inexplicably guilty. It couldn't help but think she was right, it was a useless system. It couldn't even give her a beginner's gift pack. If it were like other systems that could dabble in the stock market, the host wouldn't have to earn her own money. Even if it didn't know stocks, hacking skills would have been fine. Hackers make good money. At the very least, it could have a system shop to sell power-up pills or martial arts manuals for her safety. Clearly, it couldn't afford to stay idle anymore. It needed to learn new skills and become a system that could actually help its host. Ningyu noticed 009 had gone quiet and walked to the corner to grab her backpack. By then, Lee Jingmin's bodyguard had arrived. Personally escorting Ningyu down to the elevator, Lee arranged for his driver to take her home. After Ningyu left, Lee Jingmin's expression turned cold as he called his bodyguard. "Take them to the villa in the western suburbs. I want to interrogate them personally. Also, have someone keep an eye on my wife. I need to know her whereabouts at all times." Thanks to the ride from Lee's driver, Ningyu got home earlier than usual, despite having taken leave from school. However, her parents didn't seem to notice. Their expressions, though, seemed somewhat forced. "You're back, Yu? Come sit. Mom made chicken soup today, have a bowl. I'll cook some noodles for you." Her father also got up to help in the kitchen. "Ningyu fronet." Yesterday, her parents' faces didn't look good either, and she already had a suspicion. Guessing that they were avoiding the subject to keep her from worrying, Ningyu decided not to ask. She drank a bowl of her mother's chicken soup, ate a small bowl of hot chicken noodle soup, and went back to her room. The heating in their old apartment complex wasn't great. The temperature barely reached 18 or 19 degrees. Ningyu put on a jacket, sat at her desk, and started on her homework. The desk used to belong to Yen Qingqing, but Ningyu's mother had redecorated it with a new, pretty tablecloth and bought a protective desk lamp for her. Ningyu didn't say anything, but she quietly took note of everything her parents had done for her. At 11 p.m., she stretched her stiff neck, grabbed her pajamas, and went to take a shower. By 11:30, she was in bed and asleep. The next day, after the first class, Ningyu called the textile factory where her parents worked. Sure enough, she learned they had been dismissed 3 days ago. She didn't need to think hard to figure out who was behind it. It had to be Mrs. Yen, with Yen Qingqing's involvement, of course. Hanging up the phone, Ningyu's lips pressed into a tight line. She didn't usually smile, but now her expression was even colder. "Yen Qingqing, you've really angered me this time." "Ningyu." The system thinks the Ning family raising Yen Qingqing was a favor, but to the Yen family, it was a huge loss, wasn't it? As for her parents, they could take a break for a couple of days. Ever since she saved Lee yesterday, small issues like this no longer seemed insurmountable. That was why she went to Lee Corporation yesterday. Although the process didn't go as expected, the outcome was satisfactory. To take down the Yen family, or even the Gong family, slowly accumulating wealth to compete in business would take too long, at least 10 years, if not more. And even then, success wasn't guaranteed. But with the help of Lee Corporation, things were different. Later during recess, Yen Qingqing appeared before Ningyu again. Her hair was meticulously styled, with a rhinestone hair clip securing it in place, an obvious display of wealth. She smiled sweetly at Ningyu, though her eyes betrayed her malice. "Sister, how have you been lately? Is your family doing well?" 009 was already ranting, but Ningyu didn't want to listen. Its voice disappeared on its own. A suddenly silenced 009. How did she figure out how to mute me without me teaching her? Glancing at Yan Qingqing, Ningyu stepped down the stairs without saying a word, not even sparing her response. Yan Qingqing, watching her leave, was so angry she could almost turn green. But with her classmates around, she suppressed her anger and added fuel to the fire. "Mom said sister doesn't like socializing, and I didn't believe her."
Turns out she was right.
Oh well, maybe over time, sister will warm up to me. What a load of fake sweetness. The girl standing to Yan Qingqing's right couldn't help but press her lips together. She had been present the last time Yan Qingqing spoke to Ningyu, and now, seeing them interact again, she became even more certain that Yan Qingqing wasn't as innocent and pure as she appeared. This made her question whether Yan Qingqing truly wanted to get close to Ningyu or was simply trying to humiliate her in front of their classmates. Because of business matters, her father had advised her to build a good relationship with the Yan family's recently returned eldest daughter. But was someone like this really worth befriending? At that moment, another classmate who had been following Yan Qingqing snorted coldly. Qingqing, you don't need to bother with her. She lived with someone else's identity for 17 years, enjoying the life of a wealthy family. She should feel guilty seeing you. Acting so indifferent, she behaves as if you owe her something.
Exactly.
Now you're the real eldest daughter of the Yan family. Why lower yourself to talk to her? Right. Just look at her attitude. She's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Your family raised her for so many years for nothing. If she had even a bit of conscience, she'd be trying to please you instead. As the girl watched, she noticed the obvious look of pride on Yan Qingqing's face as her classmates flattered her. Yan Qingqing had already made up her mind. Let's go. It's time to line up, otherwise, the class monitor will call us out. After returning to the classroom from morning exercises, Ningyu picked up her physics textbook for the second year of high school and started reading. Yan Qingqing's attempts to provoke her relied on three things. First, that she had become the Yan family's eldest daughter. Second, that she had taken Gong Yuza from her. Third, that her grades were good. The first two didn't matter to Ningyu because they were never hers to begin with. But as for the third, Ningyu intended to show her that as long as she was around, Yan Qingqing would always be beneath her academically. The homeroom teacher had been quietly paying attention to Ningyu recently, worried that the sudden change in her identity might affect her grades. To take care of her emotional state, the teacher sometimes ignored her when she read unrelated books in class and even asked other teachers to overlook it, as long as Ningyu was studying. Over the next few days, the teacher noticed that while Ningyu didn't always focus on the current lesson, she seemed to have her own study routine. She also completed all assigned homework on time, with neater handwriting and higher accuracy. The homeroom teacher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days passed quickly and news broke out. Liha Corporation's CEO divorced. Some commenters on the company's official website spread rumors accusing Mr. Li of infidelity and forcing his wife to leave with nothing, labeling him the epitome of a scumbag. The remarks grew increasingly vicious. Liha Corporation stock was also affected, hitting the limit down for 2 consecutive days. While Liha Corporation faced this turmoil, Mr. Li arrived at the Ning family's home on the weekend, carrying several gift boxes in a modest Volkswagen. Ningyu was surfing the internet when the doorbell rang. She went to answer it. "Mr. Li? Why are you here at this hour?" Mr. Li smiled. "It's the weekend, and I heard your school is on break today, so I came over." "Oh, Mingrui, come here. Dad will introduce you. This is Ningyu, the young lady who saved Dad's life the other day." With that, he pulled out a boy of about 14 or 15 from behind him. The boy, lanky and clearly in a growth spurt, looked energetic and bore some resemblance to Mr. Li. "Hello, Sister Ningyu." "Thank you," the boy said, polite and sincere, his tone full of gratitude. Ningyu replied, "It was nothing." Come in and sit. After father and son entered, Ningyu poured 2 cups of tea. The tea isn't great, but please make do. Where are your parents? Mr. Lee asked. They've been busy job hunting these past few days and left early this morning. I just messaged them they'll be back soon. Why don't you stay for lunch? Mr. Lee showed no particular reaction to this, and Ningyu knew he had probably investigated their situation thoroughly. She wasn't surprised. If you don't mind, I can arrange jobs for them at my company, he offered. Ningyu shook her head. No need. My parents have already found some leads and we can handle it ourselves. By the way, how much longer are you planning to drag out the Liha matter? A simple divorce can only cause so much of a chain reaction. I have a business proposition to discuss with you. Mr. Lee thought to himself. Should he commend her for her sharp insight? Indeed, the divorce news had been deliberately released by him. He even hired paid commenters to stir up trouble, pushing the news into the top 3 trending topics. The purpose was to recover certain shares held by specific individuals. The matter was nearly resolved, but Ningyu's words made it clear she had seen through his intentions. It's almost done. By next week at the latest, it'll all be over. Miss Ning, what business are you proposing? Ningyu glanced at Li Mingrui, who caught on quickly. Sister Ningyu, may I borrow a book to read? Ningyu led him to her room and pointed to her small collection of extracurricular books. Take your pick, though they aren't anything special. Mingrui didn't actually want to read. With everything that had happened at home recently, he was still struggling to process it all. His mother had tried to kill his father to seize the company, only to end up driven out with nothing. Throughout it all, she hadn't spared a thought for him. When she left the Lee family, she was nearly 2 months pregnant, and the child wasn't his father's. His mother cared only about her lover and their unborn child. Otherwise, she wouldn't have started scheming for the company's shares as soon as she found out she was pregnant. If her plans had succeeded, Mingrui's future would have been bleak, penniless, living at the mercy of others and possibly even discarded or killed by his mother's lover. So, he was deeply grateful to Ningyu for saving his father. He had insisted on coming today just to thank her in person. After Mingrui left, Ningyu brought her laptop to the living room and opened a website. Mr. Lee, what do you think of this stock? She asked. Mr. Lee glanced at it. South Home Furniture? A domestic furniture slipment. Not top tier, but decent, maybe high-end. Ningyu smirked. You're overestimating it. It doesn't even qualify as high-end. Due to poor management, South Home Furniture had only thrived for its first year after going public. In the years since, its performance had been mediocre, and its stock price reflected that. You brought up this stock. Is there something wrong with it? Mr. Lee asked. Ningyu, in a few days, that is, on December 1st, next Friday, Southern Home Furnishing will hold a press conference. They will launch the first fully intelligent home. The stock price has continued to rise and almost doubled. Li Jingmin was slightly surprised and almost blurted out what he was thinking. Did you dream about this again?
Right.
Li Jingmin leaned back on the old sofa. His eyes were empty, his fingers tapped on his knees. It was a dream again.
Should he believe it or not?
If he didn't believe it, she said she dreamed of committing suicide. If she hadn't appeared on the rooftop of Lee's building that day, he would have definitely lost his life, and it would have been made to look like suicide. Then the shares were sold by that witch, and then the witch and her lover lived together. If he said he believed it, how could he believe it? Dreaming about things that would happen in the future was too fantastic. But if it was true, wouldn't he have missed such a great opportunity to make money? After thinking for a while, Li Jingmin immediately took out his phone and issued a series of orders without telling Ningyu. Then he hung up the phone and said to Ningyu, "What do you want?" Ningyu, "Of course it's for money." President Li stared into her eyes for a long time. He had been in the business world for nearly 20 years, and he could guess Ningyu's thoughts with just a little thought. It was clearly not related to the child, and the Ning family was not at fault. Just because the Yen family was rich and powerful, and just because their biological daughter was a little unhappy, they could make the Ning couple unemployed. How could a child who could abandon the rich life and insist on living with her biological parents not want to take revenge on them? And he saw that the little girl in front of him was not slipenless. On the contrary, she had a business mind and would definitely not be unknown in the future. You saved my life. I was originally planning to give you an apartment next to the high-rise building, but you wanted money. I simply exchanged the apartment for money. In addition, I have sent an assistant to check whether Southern Home Furnishing has developed new products. Once the news is true, I will immediately purchase Southern Home Furnishing stocks. I will buy as many as I can. In the end, no matter how much money I make, I will give you a 20% commission. Ningyu raised her eyebrows. 20% of the information fee? It was a bit high, but she could afford it. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Seeing that she accepted it so readily, Mr. Lee did not feel disgusted at all. Firstly, Ningyu did save his life, and secondly, it was such important information, and he felt it was worth spending 20% of the profit to get it. Of course, there is no definite news to prove that Southern Home Furnishing will really soar to success, and he will not invest no matter what others say. She was straightforward, and Lee Jung-min was equally straightforward. I'll have someone prepare the contract and send it over. Also, within 3 days at most, once the news is confirmed, I will immediately purchase shares of Southern Home Furnishing. The apartment I bought for you is worth about 30 million. Should I transfer it directly to you or invest in it for you? Ningyu said, just help me invest. In fact, 30 million is already a lot. Even if Mr. Lee doesn't give her a commission, it is enough for her to do a lot of things. Lee Jung-min called directly and transferred the money to her. At this time, the door was opened and Ning's father and mother came into the house carrying large and small bags of things. They were not surprised to see Lee Jung-min sitting in the living room because Ningyu had already told them on the phone that there were guests at home. Mom and Dad, you're back. This is Mr. Lee Jung-min, the president of the Lee Corporation. I helped him with a small favor a few days ago, and Mr. Lee was so polite that he even came to our house to express his gratitude. Lee Jung-min. If saving my life is considered a small favor, then what else is a big deal in this world? Fortunately, he knew that Ningyu said this because she didn't want her family to worry, so he took the initiative to greet Ning's father and mother. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Ning. I'm sorry for disturbing you by coming here today. Ning's father and mother had never seen the world, so they were a little timid when they heard about the general manager or the chief executive. However, seeing that Lee Jung-min had a good attitude, the tension in their hearts subsided a little. Ning's father said honestly, of course, it's a great honor for us to have you come to our house. Come and sit down. We will have a home-cooked meal at noon. Please don't be disgusted. Lee Mingrue heard the noise and came out of Ningyu's room to greet Ning's father and family. Lee Jung-min said, well, we father and son are sorry to bother you. Please don't be too troublesome. Just eat whatever you want. Ning's father and mother really didn't know how to chat with the big president, so they quickly took the dishes to the kitchen. Mr. Lee's assistant acted quickly and typed out the contract as required. Ningyu looked through it and signed it after finding no problems. The father and son had a sumptuous but homely lunch at Ning's house, and then left. After they left, Ning's father and mother asked about Mr. Lee, but Ningyu just brushed it off by saying that he was someone she knew at Yan's house. Then she called the couple over and looked at the jobs she had found for them in the past few days. Mom, look, I helped you and my dad register a small store online specializing in selling clothes for young girls. I have also contacted you about the goods in the store. The other party agreed to put 20,000 yuan worth of goods in stock first, and you can return them directly if you can't sell them. Don't we have a basement at home? Let's use it as a warehouse first. You and my dad also need to learn how to take photos of clothes and put them on the website for promotion. Double 12 is coming soon, so we can still make money no matter how bad the business is. If there are too many orders, we can contact the factory to ship directly so that you and my mother won't be too busy. Father Ning rubbed his hands. This is possible? We have never been involved in this field. What if?
Why not?
If you've never been exposed to this, you can learn slowly. I've already contacted the factory, and they'll send the 20,000 yuan worth of goods over this afternoon. You can use the 20,000 yuan to practice first. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so if you make money, that's the best. You can work from home in the future. If you don't make money, just return the goods. It won't delay anything. It is impossible to sell goods worth 20,000 yuan. This money was naturally paid by Ning Yuehua in order to give the couple more confidence. After hearing what her daughter said, Ning's mother gritted her teeth and said, "Old Ning, just listen to your daughter. People of our age, with neither education nor skills, can only find jobs like cleaning and sweeping the streets or work as a bricklayer at a construction site. These jobs are exhausting, and you don't earn much money. At worst, you can go out and look for a job tomorrow. If you find one, just work there first to keep the family earning some money. I'll run this online store at home first. If it works out, you can stay home and help me." Ningyu did not object to what Ning's mother said. They had never been involved in this business, so naturally they were unsure. But she believed that the clothes she selected would definitely be liked by those young girls, and business would definitely be good. "The book has been signed, dear friends. Please give us a monthly ticket so that our book can achieve a breakthrough." For the rest of the afternoon, Ningyu taught Ning's mother how to log into the website and how to check order shipments. The clothes were delivered the next afternoon. After school, Ningyu acted as a teacher again and taught the two how to take pictures of the clothes. Unexpectedly, the pictures taken by Ning's father were quite good. Ningyu slightly edited the pictures, taught Ning's father while doing so, and then put them on the online store. It was almost 11 o'clock when he finished all this. Ningyu didn't read anymore and just fell asleep on the bed. Li Jingmin moved very quickly. Some things are difficult to find out every detail, but with a direction, it is much easier to verify. The reason why Southern Home Furnishing has seen a decline in profits in recent years is not because the slipment is not recognized by people, nor because sales have really declined, but because they have used most of their profits for research. A fully intelligent home cannot be developed overnight. The people sent by Li Jingmin quickly found out that Southern Home Furnishing did have such a research and hired several experts in the field of intelligence to jointly develop this project last year. Li Jingmin acted decisively and began to purchase a large number of Southern Home Furnishing shares. Ningyu was relieved to see that he finally took action. She was sure to make money. Ning's mother's Taobao store has already started to do business. There are not many orders every day. Only 3 or 4 items at most, but even such a small sales volume has given the couple hope. All things are difficult at the beginning, but once the first step is taken, the rest of the road will be much easier. On December 1st, Southern Home Furnishing held a press conference and officially launched its fully smart home. In the live broadcast room, the audience experienced the speed, convenience, health, and safety of the fully smart home. Before the press conference ended, Southern Home Furnishing received a large number of orders. The stock price directly hit the daily limit, and this rise will never stop in the short term. Inside the president's office in the Li Group building, Li Jingmin breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the Southern Home Furnishing stock price rise directly because of the press conference. It is said that those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future, and there is some truth to this statement. I didn't expect that I would get such an unexpected surprise when I just wanted to thank the little girl who saved my life. Miss Ning is really his lucky star. Thinking of something, he pressed the internal line. The assistant's voice sounded, "President, what do you want?" "I remember Yen Xian handed over a letter of intent for cooperation, right? Please organize the information and send it in." After hanging up the phone, the assistant wondered, didn't the president say that he had lost the letter of intent 2 days ago? How did he suddenly remember it? But he still honestly sorted out all the documents and sent them to the president's office. "Here is all the information you want." Li Jingmin waved his hand to signal his assistant that he could leave, then opened the document and read it carefully. This letter of intent was about the renovation of an old city area in the south of the city. Yen planned to buy the land there and then build it into high-end residential and commercial areas. However, because it involved demolition, the startup capital for the project was ridiculously high, so he proposed cooperation with several companies. It is understandable that Yen probably wanted to find a few people to share the risk with him. He was busy dealing with family affairs and divorce a few days ago, so he just threw the letter of intent aside after taking a few glances at it. After reading it for half an hour, Li Jingmin sent the letter of intent to Ningyu and attached a message. "Miss Ning, this is the letter of intent handed over by Yen. I passed it over a few days ago, but I don't know if it is useful to you. You can take a look at it. High school students are generally not allowed to bring mobile phones to school. Ningyu's phone was muted during class, and she only saw the files sent by Lee Jungmin after class. The development of the old district is a project with a long cycle, high investment, and equally high returns. If everything goes well, Yans will definitely make a lot of money from this project. Ningyu directly sent a message to Lee Jungmin. The most difficult part of the old city reconstruction is the initial demolition work. If Yen can perfectly solve the demolition issue, Lee's investment will be a profit. Mr. Lee has been working in the business world for many years and understood what she meant at a glance. So, on the same day, the senior management of Lee's company started to study the cooperation intention. A few days later, the senior management of Lee's company and the project manager of Yan's company had frequent contacts. The person in charge of the Yen group was also having a headache. They had originally submitted the letter of intent to cooperate to several companies with comparable financial resources, but so far, only the Lee group had the intention to cooperate with them. However, the Lee group made a request that gave them a headache, which was that they could invest more money, but the money could only be paid after all the demolition compensation matters for the original residents were completed. In other words, the initial startup capital of the project will be fully borne by Yan's company. This number is really a bit large. To be honest, if Yan's company can really come up with so much working capital, they will not be willing to cooperate with other companies at all. But if they don't agree, their family will not be able to fully support such a large project. In short, it's very difficult. Therefore, after talking with Lee's people several times, Yan's project manager returned to the company and reported Lee's attitude. As for the final decision of the top management, he just had to follow their instructions. Class 13 is taking a small math test in this class. This kind of test is held about every 2 days. Ningyu's grades have improved almost every time. The original owner's math score was the worst among these subjects. With a full score of 150, her score was generally around 90. When she first came, she only got 92 points on that math test. Her monthly test score was better, but it was only 95 points. But the scores of these math tests were higher and higher, from 92 points to 118 points, then to 136 points, and then to the full score of 150 points. The head teacher looked at her with surprise in his eyes. In addition, there is English, and the last test score was also 150 points. I checked the test paper again. Just then the bell rang. The head teacher asked the class representative to collect the papers and leave. Ningyu took out the Chinese test paper and started to practice. At this time, the monitor walked towards her seat and asked, "Ningyu, what is the answer to the last question?" Ningyu said, 14A. The monitor immediately said with a sad face, "It's over, I got the last question wrong again. I never get full marks on the last question in math. Why are you asking her? Maybe you are right and she is wrong." Bai Yi couldn't stand the way the boys in the class surrounded Ningyu the most. She didn't know what was going on, but this little witch didn't become listless after being kicked out by the Yen family. Instead, she became more and more handsome. She was originally good-looking, good-tempered, and gentle. She never had conflicts with her classmates, and many boys in the class had a good impression of her. But at that time, she was the eldest daughter of the Yen family, and Bai Yi didn't dare to show her dislike for her. At most, she would say a few words behind her back. It's different now. Since she is no longer a member of the Yen family, and she loves to hook up with men so much, she will not indulge her. The class monitor has a good family background and is tall and handsome. So many female classmates in the class like him. However, most of the classmates are very rational. They believe that liking is a matter between two people, and the class monitor cannot respond just because they like him. The only exception is Bai Yi. She would jump out to show her presence no matter what. Of course, Ningyu ignored her most of the time. She's right. Class monitor, you don't have to listen to me. You can ask classmate Bai Yi. Maybe her answer is correct. The monitor was a bit of a straight man, and he didn't know how to be tactful when speaking. Forget it. You got 2 full marks on the test. If I ask her instead of you, am I stupid? Bai Yi was so angry that her face was twisted. She wanted to say more, but He Yi, who was sleeping on the desk in class across the aisle from her, suddenly raised his head and said, "Can you shut up? Don't you think you're noisy?" Bai Yi was so scared that she dared not make a sound. To be honest, there are many hidden talents in Class 13, especially He. His biological father is the patriarch of the He family, one of the 8 wealthy families in Beijing. He is the heir to a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions. Bai Yi's Bai family is not even a third-rate family. At most, it is a wealthy family. She really doesn't dare to say a word in front of He. Seeing that she was silent, He glanced casually in the direction of Ningyu. She was doing homework at this moment. The noise in the classroom seemed to have nothing to do with her at all. Her pretty profile made people feel good about her at first sight. For some reason, after 2 years of being classmates, He always had the illusion that these geniuses knew this girl. In the past, she was reluctant to speak and was polite to everyone. Now, she is still reluctant to speak, but when someone provokes her, the words she says can usually choke people to death. At noon, Li Dantang went to the cafeteria to get food with Ningyu. The monitor came up to Ningyu again and asked questions. This time, he also asked He. Ningyu didn't mind communicating and learning with the monitor. She would answer whatever he asked. After the dishes were prepared, the 4 of them gathered at a table. The monitor was still asking questions, and He suddenly asked, "Which university are you going to apply to?" He was talking about you, but his eyes glanced at Ningyu opposite him. The monitor said, "I'm definitely from the University of Political Science and Law, but you won't have such worries. You'll definitely go abroad." Li Dantang said, "I just want to get into a university in Beijing. I don't have much ambition. After all, her grades are there. She would like to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University, but unfortunately, she doesn't have the ability." Then the 3 of them looked at Ningyu, who shrugged. "It's not confirmed yet. It's too early to say that now." He understood why it was still early. Because her grades still had room for improvement. She wanted to get into a top university. Tsinghua University and Peking University. Which one do you choose? Ningyu. Tsinghua University, right? She wanted to learn so much, so she decided to go to the best institution. After getting the answer, he stopped talking and ate peacefully. The growth of Southern Home Furnishing stock price gradually slowed down. At the end of the month, Li Jingmin called her and said that the stock price of Southern Home Furnishing had basically stabilized and there was no need to hold it for the long term. Ningyu had no objection, so he sold all the stocks. A few days later, a large sum of money appeared in Ningyu's account. But she couldn't care about these things at the moment because the final exam had begun. She was not in her class for the final exam. According to her grades, she was only an average student in number 1 high school, ranking around 400th in the whole school. In the last monthly exam, she had ranked 418th. On her way to the examination room, she ran into Yan Qingqing again, who was holding her chin high. The examination rooms for students in Class 1 and Class 2 are basically arranged in 4 classrooms from Class 1 to Class 4. Students in these 2 classes have a natural sense of superiority over students in other classes because students from other classes simply cannot get in. Seeing Yan Qingqing was about to open her mouth again, Ningyu didn't want her ears to be poisoned, so she took a step forward and walked away quickly. Yan Qingqing was unable to breathe up or down and almost suffocated herself to death.
Bah, what are you so crazy about?
I thought she was the eldest daughter of the Yan family? She is now just the daughter of a broke family. Her parents are both unemployed, and she has no income at all. I want to see how long she can run rampant. Humph, she will be frustrated when the test results come out. Ningyu had no idea what Yan Qingqing was thinking. She found her own examination room, and the test started soon. She answered the questions seriously and wrote very quickly. Except for spending more time on the composition, she answered the other questions very smoothly. The 2 days passed quickly, and as soon as the exams were over, the senior students had their holiday. Ningyu packed all her things and left the school carrying them on her back. At the school gate, Yan Qingqing was talking to a few female classmates with a smile on her face. Behind her was a blue top-of-the-line sports car, and Gong Yuza was standing beside the car waiting for someone, without any impatience on his face. Okay, I'm going to go back first. I'll invite you to my house in a couple of days. You can't say no, or I'll be angry. Several female classmates nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yan Qingqing saw Ningyu, who had already walked out of the school gate, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Ningyu, do you want to go home? Otherwise, I will let Brother Gong take you there. It is too unsafe for a girl to take the subway all day. Ningyu particularly admires people who can always talk to themselves. No matter what other people's mood is, as long as she wants, she can always find ways to get close to them and discuss you to her heart's content. Ningyu stopped and put her school bag on one shoulder. She hooked one hand on the bag and put the other hand in her trouser pocket. Because Ning's father was tall, she was about 172 centimeters tall at this moment, half a head taller than Yan Qingqing, who was 160 centimeters tall. When she looked at Yan Qingqing, she felt very oppressive. Are you free? When Yan Qingqing was asked this question, she didn't know what to say for a moment, and then a look of grievance appeared on her face. I just want to help you. Which eye of yours saw that I needed your help? If you have a heart full of love, you can go and help those disabled people, or go to the overpass and help those homeless beggars. They will definitely be grateful for Miss Yan's kindness. Also, Miss Yan took the subway every day before she returned to the Yan family. Since you said that taking the subway is unsafe, has something happened to you before? Otherwise, why don't you tell everyone about it and let everyone help you? It's very simple to call the police or something like that. There were still many students at the door at this time. Ningyu's words attracted a lot of attention. Gong Yuza came over immediately and stared at Ningyu with an ugly expression. Ningyu, what do you mean? Is it wrong for Qingqing to want to help you? What's your attitude? I haven't even spoken to her. Why is she pretending to be so familiar with me? Is sending me home considered helping me? I need help for something that can be done with $2? Your so-called help is really cheap. Gong Yuza was choked and puzzled. Qingqing came back to Yan's house quite suddenly that day, so there was no communication between her and Ningyu. How could they be truly friends in such a situation? If so, why did Qingqing deliberately get close to Ningyu? Ningyu looked at the two with a calm look, but Gong Yuza and Yan Qingqing could see disdain and disgust in her eyes. Gong Yuza didn't know why his heart tightened, and he felt inexplicably guilty standing in front of Ningyu. Ningyu, Qingqing didn't mean that. Ningyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with these two people. She glanced at Gong Yuza lightly. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to be filled with glass, cold and distant. Mr. Gong, Miss Yan, next time you want to help someone, please choose the right person first. Giving away $2 at a time when others don't need it is really not in line with your status. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank Miss Yan for making my parents lose their jobs. I will remember this kindness in my heart. After saying that, Ningyu turned around and walked away. Her back looked a little thinner, and she was still wearing the school uniform she wore when she left the Yan family. However, young Master Gong had actually forgotten what Ningyu looked like before. He only remembered her straight back and the obvious disdain, frivolity, and disgust in her tone when she spoke. Yes, disgust. He thought that this girl would be reluctant to give up the good opportunity to marry into the Gong family and would refuse to let it go and would cling to him. However, that didn't happen, not at all. It seemed that since the day the Yan family told her her true identity, she had no intention of having any relationship with the Yan family, including him, her ex-fiancé. Yan Qingqing was ridiculed by Ningyu today, and she was about to cry out of grievance. She is talking nonsense. What does her parents' dismissal have to do with me? Brother Gong, don't believe her. Gong Yuza, it's a bit hard to describe. Not all the onlookers were slipenless, especially those classmates who knew about the real and fake daughter. It was not impossible for Yan Qingqing to make Ningyu's parents lose their jobs in order to take revenge on Ningyu. But weren't Ningyu's parents Yan Qingqing's adoptive parents? They had raised her for 17 years, so wasn't she being too cruel? In an instant, the eyes of the students around her looking at Yan Qingqing changed a little. Gong Yuza noticed the looks of the people around him. He took a deep breath and then said, "Of course I don't believe it. Maybe something happened to the Ning family. Ning, you mistakenly thought it was related to you. That's why this happened. Well, let's go back first. Anne is still waiting for you. After saying that, he helped Yan Qingqing into the car, and the blue sports car quickly sped away. After the two left, someone asked, what is the relationship between that man and Yan Qingqing? They seem to have a good relationship, and they don't look like brother and sister. I have met Yan Qingqing's brother. He came to pick up Ningyu once before. I heard that this guy was Ningyu's former fiancé, but he is Yan Qingqing's fiancé now. Someone exclaimed, huh? It turned out that not only could the wrong identity be changed back, but the fiancé could also be changed, and it was a seamless transition. It was really amazing. After Ningyu finished arguing with the other people, she immediately forgot about those two people. After returning home, Ning's father and mother were busy packing and shipping. In the past month, their small shop has been running well, especially on Double 11 Day, when they earn more than 20,000 yuan in a single day. The two were too busy to handle it, so they called two people to help, specifically in charge of shipping. A few days ago, they were still worried about not being able to find a suitable job, but now they no longer have those concerns. Ning's father also gave up the idea of continuing to work. Although it is a bit tiring to open his own shop, he earns more money and has more freedom. Ningyu went home, put down her school bag, and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Ning's parents were too busy to cook. As long as she was not at home, they would make do with whatever they could, ordering takeout or just having a bowl of instant noodles. She was on vacation now, so she had to cook more. So when Ning's parents finally packed up all the clothes and sent them away, they smelled the delicious aroma of stewed pork ribs as soon as they entered the house. Yeah? Why didn't you call Mom when you came back? How do you know how to cook? Mother Ning was very puzzled. Ningyu had lived in the Yen family for 17 years. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Yen family. There was no need for her to cook. How could she cook? Not to mention the Yen family background, Qingqing had been with her for more than 10 years, and she had never asked her to cook. At most, she would clean up her room, but cooking was impossible. If she had that time, she could have done an extra test paper. It's not that difficult. You can learn it just by watching it. It may not taste as good as what you cook, but at least it's cooked. Ning Yuesi Ketin Vardli. Of course she knew how to do this. A poor little girl like her, who had no parents to love and no one to take care of her, had to learn everything. If she didn't know how to cook, she might have starved to death long ago. Dad Ning looked at the 4 dishes on the table: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sliced choy sum with garlic, sliced spare ribs, and stir-fried pork with green beans. They are indeed home-cooked dishes, but you can't learn how to cook them just by looking at them. However, these dishes all look delicious. Okay, wash your hands quickly. I want to try my daughter's cooking, Ning's father urged. This was the first time he had eaten food cooked by his daughter. The couple washed their hands and then sat down at the dinner table. Mother Ning was very touched. She and her husband had been so busy before, but Qingqing had never taken the initiative to cook for them. When thinking of Qingqing, Ning's mother showed a trace of longing. Father Ning saw her expression change and immediately knew what she was thinking. I didn't want to say this, but I still want to remind you. Now the 3 of us are a family, so just pretend you never raised Qingqing. Ningyu was stunned when she picked up the chopsticks. Then, she picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in Ning's mother's bowl. Mother Ning looked at the food in the bowl, then looked at her own daughter, and sighed helplessly. After all, I have raised her for 17 years. Even if I raise a cat or a dog, I will have feelings for her. How can I just throw her aside all of a sudden? She has been away from our family for such a long time. Has she ever called you? Just like those clothes and old things she left behind, although they were the best things we could give her at the time. Ever since she returned to the Yen family, she has looked down upon us and even wanted to throw us away as far as possible. No. In the eyes of the adopted daughter, the couple and their family may not even be as good as garbage, so why would she miss her? Also, do you dare to say that the fact that we were fired from the factory has nothing to do with that child? Even though Father Ning was an honest man, there was obvious anger in his voice. Mother Ning was sad because she had heard from two sisters in the workshop that the factory received an investment from the Yen family shortly after she and her husband were fired. Obviously, it was the Yen family who asked the factory to fire them. What the Yen family did not represent Qingqing, but if Qingqing hadn't said anything, would the Yen family have gone crazy to torment the couple? The most important thing is that her daughter was scolded the night before, and the couple lost their jobs on the third day. I understand what you mean. I'm just not used to it for the moment. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Ningyu did not comment on what the couple said. No matter how they and Yen Qingqing got along in the future, she would not care, because the couple were worthy of her as a daughter. Moreover, the original owner's wish was to take good care of her biological parents, so she would naturally take good care of them. I understand. Let's eat quickly. This is made by Yeya herself. It tastes better than what you made. It was really delicious. Ning's father was not exaggerating. Compared with the meals cooked by his wife and daughter, one was a real home-cooked meal, and the other was the work of a hotel chef. The more home-cooked the meal, the more the chef's skill was shown. Even a rough guy like him could tell the difference, so one can imagine how Ningyu's dishes are. After tasting it, Ning's mother nodded repeatedly. I am enjoying the blessing of having a daughter in advance. As she spoke, tears flashed in her eyes. In addition to having talent, cooking also requires cooking frequently. My daughter is the eldest daughter of the Yen family, so why does she have such good cooking skills? Could it be that her life in the Yen family is not so comfortable? She was really overthinking it. Before the original owner's true identity was discovered, she had indeed lived a life of ease in the Yen family, but her relationship with her family was average. After all, the Yen family was a typical family where the man was the breadwinner and the woman was the homemaker. Mr. Yen was busy making money, and Mrs. Yen was busy with foreign affairs. They had no time to take care of the children. As for Yen Haotian, they were 7 years apart in age and communicated even less. The original owner actually spent more time interacting with servants, such as the butler and the driver. Her cooking skills have nothing to do with the original owner. The Nings were so preoccupied with their meal that their mother refused to let her daughter wash the dishes. Go and take a rest. I'll do the work for you. Don't go into the kitchen too often. The fumes will turn your skin yellow. After suffering in the Yen family, I will never let my daughter down again when I return to my own side. Ningyu didn't argue and went back to her room. Although it's vacation, we can't give up studying. Without effort, there will be no gain. Ning's parents were also busy at night, as they had to deal with messages from customers of the online store. At around 9 o'clock, Ning's mother brought in a plate of cut fruit, and seeing that she was indeed studying, she went out without saying much. As usual, Ningyu washed up and went to bed at 11 o'clock. On the second day, I ran a long circle outside the community in the morning, bought some fried dough sticks and soy milk, and went home. After dinner, I studied for 2 hours, then changed clothes and went to the car dealership. The online store's business is good, but sometimes you have to hire a car to transport the goods. It's more convenient to have your own car at home. If you tell your family about this first, they will definitely not agree to buy it, so she simply did it first and asked for their consent later. After looking around for car dealers, I finally found a small van that I liked. After completing all the procedures, the price was just over 70,000 yuan, but less than 80,000 yuan. She asked the car dealership to deliver the car back home, and then went to the mall, picked out 2 sets of foreign slip-on cosmetics, and then bought a few clothes and asked someone to deliver them back home. Soon, Ningyu received a call from her mother. Hey, kid, where did you get the money to buy a car and a gift for your mother? Can we return the car? We don't have to buy a car. It's convenient to take a taxi. Mom, when I left the Yen family, I bought a lottery ticket and won the prize. A few days ago, I used that money to invest and made a lot of money. I have money in my hands, so you can use it. By the way, I have something to do today, so I won't be back at noon. You and Dad should not forget to eat. There's no need to describe how Ning's mother felt after hanging up the phone. They clearly wanted to give their daughter a good life, but now she has to be taken care of by her daughter. This feeling is really too heartbreaking. It was almost noon, and Ningyu was planning to have a quick meal outside, but just as she left the mall, she received a call from Li Mingrui. Sister Ningyu, do you want to have lunch together? Why did you think of having dinner with me? Ever since Li Mingrui came to Ning's house once, he would call her whenever he had something to do. This guy also knew his limits and would usually contact her on weekends, so the two of them gradually became familiar with each other. Of course, this is what Li Mingrui thinks. Ningyu doesn't seem to be very enthusiastic towards anyone. She will answer whatever you ask her, but she won't make friends with anyone on purpose. Because I saw you. Turn around. I'm right behind you. Ningyu turned around and saw Li Mingrui standing at the entrance of the pedestrian street. There were two people following him not far behind. They were the bodyguards arranged by Li's father to be beside him. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingrui excitedly ran to Ningyu and said, from a distance, she looked like my sister. I called her because I saw she was leaving. Sister, what do you want to eat for lunch?
I'll treat you.
Ningyu, let's go eat hot pot, it's warm. Li Mingrui had no objection, and the two of them quickly found a famous seafood hot pot restaurant nearby. They each took a plate and picked up food while chatting. Have you got your final grades? Li Mingrui, sister, let's not talk about grades. We are still good siblings. Is the third grade so difficult? Li Mingrui said, if I hadn't seen my sister's report card from my dad, I would have thought she was a top student from the way she spoke. Ningyu, this baby is originally like this. You are the only son of your father. The future of Li's company will definitely be handed over to you. How can you work in the company without a good diploma? Even if your family owns the majority of the company, Mr. Li will let you join the company, and you'll have to start as a junior employee. Do you want this? Or do you want your father to have another child, and then rely on your younger brother to support you in the future?
Li Mingrui.
He used to have bad grades because his mother always said that it didn't matter if he had bad grades, because their family was rich anyway, and those who graduated from top universities would have to work for him in the future. His father said that he never plans to get married again in this life. So the Li family will definitely be handed over to him in the future. He can't be a complete idiot, right? Sister, I understand. I'll ask my dad to hire a tutor for me when I get home. Unfortunately, my grades are not very good, and there is only half a year before the high school entrance exam. I don't know if it's too late to work hard now. It's never too late to work hard, as long as you can persevere. Hard work is for doing, not for saying. Please give me some votes, both recommendation votes and monthly votes. Currently, I can only write one chapter a day, and it will be ready when it is put on the shelves. The two of them returned to the table with their plates. Ningyu put the seafood on the plate into the boiling red soup pot bit by bit. Li Mingrui said, I didn't expect that my sister also likes spicy food.
We can eat together.
Ningyu looked at the two bodyguards, one sitting at the table on their left and the other sitting behind Li Mingrui. There was only a small amount of food on the table, and they were quite alert. She simply called two waiters to bring some more food to the two men and put it on their table. Why did your father suddenly arrange two bodyguards for you? Li Mingrui had long regarded her as his own, so he did not hide the truth from her. Some time ago, that person came to school to look for me, but I didn't see him. Later, my dad checked and found out that she had prepared some people. Ningyu frowned. Are you trying to kidnap her? Otherwise, she is her biological mother and can see her son anytime she wants, so there is no need besides. Why kidnap her? For money? Is she crazy? After all, he is her own son. For her own sake, she can even scheme against her own son. Such a person is not worthy of being a mother. Li Mingrui said, maybe in her heart, the child she has with the person she loves is her own, so she doesn't care whether I live or die. Ningyu said, then you should go out less often in the future, or bring more people with you when you go out. Li Mingrui was about to wail. Why couldn't he come out after talking so much? Ningyu frowned. Tell Mr. Li to check on that man. That man could have teamed up with Li Mingrui's mother to plot against President Li. He couldn't be too clean. It would have been less trouble if we had just put him in jail. Li Mingrui felt relieved immediately. He picked up a piece of lobster meat, dipped it in mustard, and put it in Ningyu's bowl. I'll tell my dad when I get home. My dad will definitely do what you said. He wouldn't feel any pain at all if he killed that guy, and that woman too. That woman teamed up with her lover to harm his father, and his father made many concessions in order to get custody of him. If there was a chance to make them suffer the consequences of their actions, he would be happy to see it. After lunch, Ningyu wanted to send the boy home, but the little guy refused to agree and insisted on accompanying her shopping. When two boys came up to Ningyu and asked for her WeChat, they were all glared away by Li Mingrui, the little wolf dog. I am speechless. The little guy wanted to send her home, but was sternly rejected by Ningyu, because she had another thing to do in the evening. As the saying goes, if you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. Gong Yuza fell in love with Yan Qingqing and thought he had met the true love of his life. And oh, it was just that he had come into contact with too few green tea girls. Yan Qingqing is clearly full of tea flavor, but unfortunately, young Master Gong can't see it. Instead, he feels that Yan Qingqing, who comes from a humble family, has a special temperament that the young ladies around her don't have. She is tough, humble, kind, and weak. All the beautiful words can be perfectly reflected in her. Ningyu just wanted to give him a you on the spot. If she were to ask herself, Gong Yuza was just short of experience. If he had a few more girlfriends, he would also be disgusted by Yan Qingqing. In the original owner's previous life, Yan Qingqing had already started to deal with the original owner at this time, falsely accusing her of tearing her dress, seducing her fiancé, and putting drugs in her bird's nest, etc. If Yan Qingqing had not thrown dirty water on the original owner again and again, the original owner would not have ended up marrying a divorced and violent man, because the original owner's reputation had been ruined by Yan Qingqing, and no slightly better family would accept her. After she came to this life, she simply left the Yan family, which prevented Yan Qingqing from having the opportunity to use her tricks. It also allowed her to successfully accumulate a large amount of initial capital, allowing her to plan calmly. I bought a black wig, a pair of big sunglasses that can cover half of my face, and a set of cosmetics in the mall. She put on makeup in the bathroom, put on a long straight black wig, fiery red lips, big sunglasses, and a black suit. This outfit made her look a dozen years more mature. Not to mention acquaintances, even her own mother wouldn't be able to recognize her. Carrying her newly bought platinum bag worth more than 200,000 yuan, Ningyu rented a nanny car used exclusively by celebrities in the entertainment industry. She moved her red lips slightly and said, "Let's go." The driver immediately started the car and headed towards the most famous Dihao club in Beijing. Dihao is the largest and most luxurious club in Beijing. All the guests who come here are wealthy, because the membership fee of an ordinary VIP card is as high as 7 figures, starting at 1 million. At the same time, the quality of ordinary waiters here is also quite high. You might even pick one of them out as a college student from a certain university. The female waiters are all good-looking, with a minimum height of 168 cm, with thin waist, round hips, and long thighs. In addition, people who want to enter the entertainment industry or are already in that circle, as long as they have a little bit of connections, will regard this place as the first choice for socializing, because being able to enter here represents opportunity. After Ningyu got off the car, she asked the driver to wait for her for a while and then entered the club, applied for VIP card, and entered with 1 million yuan. In order to protect the privacy of guests, VIP cards are not real name based, which means that if you are willing to use your real name, you can use your real name. If you don't want to, it's okay to call yourself Urga. After getting the card, Ningyu went directly to the dance hall in the club. She found a seat by the side and ordered a margarita. She held the glass with her slender white fingers and shook it gently. She had big sunglasses on her head, and her eyes were constantly scanning the field. After about half an hour, she finally found her target. The girl must have been dragged here by her classmates. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail. The other classmates were wearing formal dresses, but she was the only one wearing a long down jacket. When she smiled, an obvious dimple appeared on her cheek. However, she was obviously resisting the men in front of her. About a quarter of an hour later, a girl with big wavy hair, who was with the girl, pulled her aside. Coincidentally, the two of them were standing only one table away from Ningyu. "Xiao Rong, are you stupid? Your boyfriend has already dumped you. What else do you have to cling to?" Young Master Chung is very generous, and the gifts he gives you start at 6 figures. To be honest, it's your blessing that he likes you. If he likes me, believe me, I would immediately come to him. When Xiaorong's face was full of resistance. Mr. Chung is generous, but he is a well-known good boy. The female classmate who was trying to persuade her said impatiently, "Do you still want to act in movies and become a star?" Chung Jia has shares in Xingyao Entertainment. If you serve him well, are you still worried about not having any roles in the future? When Xiaorong still didn't say anything. It's not that she didn't want to take shortcuts, but she also had to see if the other person was worth it. She always felt that she couldn't get what she wanted by following this young Master Chung. Although she had a boyfriend, she didn't do anything excessive. At most, they kissed and held hands. I'm looking for a boyfriend with the intention of getting married. We are not suitable for someone like Master Chung. My daughter called me and said, "Mom, there is Heidi anti-dandruff shampoo for 22 and Head and Shoulders for 40. Which one should we buy?" I said, "I want Head and Shoulders." She emphasized, "Howdy 22. My 2 children are good at managing their lives. They are reluctant to spend money if things are expensive." I said, "We need good things. Cheap products are not good." She said, "Ah?" I said, "It should be good." Then, she bought Howdy back. When the female classmate heard this, she pointed her finger with red nails directly at Wen Xiaorong. "Are you still dreaming? Forget it, since you don't understand. Forget it. There are plenty of beautiful students in our school. At worst, I can find another one for Master Chung. You can go back." The girl stood up angrily, then turned around and left. When Xiaorong came, with Chung Dashao and others. Diamond VIPs can bring people with them. Otherwise, how could she, an ordinary college student, enter Dihao? Now that she didn't agree to be with Chung Dashao, she naturally couldn't stay here any longer. Ningyu had already left before her. While walking out, he called the driver. The driver parked the car at the door. Ningyu came out of the hall at that moment, opened the back door of the nanny car, and sat in the back seat without closing the door. When Xiaorong came out, his eyes met Ningyu's. "Are you interested in chatting? I'm looking for someone to act in a play." When Xiaorong's surprise was written all over her face, and then a hint of defensiveness appeared in her eyes. I don't know you." Ningyu said, "You can take a picture of the car's license plate number and send it to your friends. Besides, what good will it do me to harm you?" When Xiaorong looked at the lady in front of him. She looks to be about 27 or 28 years old, and is prettier than her, but her face is a little too expressionless, like a cold and domineering queen. When Xiaorong was afraid of being cheated, but didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he simply took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the car's license plate, then sent it to his friend and left a message, and the other party replied with an okay gesture. After receiving the reply, when Xiaorong got into the nanny car with peace of mind, Ningyu told the driver, "Go to Blue Island Coffee." After that, he asked Wen Xiaorong again, "Are you okay with this?" When Xiaorong nodded, okay. Since it was a public place, she had nothing to be afraid of. The car soon arrived at Blue Island Coffee, and Ningyu brought people into the private room. When Xiaorong asked cautiously, "Miss, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ningyu sat down and said straight to the point, "I've already told you that I want you to act in a few scenes, but my scenes are a little special." Half an hour later, the two walked out of the cafe. Ningyu got in the car and left. When Xiaorong now had an extra contract to her hand, a contract that allowed her to buy a good house in her hometown, and a car even if she didn't make any movies or enter the entertainment industry. Yen family. Yen Haotian has been a little unhappy these past 2 days. No, he has been unhappy for quite some time. He received news last month that Southern Home Furnishing stock price might increase. So, he sent someone to check it out, but by the time he got the confirmed news, it was already the end of November, and only a small amount of stocks were acquired, far below his expectations. Fortunately, this time, he didn't have to worry about being discovered for embezzling public funds. The amount used was too small, his own money was enough, and he didn't use the company's money at all. Moreover, seeing that the share price of Southern Home Furnishing has been rising, he did not feel happy, but rather a little disappointed. In the past 2 days, The share price of Southern Home Furnishing has stabilized, which made him even more unhappy, because he did not know whether he should sell the stocks in his hands. Therefore, Yan Qingqing is destined not to get the heart of Paris that was worth tens of millions in the previous life in this life. The news that the Ning family had bought a small truck spread throughout the building. The fat lady on the second floor was particularly talkative. Ning's father and mother were already very busy looking after the online store every day, but this lady seemed to be waiting in the corridor, and she caught Ning's mother red-handed when she went out to take out the trash. "Sister-in-law, it's great that your daughter is back. Girls from rich families are different. It hasn't been long since your family got a car." Ning's mother could only smile awkwardly. Nowadays, almost everyone has a car at home. Their family was the most difficult in the community. They didn't have much savings and they only had this one house but no car. Of course there is no loan, because all their money was used to train their previously adopted daughter. Well, the money for the car was indeed paid by my family, but this money has nothing to do with the Yen family. The money was earned by my daughter herself. The fat lady kept saying, but she didn't believe it at all. Even if the small truck was not valuable, it would still cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where could a little girl like Ningyu earn so much money? Mother Ning finally got rid of the fat lady's entanglement. When she returned home, she couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. The door was not closed just now, so the father and daughter in the house naturally heard what had happened just now. The three of them were a little helpless, but then they still did what they had to do. Ningyu's final grades were released 3 days later. She got full marks in math and English, 288 points in comprehensive science, 118 points in Chinese, a total score of 706 points, ranking first in the class and fifth in the school. This result caused a sensation in the class group. One by one, they were madly at Ningyu, asking her how she learned. Ningyu responded with a few words, and then went offline. From being ranked over 400 in the grade, they jumped to the top 5 in just over a month. It was not just the 50 students in class 13 who were shocked. For example, Yan Qingqing wanted to check her grades, and then unexpectedly found Ningyu, who was ahead of her. How is this possible? Didn't mom say that her grades were very bad? How could she be 5th in the grade? She only ranked 21st in her class and 42nd in the grade. How is this possible? Mrs. Yen was sitting on the side waiting for her daughter to report her grades. She noticed that her daughter's face was becoming more and more ugly, so she leaned over to take a look. Then she was also surprised, because she saw Ningyu's name at a glance. Mrs. Yen continued to search in disbelief, and finally saw Yan Qingqing's name at number 42. How is this possible? Her best score in the past was never in the top 300, but this time she ranked 5th in the grade. Could it be that someone leaked the test questions to her? Yan Qingqing was interrupted by her and finally came back to her senses. Mom, how could it be a leak? You must have misunderstood my sister. Maybe my sister has been hiding her strength before, and she showed it this time. Mrs. Yen knew in her heart that it was unlikely that the answer to the question would be revealed, but she was still unwilling to accept it. That dead girl should have been unknown after leaving the Yen family. Qingqing and her family was the most capable, but she never expected that Qingqing would be the one who was suppressed this time. Mom understands. You must be unaccustomed to the new school. In fact, this score is already very good. Mom asked about the number of students admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University last year. There were 35 students. As long as you work a little harder, you will definitely be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Yan Qingqing bit her lip and said, Mom, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely study hard. Madam Yen said with relief. Qingqing, remember not to take irrelevant people or things too seriously. You are the daughter of my Yen family, and your starting point is much higher than those people. When they graduate in the future, they will have to work hard to find a job. You can come to their own company for an internship at any time. Your father will also give you some shares of the company, so even if you do nothing in the future, you can still get dividends. But you are going to marry the future head of the Gong family, so you must have a good education. How can you be worthy of him if you don't get into Tsinghua University or Peking University? Yan Qingqing nodded, but she didn't agree in her heart. Gong Yuza really liked her. When she was not yet a member of the Yen family, he said that he would definitely marry her. He loved her, but he never loved her identity, education, or anything else. He only loved her as a person. However, Mom was not wrong. Brother Gong was so outstanding, and she had to be outstanding enough to be worthy of him. The online store business of Ning's father and mother is getting better and better. Ning's mother feels that it's better to let one sheep be shepherded than two sheep. She simply tries to contact some handmade accessories to sell with clothes. They're selling very well. She also bought a batch of men's clothing, which also sells well. The couple has bought a new computer each. They are so busy every day that they can't rest for a while. They are so busy that they don't stop until the day before the Chinese New Year. After the final accounting, the couple earned a total of more than 40,000 yuan after deducting expenses in just over 2 months. This amount was definitely beyond their expectations. Having made money, one must be in a good mood. The family of 3 had a happy new year. The 3rd year of high school started school on the 8th day after the new year. When Ningyu entered the classroom, most of the students had come to class. As soon as she entered the classroom, she was greeted with the attention of the whole class. Ningyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people, but she had to pretend to be calm and indifferent. In fact, her steps had already increased to twice the speed, and she returned to her seat in a few quick steps. Li Dantang said excitedly, "Ningyu, you can do it. I really didn't expect that you are actually a hidden academic master. According to school rules, each class has 2 transfer out or transfer in quotas per semester. You, who are ranked 5th in the grade, can enter the 1st class." Ningyu said indifferently, "It's the second half of the 3rd year of high school. How can I change classes?" It's not that you can't transfer in the second half of senior year, but this has never happened before. If she were a freshman in high school, she would definitely switch to the best class. But now the college entrance examination is coming soon, and she has to use the last 3 months to improve her scores in comprehensive science and Chinese. She is not satisfied with her Chinese score of 118 and her comprehensive science score of 288. She and Yen Qingqing were not on the same battlefield. No one noticed that a student who used to sleep as soon as the class started was actually sitting in his seat and studying quietly. In the following days, Ningyu immersed herself in various test papers. Class 13 produced a student who ranked 5th in the whole grade. All the teachers showed her care and concern, the most important of which was to give her test papers. Fortunately, Ningyu worked very hard, and her scores improved in every small test, most notably in Chinese. By the time of the first placement test, she had already scored 129 points. Her comprehensive science score also improved by 5 points to 293 points, with a total score of 722, making her the second best student in a high school, only 3 points behind the first in the grade. Yen Qingqing almost gritted her teeth when she saw the result, because she didn't know how her result dropped to 62nd place, and her total score was 7 points less. That night she went home and smashed several items in her room to pieces. Because her grades were dropping, she was too embarrassed to tell Gong Yuza, but she cried on Madame Yan's shoulder, which made Madame Yan so angry that she wanted to pull Ningyu in front of her and slap her hard and break her legs so that she could never go to school again. Of course, this was just a thought, and it was still a long way to go before it could be implemented. After all, it was not that serious yet, and it was also illegal. Mrs. Yen scolded Ningyu for a long time in order to appease her daughter. Yen Qingqing's fragile heart was finally soothed. She rolled her eyes and thought of a plan again. "Mom, you should pay attention to Sister Ningyu. She has been away from home for such a long time, and her parents are unemployed. She may have a hard time. After all, she has lived by your side for more than 10 years. I don't know what she misses about you." After the college entrance examination, you can also help her choose a good university. She will definitely be very happy. Mrs. Yen understood what her daughter meant. She just wanted to disturb Ningyu's mood and make her fail in the college entrance examination. As for helping her choose a school, with a score of more than 700 points, she could only choose Peking University and Tsinghua University. Why would she need help from others? As soon as the school started, Ningyu handed over all the funds in her hands to Li Jingmin to buy pork concept stocks. In addition, Li Jingmin rented a lot of cold storage in advance and imported a large number of pork from abroad to ease the pressure on domestic pork. It can be regarded as giving back to society. Seeing that the share prices of pork and agricultural products-related stocks on the stock market have been rising, Li Jingmin is so happy that every day is like New Year's Day. What he thinks most all day long is that surviving a disaster will bring him good fortune in the future. What made him happiest was that his son Li Mingrui was actually motivated. After the Chinese New Year, he urged him to find several tutors for him. According to the tutors, his grades have been slowly improving. Children in the third year of junior high school also have to take monthly exams. When the school started, his grades were still outside the top 1,000 in the whole grade, but by the time of the monthly exam, he was already over 600th. Although his total score was still pitifully low and he couldn't even get into a better high school, Li Jingmin was very happy because his child's efforts were not just talked about, but had been put into action. After the monthly exam, there was a day off in the senior year of high school. Li Jingmin asked her to have dinner with him, and Li Mingrui naturally followed. In just 2 months, Ningyu felt that he seemed to have made a lot of progress. "I've grown taller." Li Mingrui smiled and showed his 2 small canine teeth. "I listened to my sister and started running every day. I rode a bicycle to and from school instead of taking the car. I also ate nutritious meals every day. My dad said I would definitely grow to 1.9 meters tall." Ningyu glanced at his current height. "That's not necessary, 1.9 meters. How tall should you look for a girlfriend?" Li Jingmin looked at his son and then at Ningyu. His lips curled up slightly. "Okay, you two, take a seat and order the dishes first." Li Mingrui unceremoniously called over the waiter. "My sister likes seafood, but not ginger. She has no other requirements. Just pick the good ones." Li Jingmin, you little slipped. He clearly remembers his sister's love for him, but he totally forgets about his old father. But forget it. Even if he is asked to order, he has to order according to Ningyu's taste. "What kind of dishes should I choose?" "Just eat whatever is available." The waiter took his orders and left, and Li Jingmin started chatting with Ningyu. "You have such good grades. What major do you plan to choose in college?" Ningyu did not hide it. "Materials science, please." Materials science is her first goal. If she has enough time, she will definitely learn more, but she will have to wait and see after she goes to school. Li Jingmin said, "I thought you would choose a major in finance or management." "I really don't know much about material science. Studying plastics, alloys, glass, etc." The waiter had already started serving the dishes. Li Mingrui didn't say anything. He waited for his father to pick up the chopsticks before picking up the food for Ningyu. Ningyu smiled at him, saying, "You eat too." A person who laughs often, no matter how beautiful her smile is, will seem dull after being seen too much. But a person who never likes to smile occasionally curls his lips, like a flash of flower, which makes people feel amazing at first sight. Li Mingrui just felt that his sister Yu was so beautiful when she smiled that he was stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He felt that the school beauty of their school was directly outshined by Sister Ningyu. Li Shimin watched this scene and thought to himself, Ningyu is 18 this year, his son is 15, and his daughter is 3 years older than him, so she will be a rich man. If these 2 children are successful, then he can safely hand over the company to this boy. Foolish boy. Eat something quickly. Li Mingrui's face turned slightly red. He quickly picked up the dishes and put them into the bowl. Then he kept silent. This was too embarrassing. He was actually staring at his sister in a trance. Li Mingrui ate while chatting with Ningyu. The price of pork has doubled compared to when we first bought it. The growth is too fast. I am lucky to have benefited from you again. Ningyu said, it's me and Mr. Li who benefited from this. I left the Yen family with nothing. I didn't take anything with me except the clothes I was wearing and a cell phone. If it weren't for you, how could I have such a large amount of liquid funds? What are your plans next? When the pork craze is over, the college entrance examination will be over soon. I'll find a job to earn money for my studies. It will be a form of exercise.
Li Jingmin, I am speechless, absolutely speechless.
A 9-digit net worth. Oh, after June, her 9-digit net worth will definitely not start with 1. Does she still need to work part-time to pay for her studies? Okay, he is out of date and doesn't understand what the young people are thinking nowadays. But he still has a son. Mingrue, you can go to work study with your sister Ningyue during the holidays. Lee Mingrue. No. What does it have to do with him? He is only 15 and he wants to work and study. Does that count as child labor? Li Zhengmin asked Ningyu out today just to keep in touch with him. There was really no real business. After dinner, the father and son sent Ningyu back home. Gong Yuze made an appointment to meet a client at a Western restaurant. Around 6 o'clock, he entered the restaurant with his assistant. As the door of the restaurant opened, a fragrant breeze blew in. A girl in a light-colored dress with long black hair hanging down, had curved eyebrows and eyes, and she didn't even have any makeup on. When the two passed by each other, the girl turned her head and smiled at him, then disappeared from his sight. Until the meeting ended and the assistant sent him home, he could still clearly remember the girl's elegant fragrance and her smile that was as bright as summer flowers and as warm as the sun. The next day, at the same time, he couldn't help but show up in the Western restaurant again. However, the girl did not show up until the end of the meal. When leaving, Gong Yuze felt a little disappointed. In April, the Ning family hired 2 employees to be responsible for the operation of the online store, communication with customers, and delivery. Ning's mother found all kinds of ways to prepare food for Ningyu and supplement her nutrition, which caused Ningyu to gain 3 or 4 pounds. Ning's father also had some free time and was responsible for picking up Ningyu from school every day. Soon, Ning's father's small van became a unique landscape at the entrance of No. 1 high school. Yan Qingqing had seen Ning's father several times at the school gate. She was good at disguising herself and deliberately took the initiative to talk to Ning's father. Then she introduced him to her classmates as Ningyu's father. The way her classmates looked at Ning's father was very intriguing. Father Ning never talked to Yan Qingqing again after that. He was honest and not stupid. The disdain and ridicule in Yan Qingqing's eyes when she spoke to him were too obvious. This made him doubt whether Yan Qingqing was really the child he and his wife had raised with great effort. Yan Qingqing deliberately showed the poverty of the Ning family in front of her classmates. The couple had worked hard for half their lives, but they finally bought a car that cost less than 100,000 yuan. Isn't this poverty? However, Ningyu did not take those rumors seriously at all. She went to and from school in Ning's father's car every day and introduced Ning's father to her classmates. Then those parents were jealous. He was the top student in the grade and the top student in the first high school. He would definitely be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. The expected effect was not achieved, and Yan Qingqing was so angry that she smashed things twice at home. During the second mock exam, Yan Qingqing's grades dropped again. Ningyu felt that this had something to do with the fact that she had put all her thoughts into scheming against her. Some people have always been successful, so their psychological endurance is relatively poor. Once they encounter a little bit of misfortune, they will become unstable. Yan Qingqing is obviously such a person. In addition, as a poor woman who had suddenly become rich, her dressing style had changed a lot since she returned to the Yan family. To put it bluntly, she was a little vain and always liked to show off to the people around her how valuable the things on her were, how rich their Yan family was, how good her parents were to her, and how much her fiancé loved her. All these would dilute her concentration, and coupled with Ningyu's grades being firmly above hers, she became even more upset, and a drop in her grades was inevitable. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but tear up when she looked at her mock exam results. 617 points was 71 points lower than her transfer exam score. His grade ranking also fell out of the top 100, and his grades were terribly low. It shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't have scored so low. She should be the top student in the grade, not Ningyu, who is inferior to her in every way. Yan Qingqing, come with me to the office. Yan Qingqing bit her lip. She knew what the head teacher was going to say to her. She slowly stood up and walked out of the classroom under the gaze of the whole class. The head teacher of Class 1 is a special teacher who has produced 2 top scorers and a first prize winner in the mathematical Olympiad. He usually looks very serious and has a separate office. Yen Qingqing felt a little guilty standing in front of the head teacher. 10 minutes later, Yen Qingqing walked out of the office with her head down. She didn't want to go to class at all. She couldn't understand why her grades dropped so quickly. Feeling aggrieved, she simply hid in the bathroom and called Gong Yuza. However, the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Yen Qingqing couldn't help but frown. This had never happened before. Even when Gong Yuza went to a meeting, he would bring his cell phone with him. If it was inconvenient for him to answer the call, he would send her a message. Gong Yuza was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. When he reached out to pick up the phone, the call was hung up. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Gong Yuza sat up from the bed, and his confused mind finally became clear. The messy bed, the scratch marks on the chest, made him realize that everything that happened last night was real. However, he was the only one on the bed. He walked around the room, but couldn't find anyone. The woman actually ran away early. He picked up the phone and immediately called his assistant. Mr. Gong, make a copy of all the surveillance footage from Shilin Hotel last night. Okay, Mr. Gong. After hanging up the phone, Gong Yuza took out a cigarette and started smoking. He didn't expect to meet the girl he had met once here last night, and he didn't expect that at the banquet, a woman who didn't know how to live or die would drug him in order to get close to him. He was almost taken advantage of. Fortunately, when he returned to the room, he saw the girl, and then he was saved, and the person who was taken advantage of became the girl with a smile as bright as a flower. The ringing of the cell phone pulled Gong Yuza back from his thoughts. The name of the caller was Qingqing. The smile on Gong Yuza's lips disappeared, and he answered the phone immediately. Qingqing, I was in the bathroom just now, and was about to call you back. Yen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Gong, I miss you. Gong Yuza thought about what happened last night and felt somewhat guilty. I'll pick you up later and have lunch together. I miss Qingqing too. Yen Qingqing immediately jumped up in joy. Okay, I'll wait for you at school. Brother Gong, drive slowly. After hanging up the phone, Gong Yuza went directly to the bathroom to wash up, then got ready and drove to No. 1 high school. Yen Qingqing had no intention of paying attention to the next class. When lunchtime came, she ran to the school gate at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When Gong Yuza saw her coming out, he got out of the car, opened the door, and stuffed the person in. The car door closed, blocking everyone's sight. Gong Yuza kissed her on the lips. Yen Qingqing lowered her head shyly and did not notice that Gong Yuza's eyes darkened for a moment, but only for a moment, and then he returned to normal. The lunch break is limited, so I'll reserve a table at the Japanese restaurant you like. Is that okay? Yen Qingqing's face flushed red at this time. Of course, I can eat anything as long as I'm with Brother Gong. Gong Yuza looked at her blushing little face and uttered a low laugh, and the blue sports car whizzed forward. At the same time, Ningyu also saw the photos sent by Wen Xiaorong. After seeing them, Ningyu said nothing, but transferred another sum of money to her. In the afternoon, Ningyu was also called to the office. The head teacher of class 13 is named Qian. When Ningyu first came, she was very wise and allowed Ningyu to develop freely. She is a good teacher who knows how to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. She called Ningyu here to tell her to keep a normal mind and not put too much pressure on herself. If she keeps up the pace, she will be able to get into the top university and even compete for the top spot in the college entrance examination in Beijing. Ningyu sat obediently and listened. Yes, she sat. She was in class 13 now. No, she should be the key protected person in the minds of the dean and even the principal. They were afraid that she would be affected by some small things around her and perform poorly in the college entrance examination. If you have any questions about your studies, feel free to ask. All our teachers can answer your questions at any time. The teachers' mobile phones are turned on 24 hours a day. If you have any difficulties at home, you can also ask them. And you don't have to care about the rumors in school. We can't decide who our parents are, but we can decide who our future will be. You understand the big principles better than the teachers, so I won't say more. Just one more month until the college entrance exam. Your hard work these days will yield results. You must persevere. Don't talk about Yen Qingqing from Class 1. When she came here, she took the entrance exam and scored 687 points, which put her in the top 30 in the whole school. But it hasn't been long since then, and she has fallen out of the top 100. The Yen family is a wealthy family, and even if Yen Qingqing doesn't go to school, she will not be without a job or money, so the head teacher of Class 1 gave up the idea of calling the parents. Time passed quickly, and soon it was June. Ningyu and Yen Qingqing's birthdays were both on June 2nd. On June 1st, Yen Qingqing deliberately came to Class 13 and invited Ningyu in a very ostentatious tone. "My family is planning to hold an 18th birthday party for me tomorrow. It won't be a big one with only our family members. Sister Ning, come too. You haven't been home for a few months. Mom misses you very much." Ningyu. It means she is heartless and has no conscience. "I won't go. Happy birthday to you. Last year, Mr. Yen and Mrs. Yen said that they would give me some shares of the company when I turn 18. I believe you will receive this gift tomorrow. I have an unpleasant personality, and Madam Yen and Mr. Yen don't like me very much. Since you are so liked by them, I'm sure you will get a lot of shares." Yen Qingqing's eyes suddenly became dazed, and it was obvious that she was in a slight storm. Mom did say she would give her some shares, but she thought they were to be given to her as a dowry when she got married. She was given shares at the age of 18. Fortunately, she met Gong Yuza and found her biological parents in advance. Otherwise, wouldn't this part of the shares be given to Ningyu, the fake one? Also, Ningyu is not liked by the Yen family, but she is different. Her parents and brother like her very much. At least she should get 10% of the shares, right? She knew that her eldest brother held 10% of the shares, which must have been given to him by his parents when he came of age. Although she is a daughter, her parents owe her 17 years, and they said with their own mouths that they love her, so they can't give her less than her eldest brother, right? Thinking of the 10% shares of Yen Group, Yen Qingqing suddenly lost the mood to show off to Ningyu. Anyway, she didn't really come to invite Ningyu to her birthday party, so she turned around and left. Ningyu looked at her back. The diamond hairpin on her head had been changed again, and the shoes on her feet were limited edition. However, when she took a quick glance just now, she saw that Yen Qingqing was wearing a diamond necklace around her neck. Although it was also worth about 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, it was not the heart of Paris. Ningyu gave a meaningful smile. It seemed that as long as she didn't follow the original owner's original route, many things would change. This afternoon, Yen Qingqing was in no mood to attend classes for half a day. She even didn't want to go to the evening self-study class. But thinking of Mrs. Yan's dissatisfaction with her grades, Yen Qingqing forced herself to hold back. The next day, she had to go to school as usual, and the Yen family sent someone to pick her up to celebrate her birthday after class in the afternoon. In the original owner's previous life, the Yen family celebrated the birthday of the two of them together. Yen Qingqing received many gifts. Old Master Yen gave her a villa, Yen Haotian gave her a sports car worth more than 8 million yuan, and Yan's mother gave her a set of jewelry worth hundreds of millions of yuan that she had kept in the bottom of her box. She also received 8% of the Yen family shares. The original owner did not receive any gifts, and the excuse given by the Yen family was, "You have received enough gifts before, and we owe Qingqing too much, so we will not prepare any gifts for you. Otherwise, Qingqing will definitely be sad." Even Buddha would be saddened by such a completely different treatment. What's more, the original owner was just a young girl who had just reached adulthood. One can imagine the loss and embarrassment she felt. I just don't know whether the Yen family will be willing to give her so many shares this time. In the Yen family's big villa, Mrs. Yen did not invite too many guests to celebrate for her daughter. The main reason was that she was afraid that it would affect her college entrance examination results. It was enough for the family to have a meal together and then hold a lively graduation banquet after her college admission notice came out. Yen Qingqing had no objection to this decision. What she was most concerned about now was how many shares her parents would give her. However, the truth is bound to disappoint her. In his previous life, Yen Haotian made a lot of money for the company because of his investment in Southern Home Furnishing, and most importantly, he established his own prestige in the company. Mr. Yen was very pleased and gave him 15% of his shares. Mr. Yen was not greedy for power. Thinking that his son was capable, he wanted to hand over the company to him. So he divided his shares, gave 5% to his son, kept 5% for himself, and gave the remaining 5% to his daughter. Out of compensation, Mr. Yen also gave Yen Qingqing 3% of the shares, which is why she got 8% of the shares. It's different now. Yen Haotian didn't achieve any unexpected results, so old Master Yen naturally didn't think of giving shares to his grandson. Then Mr. Yen wouldn't give the shares to his son, and Yen Qingqing wouldn't receive 8% of the shares, let alone the 10% she thought she would get. As for Yen Haotian, he himself was still not feeling well, so he had no time to care about Yen Qingqing. So when Yen Qingqing received a diamond watch from Mr. Yen and an emerald necklace from Mrs. Yen, her face darkened completely. Although the diamond watch given by Mr. Yen was worth 7 figures and the jade necklace given by Mrs. Yen was worth tens of millions, they were nothing compared to the shares of Yen's company. Even the set of top-quality jewelry worth nearly 20 million yuan that Gong Yuze gave her couldn't make her happy at all. She was unhappy in her heart, but she couldn't show it in front of others. She had to put on a smile and say she liked it. In the end, this guy was also ruthless. He simply drank 2 more glasses, pretended to be drunk, and went back to the room early. Gong Yuze helped her onto the bed and asked the servant to feed her some sobering soup. Then he went downstairs, chatted with Mr. Yan's family for a while, and left. The assistant was awesome. He got the hotel video from yesterday and also found the woman he had an affair with the day before yesterday. She turned out to be a student at a film school. The blue top-of-the-line sports car roared towards Jingying. Ningyu, who successfully planted a seed in Yen Qingqing's heart, studied hard and practiced exercises every day. His life was plain but fulfilling. Time passed quickly, and the college entrance examination came. Ningyu was in a very calm mood. For someone who had a system, the college entrance examination was really nothing special. But it was different for Ning's parents. They were so nervous that they couldn't sleep the whole night. They got up early the next day to prepare breakfast and then sent Ningyu to the examination room to take the exam. Ningyu knew that it was useless to persuade them, so she let the 2 of them accompany her throughout the whole process. It was not until the last exam was finished that the family of 3 all breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if Ning's parents had discussed it beforehand. They didn't ask Ningyu a single question about how she did on the exam. They dragged her to a nearby upscale restaurant for a Chinese meal and then played in the square for more than an hour before going home. After the college entrance examination, Ningyu started to do serious work. The original owner married the domestic violence man 3 years later, but Ningyu couldn't wait that long and had to take revenge as soon as possible. The man's name was Li Qingrong. He was 41 years old and was the president of Yaoyang Entertainment Company. Ningyu suspected that the reason why the Yen family in the original owner's previous life let her marry Li Qingrong was entirely because of Yen Qingqing. Because Yaoyang Entertainment invested 400 million yuan in a big production at that time, not long after the 2 got married, Yen Qingqing became the leading heroine of that fairy tale drama, and the drama was a huge success after it was filmed, and several investors made a fortune. The male and female protagonists and the male and female supporting actors in the drama were all popular, and even those minor supporting roles gained hundreds of thousands of fans. It can be said that the drama made a large number of people famous. At this time, Li Qingrong's wife Jiang Shirhan was still alive and well. They had a daughter, who was in junior high school. However, the child attended a full-time boarding school and only went home once a month. Yaoyang Entertainment is a company with a market value of billions, and Li Qingrong is a major shareholder. He has no shortage of money, so how could he bear to let his child live in school at such a young age? It is obvious that Li Qingrong must be at odds with his wife, and he might even beat Jiang Shirhan. Jiang Shirhan was afraid that her daughter would be scared, so she sent her to a full-time boarding school. Jiang Shirhan was dead in the original owner's life. Otherwise, it would not be the original owner's turn to marry Li Qingrong. In order to resolve the issue of Li Qingrong as soon as possible, Ningyu contacted a private detective and planned to check Li Qingrong's background first. In the coffee shop, Ningyu looked at the bearded man in front of her and felt a little speechless. Of course, she saw the same meaning in the other person's eyes. As a private detective, he must be good at all kinds of disguises, so he can tell at a glance that Ningyu's long hair is fake and her pretended maturity is also fake. Because Ningyu was in disguise, he could naturally see that the other person's beard was fake, his forehead wrinkles were fake, and even his height was fake. The other person was at least 5 centimeters taller. My last name is Hu, and I'm the director of the Hu Lie Detective Agency. Ningyu. I was speechless. It was the first time she heard such a weird name for a detective agency. All right, who cares what kind of detective agency it is as long as the job is done properly? Thinking of this, she took out a stack of information from her bag and asked, "Help me track him. How much will it cost?" Hu Songbai took the file bag but didn't rush to read it. "What do you want to know?" "My cousin is being abused, and she wants a divorce." Hu Songbai understood immediately that the man wanted to get evidence of domestic violence or infidelity from the other party so that he could get more assets during the divorce. "Give me a 50,000 deposit first. Our detective agency charges by the day. I will send you messages every day until I find what you need." Ningyu took out a black plastic bag from her bag and threw it on the table. "If you can find evidence that he committed a crime, I will pay more. Don't delay it for too long." Hu Songbai said, "Don't worry, our detective agency only takes one job at a time. As long as he does it, we will definitely be able to find out. After all, they are a mature detective agency, and there is no privacy that their Hu Lie Detective Agency cannot find out." After getting a satisfactory answer, Ningyu left because she had to meet 2 more people later. But she couldn't meet people in her current appearance and had to change back to her original attire. Liha Group often receives projects seeking investment, and naturally many projects will be eliminated. Those eliminated projects gave Ningyu a lot of inspiration. It just so happened that the money invested in pork stocks would be recovered soon, and she wanted to reuse the money. Jixing Games is a small game studio with only about 20 people. The company's chief creator is a junior student at Tsinghua University, and the other employees are also his classmates. These people are good at designing games, but they don't have much money, and it has been exhausted. They can't get investment, and if there is no more capital injection, their small studio will have to disband. The place we agreed to meet was in a Chinese restaurant near the Jixing Games studio. "Excuse me, are you Miss Ning?" Ningyu looked at the tall and thin boy in front of her and nodded. "Fong Weisheng? Please sit down." Fong Weisheng smiled and then sat opposite Ningyu. He didn't expect that the person who contacted him on the phone to invest in his game room would be so young. "Ms. Ning, let's get straight to the point. Our studio accepts investment, but I don't want you to interfere with the development of the studio. This game took 28 of us 2 years and countless efforts to complete. I don't want anyone to ruin it." Ningyu. "Okay, but I want to know how much investment you need, and what is the maximum share I can get?" Fong Weisheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "You don't even look at how our game is doing, and you ask this? Is this appropriate? It feels like Miss Ning is a little too casual." Ningyu picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying, "Let's talk about the first question first, then we'll have to talk about the next one. Also, do you think I would be here if I didn't understand?" Fong Weisheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His Adam's apple slid up and down eagerly. Why did he feel that the aura of the person in front of him was stronger than his, and it was almost suffocating him? "I can give Miss Ning 20% of the shares for 20 million. To be honest, he asked for the 20 million with great courage. Although their online game Jiang Huxing took nearly 2 years to develop, the investment in time and money was about 7 million, which included their computer rent and their basic living guarantee. 20 million, and he would be willing to give more shares. But talking about business? Of course, we have to talk slowly. Ningyu said, "If I want 50% of the shares, doesn't that mean I have to invest 50 million? Fong Weisheng. Which rich family did this young lady come from? 50% is not enough. I want absolute say." Ningyu. "As for the 49%, if it works out for you, we can continue to talk. If not, forget it. Also, if your game can meet some of my requirements, I can make additional investments." Fong Weisheng. "So what exactly do you want?" Ningyu said, Have you ever thought about it? If one person can only register one number in your game, and the gold coins in it can be exchanged for cash at a ratio of 110 or 1 to 100, what will happen? Fong Weisheng. What else can I do? A game that can be exchanged for cash will definitely attract a large number of people to register for the game. With popularity, not to mention other things, the built-in advertisements alone can make a lot of money. But this is unrealistic. Ningyu had anticipated his idea and added, "We cannot officially exchange cash, but we can set up a special exchange team." Then she told him her plan. The contract was signed and the payment would be made within 3 days. After Fong Weisheng returned to the studio, he told his employees the good news. There was a burst of cheers in the office. Next, Fong Weisheng called a meeting of several shareholders of the company. After that, Zhixing's studio underwent a series of changes. New people were recruited, the studio was changed to Zhixing Game Company, and advertising was also launched. When Ningyu checked her college entrance examination scores, she opened her computer and saw a small advertisement for Jiang Huxing. Before the results came out, she kept receiving calls from various colleges, but no one told her how many points she had scored, so she had to check it herself. Ning's father and mother were anxious, but did not dare to rush her. Seeing that she finally turned on the computer, they all held their breath and stood behind Ningyu, staring at the computer screen without blinking. Soon after the test number was entered, Ningyu's name appeared on the screen, with a total score of 738 points, ranking first. Ning's mother shouted excitedly, "First, Yaya got first place. Am I seeing right? Is that right?" Father Ning's mood fluctuated so much that his face turned red. "Yes, you read that right. Our daughter got first place in the exam." After the college entrance examination results came out, Ningyu naturally had to go to the school to apply. Several teachers in class 13 were so happy to see her that they couldn't stop smiling. After all, their bonuses were secured. When she returned to the class, although the classmates had expected it, their attitude towards her was greatly different when they knew that Ningyu had been admitted as the top student in science in Beijing. The monitor came to Ningyu's seat and pushed the desk in front of Ningyu away. "Ningyu, you are really good. If you don't make a name for yourself, you will be amazing. Tell me, which department did you apply to in Tsinghua University?" What Bai Yi hated most was the class monitor getting close to Ningyu, but she was afraid of arousing the class monitor's disgust, so she forced herself to endure it. Materials science. The monitor was amazed after hearing this. "Great, this is a subject he has no interest in at all. Let's get together in the evening. He is going abroad soon, so let's see him off, just the 4 of us." The 4 people he mentioned, of course, included Li Dantang. He will go abroad in half a month, and he will definitely go to university abroad. Ningyu was surprised. She didn't feel that she had any friendship with He, and she didn't understand why she needed to see He off when he went abroad, so she naturally refused. Even Li Dantang's repeated instigation was of no use. The squad leader glanced in He's direction, then shrugged helplessly. He's eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. Number 1 high school has had top students in science in previous years, but the last time was 3 years ago, so the school attached great importance to it and hung several banners. Reporters even came to the school for interviews. Ningyu simply stayed away from them, but the school did not have such concerns, and the principal showed off his pride. Ning's parents were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. The neighbors in the community also learned that Ningyu had become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Those who knew her ran to Ning's house to congratulate her. Ning's parents also called their own relatives, and the house was really lively for a few days. Compared with the Ning family's happiness, Yan Qingqing, who also knew her college entrance examination results, looked as ugly as her name color. Not to mention being the city's top scorer in the college entrance examination, her total score was only 576, not even close to Peking University or Tsinghua University. But she is not worried about not being able to go to university. Mrs. Yan's face wasn't very good either, because not only was Yan Qingqing's college entrance examination score lower than she expected, but Ningyu's status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination also made her feel suffocated. So when Yen Qingqing was crying heartbrokenly, she only gave her a few words of advice and then went out to shop with her friends in a bad mood. Yen Qingqing knew that her mother was not happy with her, and she hated Ningyu to death in her heart. She always felt that it was because of Ningyu that she affected her mentality, otherwise her grades would not be so bad. After Gong Yuza arrived, Yen Qingqing nestled in his arms and cried, "Brother Gong, I want to act. I want to be an actor. Anyway, I didn't do well in the exam, so I might as well go into acting, which is also my favorite industry. You will support me, right?" Gong Yuza was slightly stunned, then nodded affirmatively. "As long as you want, Brother Gong will support you. Don't you just want to act? Whatever role you want, Brother Gong will help you get it." Yen Qingqing finally burst into laughter after getting a satisfactory answer, and then kissed Gong Yuza on the lips. Neither the Yen family nor the Gong family has an entertainment company. Do you have any entertainment company you want to join? Or I can just set up an entertainment company just to promote you. Yen Qingqing said, "Don't worry. When I have a good work, will I be afraid that no company will want to sign me? As for opening an entertainment company alone, it is completely unnecessary. I want to take advantage of the summer vacation to be an extra and gain experience." Gong Yuza frowned immediately. "You are the eldest daughter of the Yen family. Acting as an extra is too hard and not suitable for you." Yen Qingqing said, "I don't want to be criticized when I become famous in the future, and I can learn a lot from being an extra, so I don't find it hard." After being kissed twice more, Gong Yuza reluctantly agreed to his girlfriend's request. Within 2 days after filling out the application form, Hu Songbai contacted Ningyu. As soon as he came up, he handed over a file bag. Ningyu took it, opened it, and looked at it. On it were photos of Jiang Shihan being beaten, as well as some medical records of Jiang Shihan's visits to the hospital. In addition, there is another stack which is a bit eye-catching. Li Qingrong had affairs with several female stars in his company. I suspect his wife found out that he was having affairs, and they had a quarrel, which led to domestic violence. In addition, Jiang Shihan had consulted this law firm on divorce issues many times, but the answers she received were not very good. Because Jiang Shihan didn't have a job, she was afraid that the custody of her daughter would fall into the hands of Li Qingrong. I specifically asked the lawyer she had consulted, Jean, and he said that although the woman would suffer a little in such a divorce lawsuit, she would still have an 80% chance of getting custody of the child. After all, the judge will also consider the wishes of the parties. Jiang Shihan's daughter is already 14 years old. Can't she express her true wishes in front of the judge? What happened next? Since they were so sure they could get a divorce, why did there be no news about it? The last time she came to the law firm was 3 months ago. Lawyer Jean said that she had injuries on her body that day, probably because she had just been beaten by Li Qingrong. From what Lawyer Jean said, it seems that her daughter doesn't want her parents to divorce. Jiang Shihan feels sorry for her daughter and probably has given up. Ningyu couldn't help but frown. Her own mother was suffering, and her daughter just watched and didn't want her parents to divorce. Such a child might as well give birth to a piece of barbecued pork. Anything else? Hu Songbai pulled out 2 photos from the files. This is the popular film Queen Chi Cheong. She has an illegitimate child who is 6 years old this year. His biological father is Li Qingrong. A few days ago, the child fell ill, and Li Qingrong went to the hospital to accompany him. I happened to take a picture of the 3 of them together. Ningyu took a look at the photo and found that the boy looked quite similar to Li Qingrong. But since he had an illegitimate child, why did Li Qingrong choose to marry the original owner after Jiang Shihan died in the previous life? Ningyu tapped the photo with her fingers. After a long while, she spoke. "Send someone to help me keep an eye on actress Chi. Pay more. Also keep an eye on Li Shuer. It would be best if you could record some of her usual remarks."
Hu Songbai was happy.
He asked for more money. It was fine if he asked for more money. "Don't worry about my work. I promise to find out everything about this actress Chi within 7 days." After Hu Songbai left, Ningyu looked at the pile of photos in deep thought. Yaoyang Company was a multi-billion-dollar company after all. If she wanted to take over Yaoyang, it seemed that she would have to set up an entertainment company as well. But she starts school in September. So Ningyu called Li Jungmin, and soon a voice came from the other end. Ningyu? You must have something to talk to me about.
Tell me.
After Ningyu's college entrance examination results came out, she had a meal with the father and son to sell a slip for her. But just a few days later, Ningyu took the initiative to call him. So there must be something going on. I do have something to ask for. I want to start an entertainment company or acquire one, but I don't know much about this area. Li Jungmin said, That's easy. Just find someone who knows the business. Also, I'll ask Assistant Lin to come over and help you keep things under control. I'll make sure that not a penny of your money is wasted. To be honest, ever since Ningyu saved him on the company rooftop last year, he not only owed Ningyu a great favor, but he also made hundreds of millions with her. That was hundreds of millions in pure profit. He not only owed her a favor, but also owed her a favor, and he didn't know how to repay her. Ningyu smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Li. Look, I've been calling you by your name for a long time, and Mingrui has also called you sister, but you keep calling me President Li. That's too distant. Ningyu readily followed suit. Uncle Li, Li Jingmin was happy now, that's right. By the way, if you don't have enough money to acquire the entertainment company, just let me know. Ningyu said, Don't you know how much money I have? In addition to the 50 million I used for investment a few days ago, the rest is all in my hands. It's more than enough to acquire a small entertainment company. Although all the funds in her hands came from Li Jingmin, she had no guilt in taking them, so she spoke of it openly. Please recommend, please vote for me, please collect me, please leave a message. In my opinion, if you want to make a big one. It doesn't matter if you spend a little more money. After all, you can make money by taking it. But since you want to make a small one, then I'll do as you say.
Li Jingmin said.
With the help of Assistant Lin, a professional manager was quickly found. He was Su Li, the former president of Ruijia Entertainment. The former chairman of Ruijia Entertainment had been ill for several years and had been recuperating, so he poached Su Li to work at Ruijia. It took Su Li 3 years to double the market value of Ruijia. However, the chairman's son returned from studying abroad and took over Ruijia directly. He was only willing to give Su Li a position as a public relations manager, so Su Li resigned. After contacting Su Li, Ningyu naturally wanted to meet him. Su Li was 31 years old this year and had a very calm temperament, but he happened to wear a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving people a sense of wisdom. Ningyu had a good first impression of him. Please take a seat. In the private restaurant, the two sat opposite each other. Although it was the first time they met, neither of them felt uncomfortable at all. Hello, I'm Su Li, Ningyu. If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon become your boss. Su Li raised his eyebrows. Did he approve of him? Wasn't that a bit hasty? Ningyu, I think Assistant Lin should have told you my request. Mr. Su, do you think you can't do it? Su Li unbuttoned his suit and poured Ningyu a cup of tea. I have a question for Miss Ning. I wonder if Miss Ning can help me solve it. Ningyu said expressionlessly. Speak. Ms. Ning is not short of money and has no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Why does she want to open an entertainment company? Ningyu, I will take 4 years to bring down a listed entertainment company. Su Li, that's really direct. Which company? Ningyu said bluntly, Yaorong. Are you sure, Mr. Su?
Su Li, Zhao Zhang.
Isn't the president of Yaoyong Company Li Qingrong? Li Qingrong is a bit dirty in private, but Miss Ning should not have anything to do with him. Being in the same circle as Li Qingrong, Su Li naturally knew something about Li Qingrong's character. Those pot-bellied bosses were considered good if they could find a lover properly. One-night stands, drugging, coercion, keeping 3 or 5 mistresses, and even more excessive things were not uncommon. As far as he knew, Li Qingrong had been involved with at least 7 or 8 female stars. Are you sure you can bring down Yaoyong within 4 years? Su Li said without hesitation. It's useless. Ningyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. If you can bring down Yaoyong within 4 years, I will give you 20% of the company's shares. Su Li frowned, and when he saw that Ningyu didn't look like she was joking, his face suddenly brightened. This pie is really big. But I'll take it, boss. Ningyu prepared 200 million yuan to acquire the entertainment company. Just 20% of this 200 million yuan is 40 million yuan. In addition to the later operations, if the company's market value cannot increase several times within 4 years, Su Li will have no need to gain a foothold in the business world. The two signed the employment contract immediately. Su Li was quite satisfied with the contract. After all, he had worked at Ruijia for 3 years without getting any shares, and he could be said to have been kicked out. Ningyu and Yaoyang have a grudge, so why shouldn't he be dissatisfied with Ruijia? It's not easy to meet a boss who is easy to talk to. The boss trusts him, so he naturally wants to repay him with his heart. Su Li acted quickly. Within a week, he acquired a small entertainment company with only 2 third-tier artists and a dozen trainees. He officially changed the name to Shengshi Entertainment. After that, he began to poach people on a large scale and asked a headhunting company to recruit several capable people. For example, the lyricist and composer Chai Ko was caught up in a plagiarism scandal. The gold medalist Gu Ran was exposed for forcing artists to sell. The director Wang Kun suffered a disastrous box office failure, and so on. In addition, a top-notch public relations team was recruited, and soon several major departments of the company were also set up. All of this took only more than a month. Su Li thought Ningyu would definitely ask about his actions, but Ningyu didn't react at all. When he took the initiative to call her, Ningyu only said one sentence to him. "Do what you think is right. The company belongs to me now, but in the near future it will belong to both of us. Of course, this future depends entirely on your ability. I still have to go to school and don't have much time, so I'll have to trouble you with the company's affairs."
Su Li.
He has figured out that the boss really just wants to be a hands-off boss. However, he must say that Ningyu's attitude really makes him very happy. If he can get the same treatment in Ruijia Entertainment, Ruijia's market value can at least double again. Let's not talk about the past. He will have to work hard for his company in the future. Working for others and working for yourself definitely require a different mentality. After a short period of training, several original trainees of Shengshi were quickly put into a talent show. As for the remaining 2 third-tier artists, they were evaluated by Gu Ran as being trainable, so Su Li hired professional teachers to teach them acting skills. In short, Shengshi quickly got on the right track. Ningyu was very busy during the 2 months of summer vacation. She was not busy with company matters, as she was just a hands-off boss. Instead, she was busy running to the library to read various books related to materials science, such as Fundamentals of Materials Science and Engineering, Introduction to Materials Science, Mechanical Behavior of Materials, Metal Mechanics, Polymer Physics, Polymer Chemistry, Plastics, etc. She was not idle after returning home. When Ning's parents were busy, she would also help with the online store matters. The small online store run by the couple was really booming, which made Ning's parents happy all day long. In August, Hu Songbai sent 2 more file bags. In addition to Li Qingrong's daily whereabouts, there was also a set of intimate photos of Qi Qiong and a young man named Lu Qing. The other one was full of audio recordings. Ningyu sent the first set of information to Su Li without saying a word, and attached photos of Queen Qi's family of 3, as well as exclusive private photos of Queen Qi and Li Qingrong. This kind of thing should be handed over to someone who knows the business, so that the photos can be used to their full potential. Su Li didn't expect it. He really didn't expect it, because the young and handsome guy named Lu Qing was the newcomer launched by Ruijia this year. He became famous for playing the 3rd male lead in a fairy tale drama, and then participated in a dating variety show. Film Queen Qi was also a regular guest of that variety show. This was how the 2 of them met. To be honest, the 2 of them have been together for more than 3 months. Actress Qi is from Yaoyang, and Lu Qing is an artist from Ruijia. It is really gratifying to hear the news of these 2 people being involved. The next day, the news of actress Qi's night meeting with young hunk Lu Qing was posted online. The account that broke the news was named I Have Information. It was a newly created account and had no fans at all. But as soon as the news came out, fans of actress Qi and Lu Qing quickly took over the topic. You have to know that Queen Qi is the winner of 3 major film awards, the #1 star in Yaoyang, and she is beautiful with more than 80 million fans. However, most of Lu Qing's fans are fans who only like his looks. Although he has only more than 3 million fans, all of them are like idiots. As soon as the revelations of I Have Information came out, his Weibo was attacked. In just 3 days, the number of followers of I Have Information increased from 0 to 930,000. Of course, these people came to scold him. Fans are good at deceiving themselves and finding all kinds of excuses, saying that the photo is dark and the person in it is not actress Chi at all. Of course, Lu Qing's fans also said that that was not their real person. However, 3 days later, I Have Information continued to release a group of photos, which were clear photos of actress Chi kissing a young hunk at the door of her house, with her hand reaching into Lu Qing's pants. The number of fans of Wowalayo has ushered in a new wave of growth, and the momentum is even stronger than 3 days ago. This time, most of the people following him have become passers-by. The number of fans, more than 2 million, is simply shocking to my whole family. Fans started to defend the two, saying what's wrong with the main character being single and dating, and it's not illegal for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to be together. Occasionally, passers-by would also say something, saying that it is indeed not illegal, but it is a bit too obscene. Soon, the relationship between actress Chi and Lu Qing rushed into the top 10 hot searches, and an hour later it entered the top 3 hot searches. Yaoyong Company and Ruijia Entertainment were in chaos. Queen Chi had just managed to coax Li Qingrong into submission 2 days ago, but this time he really pissed Li Qingrong off. He drove straight to Queen Chi's residence, which was the villa where Queen Chi and Lu Qing had spent the night together. Movie Queen Chi had done something wrong and was so scared when she saw Li Qingrong that she dared not speak. However, she was so angry that she could not control her temper at all. In the end, Movie Queen Chi was beaten unconscious by Li Qingrong. However, the story is not over yet. Someone else broke the news. This time it was not I Have News, but a netizen named House Collapsed posted a microblog. Look, this is the unmarried actress Chi in your mouth. She is not married, but her son is already 6 years old, and she is still cheating on her boyfriend. No wonder the actress Chi has such good resources in recent years. It turns out that she hooked up with the president of Yaoyong and gave birth to a big fat boy. Congratulations. Attached to the back are photos of actress Chi, Li Qingrong, and their children, as well as photos of Li Qingrong driving back to their love nest with actress Chi. The most important thing is that the curtains were not drawn. The two staged a good show of taking off each other's clothes. The hot search exploded again. The comments under the actress Chi's Weibo are almost all insults. No matter how blind the fans are, there are still many people with correct values. Li Qingrong has a wife. It can be said that actress Chi and Lu Qing are in love with each other, but she is not only cheating on Li Qingrong, she was also the third party. Not only did she interfere in other people's marriages, but she also gave birth to a son. No matter how much her fans like her, they can't stand it. As a result, Yaoyang's shares fell. Not to the point of hitting the limit, but falling for several consecutive days was enough to make people feel dizzy. After Ningyu listened to the recording file, she has been waiting for the truth about Li Qingrong and Qi Yingqueen. Her husband betrayed her, and her daughter was extremely selfish. There was really nothing to be nostalgic about in a marriage that would eventually cost Jiang Shirhan her life. Jiang Shirhan received a voice file. Yaoyang's number 1 sister had an accident these 2 days, and Li Qingrong had not returned home. Her life was actually better until she saw the photo of Li Qingrong and the mother and son of film Queen Chi. She was not sad, but just wanted to divorce madly. But when she thought of the scene of her daughter crying and saying that she wanted a complete family, her heart felt like being thrown into a boiling oil pan, and she was in great pain. Until she opened the voice file. Li Shuer, I'm telling you, please don't be angry. At a party a few days ago, my dad said he saw your dad and a celebrity from your company check into a hotel. Li Shuer, there is no man who doesn't cheat, especially rich men. My dad is a successful man after all, so what's wrong with him having a few women? The other party was obviously paused, and after several seconds he spoke again. Aren't you afraid that your mother will be sad when you say that?
She?
What an idiot. She just stays at home like a parasite all day long. If she had the ability, would my dad still go out and look for women? Jiang Shirhan's heart was broken in an instant. This is her own daughter. She actually called her a fool and a parasite. Her father cheated on her, and she still said that her mother was incapable of controlling her. However, the recording has not stopped yet. There is more to come. The person he was chatting with this time was obviously someone else. My parents are getting divorced. Then you should quickly persuade your mother. If they really divorce, you will become a poor little creature. Your father doesn't love you, and your mother doesn't care about you. When your father finds you a stepmother in the future, your hard life will begin. My mom and dad have no feelings for each other anymore, so let them get divorced. It will save me from the daily quarrels. My mom is still young and has money. If she gets divorced early, she can find another one. Even if she doesn't, she can live a good life on her own. Li Xuan's voice was clearly filled with displeasure. Are you stupid? If it were me, I would never agree to my parents' divorce. What if they both remarry and have a child? Wouldn't that mean they would divide my property? Jiang Shirhan burst into tears. The desire for family affection and the way her daughter begged her to stay together were all fake. Who did she endure for so many years? She really threw all her motherly love into the wind. She was abused for several years just for such a selfish thing. After crying for a long time, Jiang Shirhan stood up suddenly and sent a message to the person who sent her a voice message. Who are you? I can't tell you yet. Jiang Shirhan, why do you want to help me? Maybe I don't want to see you lose your life. Jiang Shirhan was suddenly shocked. Did she know that she was being abused, or did she think that one day she would lose her life because of Li Qingrong? What good will it do you to help me? If Li Qingrong is not well, then I will be well. Jiang Shirhan was silent for a long time and wisely did not send any more messages. Instead, she grabbed her bag and left the house. Half an hour later, she appeared in front of Lawyer Jean again in a disheveled state, but this time she was very determined to divorce and gave up the custody of her daughter. In addition, with the solid photos of Li Qingrong and Qi Qiong that were exposed in the past few days, Lawyer Jean was confident that he could help Jiang Shirhan win the divorce case. The Yan Group has not had an easy time in the past 6 months. As Yan's main project this year, the development of South City can be said to have almost come to a halt. Demolition is often the biggest problem encountered in real estate projects. The demolition in Nanjing was not going smoothly. When 80% of the residents agreed to the demolition and had received compensation, but encountered stubborn elements or a large number of stubborn elements who refused to agree to the demolition, it could really drag down a multi-billion project. Apart from anything else, the demolition work was almost completely stopped. Yan's company invested a large amount of funds in this project, resulting in the abandonment of previously promising projects, and the shareholders were very dissatisfied. After several meetings, Yan Haotian became the person in charge of the demolition. There was no other way. Yan's was the Yan family's company after all. When problems arose with the company's projects, Yan's father and son had to take action personally. In addition, Yan Haotian's outstanding performance in the Southern Home Furnishings incident was gone, and he urgently needed to produce some outstanding results. So Yan Haotian began his days of being bald. The current demolition law, or expropriation law, is quite comprehensive. If residents disagree with expropriation, they can only be persuaded. Cutting off water and electricity and other means cannot be used. This is an illegal act and will be prosecuted. Yan Haotian did have some real skills. After some effort, he finally found out who was the leader who united all the residents who disagreed with the demolition. His occupation was lawyer. This is a very troublesome profession. At least after 2 encounters, Yan Haotian's headache is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Zhongxin is 42 years old. He is a top lawyer at the very famous Xinjian law firm in Beijing and has a certain reputation in the legal community. What bothered Yan Haotian the most was that Wang Zhongxin had filed an administrative appeal with the court on behalf of all the owners who disagreed with the demolition. As a result, the Nancheng demolition project would be delayed for a long time. However, every day the project was delayed meant a day's worth of money wasted. So Yan Haotian had no choice but to use the most inappropriate method. Wang Zhongxin was beaten. To be honest, none of those big companies and groups are so clean in private, but that was when the company started. Nowadays, even paying a little less tax will be investigated. Who dares to use the old methods? Ningyu has always cooperated well with Hu Songbai. After hearing from Li Jingshe that there was a problem with the project in Nancheng, she contacted him to keep an eye on Yan Haotian. As a result, she happened to see him blocking Wang Zhongxin in a remote alley and beating and threatening him. So when Hu Songbai contacted her, Ningyu, as a good young person who loved the country, the party, and her family, and was slip enough to do anything for justice and an outstanding socialist successor, immediately reported her. Therefore, the first heir to the Yan family and the future head of the family, young master Yan Haotian, was taken away for investigation. Even more unfortunate is that some talented person took a picture of this scene and posted it online, which affected the share price of Yan stock. Within a few days, the market value shrunk by more than 1 billion yuan, and the entire atmosphere of Yan's was filled with a sense of anxiety. Yan Qingqing secretly cried out that she was unlucky. She had finally worked in the film and television city for nearly 2 months before returning to Beijing. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as she got home. Unable to bear the depressing atmosphere at home, she simply called Gong Yuza, and they went shopping together. But when they met, Gong Yuza seemed to have just gotten up, his hair looked like he had just washed, and he smelled of shower gel. Yan Qingqing frowned. It was almost 11 o'clock now. Normally, Gong Yuza should be in the company. How could he just get up? She could bear not to ask on the spot, but instead took Gong Yuza to go shopping in the mall affectionately. As luck would have it, Ningyu and Li Mingrui had just walked around the women's clothing area for half a circle when they ran into Yan Qingqing and Gong Yuza, who were also choosing clothes.
It's you.
Ningyu, how dare you appear in front of me? Ningyu was immediately confused. Why don't I dare to appear in front of you? Yan Qingqing naturally couldn't say that her limelight was completely stolen by Ningyu. She now had a deep hatred for Ningyu and wanted to kill him directly. Yan Qingqing rolled her eyes and had an excuse. Don't you look at your status? This is Century Department Store. All the clothes are international slip-ins. The prices are at least 4 figures. Can you afford it? What does it have to do with you whether you can afford it or not? I didn't ask you to spend money to buy it. Instead of worrying about other people's affairs, you should take care of yourself first. Yan Qingqing thought Ningyu was talking about her college entrance examination results, and her face suddenly turned ugly. Ningyu, you did it on purpose, deliberately causing my grades to drop so that I couldn't get into my ideal university, right? Ningyu spread her hands. I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? However, what she said was, I don't understand what you are saying. You are in class 1, I am in class 13, we are in our own schools, we don't even have any contact with each other. How can I cause your grades to drop? You deliberately said something about shares the day before my birthday, which made me feel bad for a few days. Do you still dare to deny it? Ningyu, what is there that I dare not deny? Don't expect me to admit to something I haven't done. If I haven't done it, I haven't done it. He said it with full confidence. Ningyu, oh, you idiot, you have poor psychological quality, blame me. Yan Qingqing didn't expect that she would dare to lie with her eyes open. She was so angry that she pointed at Ningyu and cursed. Ningyu, you are so shameless. It was you who said that my mother said that she would give you shares when you come of age. Ningyu looked at her like she was a fool. So, you didn't do well in the exam because you wanted the Yan family shares? If you want it, just tell Madame Yan directly. She dotes on you so much that she will definitely give it to you. Why are you coming to blame me? Glancing at Gong Yuza, who was standing next to her with a bad look on his face, Ningyu looked at Yan Qingqing calmly. This is too stupid. It's pointless to slap her in the face. Yan Qingqing also realized her slip of the tongue. She looked at Gong Yuza in panic, and seeing that he looked bad, she quickly explained, Brother Gong, I didn't mean that. Gong Yuza put his arm around her shoulders and frowned at Ningyu. Ms. Ning, don't you think you've gone a little too far? Ningyu, darn it, what did I do wrong? Scumbags are really sick. Oh, so what? No matter how excessive it is, can it be better than you? Master Gong? What a scumbag. How dare he say such things about her? Gong Yuza narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Ningyu with dangerous eyes.
What did she mean by this?
Could it be that she knew something? No. How could this be possible? He and Ningyu had no intersection at all. She must be talking nonsense. Li Mingrui couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to pull Ningyu. Mr. Gong, don't you think you're being too much? It was you who blocked my sister's way and didn't let my sister go. You also said that my sister shouldn't be here. I didn't even know when Century Building became the Gong family's. Gong Yuza glanced at the two of them with a frosty look on his face, then took Yan Qingqing's hand and said, Let's go. Let's go buy some clothes first. It's too cheap to talk to someone like this. Li Mingrui, I really want to give this Gong family's eldest son 2 big slaps to wake him up. People who don't know him really think he is the king of the world. The Gong family does have some strength, but compared with their company, it is not much different. The Gong family, the Yan family, and the Li family are also not among the 8 major families in Beijing. He is still the only heir of the Li family. Gong Yuza has a brother. It's just that his brother is in charge of overseas markets, and domestic affairs are taken over by Gong Yuza. Who in the circle doesn't know that the Gong family will have a battle in the future? Is it cheap to talk to yourself? It's indeed quite degrading, but it's me who is devalued. Li Mingrui uttered a provocative ha, his eyes full of mockery, and then pulled Ningyu away. Gong Yuza frowned, feeling that he had seen this guy somewhere before. After seeing the two of them leave, he didn't want to make a fuss about it and wanted to pull Yan Qingqing away, but Yan Qingqing was unwilling. But she knew that the couple didn't have much money. They had been so nice to her in the past, but the clothes they bought for her were at most some mid-range slip-ins. She thought clothes that cost 1 or 2,000 yuan each were too expensive. Things in Century Department Store, even an ordinary slip costs 2 or 3,000. She wants to see what Ningyu buys. Ningyu felt that someone was staring at her, but she didn't care at all. After entering the store, she started to pick clothes. She liked a silver-gray long skirt with a nipped waist design, a sweetheart neckline, and the hem hanging down to the ankles. She looked conservative and elegant, especially the color of the skirt, which seemed to suit Ningyu's temperament very well. Ningyu bought the dress decisively. Li Mingrui said, Sister, please pick a few more. You have such a good figure, and you have plenty of money. You usually like to wear shirts and jeans. I think these ones are very suitable for you. After saying that, he started to pick out several skirts. He had never seen a girl like this. She was so beautiful that it was hard to open one's eyes, but she completely ignored her beauty. It was simply, yes, a waste of a natural gift. Ningyu just happened to catch a glimpse of Yan Qingqing, who was still standing at the door looking at her. In order to make her feel uncomfortable, she simply nodded, tried all the skirts picked out by Li Mingrui, and then bought them all. Li Mingrui was going to help her pay, but Ningyu stopped him. You still have to rely on your father for pocket money now. When you are financially independent in the future, I won't stop you.
Li Mingrui sudanli wilta.
He is only 15, and if he wants to achieve financial freedom to the point where he can help his sister pay the bills, then it is probably time for him to take over the company. After paying the bill, Li Mingrui instantly became a bag-carrying boy, and he felt very accomplished. Yan Qingqing, who was standing not far from the store door, was so angry that her face turned pale. I didn't expect that she would do such a thing less than a year after leaving the Yan family. She is too vain. If Mom knew, she would be heartbroken. Gong Yuza, that kind of thing? What kind of thing? Oh, are you saying that Ningyu's money came from illegal sources, or that Ningyu is dating a rich man? To be honest, it doesn't look like it. But since my girlfriend said it, it must be true. Who cares? She has already left the Yan family. It's also a disgrace to the Ning family. Yan Qingqing, however, showed a worried expression. She bit her lip and said decisively, No, the Ning family has raised me for 17 years after all. I think I should tell my parents. The parents she was talking about were naturally Ning's father and mother. This was the first time she mentioned contacting the Ning couple after returning to the Yan family. Gong Yuza naturally did not stop her. He also wanted to teach Ningyu a lesson. He felt that he had lost face every time he met Ningyu, especially the way Ningyu looked at him today, which made him feel that Ningyu seemed to know something. When Ning's mother received Yan Qingqing's call, she was preparing lunch, while Ning's father and 2 employees were replying to guests' messages at the new desk at home. Mother Ning thought that she and her husband were fired from the factory because of their daughter. She didn't want to talk to her at all. She wanted to hang up the phone, but accidentally pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. It's Ching-Ching. Yan Ching-Ching seemed very confident, thinking that the Ning couple must be eagerly waiting for her to return. She was afraid that the couple would pester her, and she didn't even give the other person time to react. She started talking. Mom, I saw Sister Ningyu in Century Building today. Please take care of her. I know that she used to live in the Yen family, and she had the best food and clothes. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. She must not be able to adapt for a while. But Mom and Dad can't spoil her too much. I saw that she spent 300,000 or 400,000 in a store just now. How many times can the Ning family's wealth allow her to squander it? After saying this, Yan Qingqing was waiting for Ning's mother to say, I didn't give her money. Ning's mother could conclude that Ningyu must be dating a rich man, but she didn't hear any of the words she was expecting. Are you done? Yan Qingqing let out an awe in a daze. Hang up now. It's not your turn to worry about my daughter. Just take care of yourself. After saying that, Ning's mother hung up the phone without waiting for Yan Qingqing to hang up. Father Ning had already stopped what he was doing and stood up and went to the kitchen. What's wrong? Who called? It was Ning Qingqing. It was Yan Qingqing. She said Yaya was vain and bought clothes worth 300,000 or 400,000 yuan in Century Building. She knew that our family didn't have so much money, so she hinted to me that Yaya was not on the right path. This child really has grown up crooked. Ningyu had money and the couple knew it. Ningyu had taken the initiative to tell them about it. Therefore, as soon as Yan Qingqing opened her mouth, Ning's mother felt very disgusted. Father Ning said, You just realized now that she has grown crooked? You should have realized it long ago, when we lost our jobs. Well, forget about her. In fact, we should thank her. If she hadn't wanted to make trouble for us, we would still be working 3 shifts in the factory every day, working ourselves to death and still not making much money. Now you can make money without even leaving home. Mother Ning chuckled. With your mentality, I think you can definitely live to 80. Father Ning also joked, I'm more than 80 years old. My life is so comfortable now. My daughter is successful and ranked first in the Beijing City College entrance examination. Everyone greets me when I go out. Our small shop is doing well. My daughter even bought me a car. I will live to be 100 years old. Ning's mother was happy, and Ning's father was relieved. His wife had suffered a lot with him when she was young. Now that the child had grown up, she was taken away by mistake with someone from a wealthy family. They had carefully raised the child for 17 years, but in the end, the child made them unemployed. Calling her an ungrateful person was not enough to describe her cruelty. He was really afraid that his wife would be heartbroken because of that ungrateful person. Ning Yu and Li Mingrui played until the afternoon before coming back. The following days continued as usual. They went for a morning run and called their parents. They started studying after breakfast and helped with the online store affairs when they could relax. In the blink of an eye, it was time to register for university. Father Ning was afraid of hurting his daughter's self-esteem, so he wanted to book a better car online to send his daughter to school, but was rejected by Ningyu. What's wrong with our van? It has air conditioning, a large cargo capacity, and spacious space. They don't even have what they want. Ning's father, it's very good and powerful. Yan Qingqing also tried to sow discord and said that his daughter was vain. Who would believe this? So when the couple sent their children to school, they received a lot of attention. In fact, few people would send their children to school in a van. After parking the car, Ning's father helped his daughter carry the suitcase to the registration office. The boys in charge of registration suddenly became excited. After being busy here for a long time, they finally met a goddess-level beauty. Ningyu specially wore a light-colored silk dress today and a pair of 5-centimeter white stiletto sandals. She had beautiful features and a cool temperament, and she could attract a lot of attention wherever she went. Ningyu's turn finally came. She stepped forward and filled out the form with a pen. The senior student in charge of registration saw the name on the notice and said in surprise, Ningyu, you are the top science student in Beijing this year. Your dormitory is in the North Courtyard. I'll take you there. Ningyu saw his look and refused directly. No need, I know where the dormitory is, senior. Please go ahead and do your work. There was a burst of laughter at the registration office, but the senior student was not annoyed. Okay, go ahead. Ningyu found her parents waiting for her nearby, and then the three of them took their luggage and took a tour bus to the dormitory. The dormitory was a 4-person room, and when she arrived, there was someone in the room. There were people's names written on the beds. Ningyu's was on the left side by the window. The bed opposite her was already made, but no one was in the dormitory. Instead, the girl who slept across from her smiled at her in a friendly manner. Hello, I'm Malishan, from Inner Mongolia. I know you're Ningyu. We'll be classmates in the future, so please take care of me. Ningyu. Hello, I don't deserve your care. Let's work hard together. By the way, these are my parents. They are worried about me and came to see me off. Malishan said, my parents are here too. They went out to buy something for me. Let's have a meal together when everyone is here. The person on my upper bunk should have arrived earlier, but unfortunately, I haven't seen him yet. Malishan has the unique boldness of the grassland people and speaks directly, making it easy to get along with such people. As they were talking, a middle-aged couple walked in, each holding a bag. Malishan introduced the two parties. The two sets of parents seemed to get along well and soon got each other's contact information. About a quarter of an hour later, another girl entered the dormitory, followed by 3 young men.
Hello, I'm Lin Zheng.
You all came so early. Malishan thought to herself, there are 3 people in their dormitory now. 2 of them are beautiful women. She is so lucky. But she doesn't know what the first one looks like. Ningyu and the other person also introduced themselves, and then it was the parents' turn to communicate. The men who sent Lin Zheng were all her cousins. It was obvious that Lin Zheng had grown up being spoiled at home. Her brothers even helped her pack her luggage and didn't let her do anything. Her quilt was folded neatly, and her brothers bought all the missing things. Until Lin Zheng's bed was made, the last remaining girl did not come. Malishan arranged for everyone to go out for dinner. Although Lin Zheng was born into a noble family, she was very observant. Seeing that Ning's parents were dressed very simply, she thought that their family background might be a bit ordinary, so she said, we don't have to go out. We can just eat in the school cafeteria. We can also consider it as an inspection in advance. If it tastes good, we can go there more often in the future. Malishan was also a simple-minded person and nodded in agreement immediately. So, a large group of people had their first meal at school in the nearest restaurant. After lunch, Lin Zheng's eldest brother specifically asked Malishan and Ningyu to look after Lin Zheng and left their contact number with them. If she has any problems, please call me. Although my sister has been spoiled since she was a child, she is a good person. Please take good care of her. Lin Zheng was annoyed by her cousin and drove him away directly. Brother, you should leave now. It's not like I can't take care of myself. Don't scare my roommates anymore. Lin Tang was helpless. Do you really think I have nothing to do? I'm just worried that you won't be able to adapt. One of the 3 of them graduated and joined the army a long time ago, and the remaining 2 are all in military school. They all took leave specifically to send their girlfriends to school, but the heartless little guy didn't appreciate it. Lin Zheng hurriedly went forward and hugged his arm in a flattering manner. Okay, big brother, I know you guys are good to me. I will take good care of myself. Don't worry, I will go to the army to see you when I have a holiday, and you should hurry up and find me a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Tang. Slip, this girl is really not worth having. Where can he find a wife for a man who spends every day in the army? Until the end of the registration, Ningyu and the other 2 finally met the last roommate, Tong Jimin, who was also from Beijing. After 2 or 3 days of getting to know her, her attitude towards the 3 roommates was completely different. This person was nosy. After knowing that Ningyu's parents did not have a formal job, the tone of his speech changed. He tried his best to fawn over Lin Zheng and looked down on Ningyu and Malishan in every way. Of course, Malishan didn't spoil her. Tong Jimin didn't dare to command her after she made trouble twice. She ignored Ningyu, but Ningyu didn't mind at all. Military training began soon, and the student union organized people to deliver water to the freshmen. Fong Weisheng specially took a few roommates to move a few boxes of sports drinks to Ningyu and his class as a welfare. After the training was over, Fong Weisheng introduced them to her sister. These are my 3 roommates. They're all in Jixing, Zhaosun, Zhang Chunhua, Mengshuz, and there are a few who are younger than us. I will introduce them to you when I have the chance in the future. Ningyu nodded. She knew that Fong Weisheng's 3 classmates were the backbone of the company. She also gave them some advice when they met last time. If the company wanted to develop as quickly as possible, it should recruit some professional talents. They also learned from them and built the company up as soon as possible. Then, why don't we just wait until my military training is over and have a meal together? Fong Weisheng said, Sure, the game is about to enter the testing phase. Do you want to get an account, junior sister? Ningyu thought that Ma Lishan really liked playing games, so she asked for 2 beta test accounts. The break was short, and the few people talked for a few words before dispersing. Linjun was curious about how she knew the senior, but she felt that asking too much would offend people, so she simply didn't ask. After all, Ningyu had trained on her own for several months, so she was able to handle the military training with ease. With the title of top student and a tall and long-legged beauty, she was the only one among the girls who cried and said they were tired and followed the instructor's instructions without saying a word. She attracted special attention. So much so that after more than 20 days of military training, the boys in the class gave her the nickname of Iceberg Goddess. An iceberg is something that can only be admired from afar and not touched. Although they desire her, they dare not approach her. It is precisely because of this characteristic that Ningyu's beauty did not arouse the jealousy of the girls in the class. After the military training ended, classes officially began. In the evening, Tang Jiamin took out a 100 yuan bill from her bag and said, Ningyu, bring me some food. Here, the rest is a tip for you. This is treating Ningyu as a runner. Ma Lishan was so angry that she was about to argue with her, but was stopped by Ningyu. She took the 100 yuan with a calm face and asked, What do you want to eat? Tang Jiamin was really not polite at all and told them what she wanted. After listening, Ningyu took Ma Lishan and Lin Zheng away. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Zheng pouted and asked, She has such a bad attitude. Why did you bring her food? Ningyu said nonchalantly, This is not called helping. Didn't they give me a tip? The food in school is cheap, with a dish costing only a few dollars. The ones ordered by Tang Jiamin were at most $30 or $40. To be honest, this tip was really a lot. Lin Zheng wanted to say something, but choked back her words. She was really afraid that if she said too much, it would hurt Ningyu's self-esteem. Was the Ning family really so poor that they needed Ningyu to earn tips? Should she help Ningyu? By the way, judging from Tang Jiamin's attitude towards Ma Lishan, it seems that her family conditions are not very good either. It's just that Ma Lishan is very straightforward and never indulges Tang Jiamin, so she has to make trouble for Ningyu. If you think about it this way, the 3 of us go to the cafeteria together, eat together, and go home together, but I'm the only one who gets the extra money, then you won't be angry, right? Ma Lishan was originally very angry, but she calmed down a little after hearing her explanation. However, she still stood up for Ningyu and said, Her attitude is not right. If you are short of money, I can lend it to you. Seeing that Ningyu's face was calm, Lin Zheng quickly said, Why do I need you? I was admitted to Tsinghua University, and my family gave me a lot of pocket money. I'll borrow it if you need it. You can keep yours for yourself. Ma Lishan. Okay, at least someone can help me. Ningyu said helplessly, I say, did you misunderstand something? I really don't need to borrow money to spend. Lin Zheng. Who would believe this? Ningyu's daily routine is to go to the classroom, cafeteria, lyslipri, and dormitory. She will never go back to the dormitory to rest until the lyslipri closes. She doesn't attend social gatherings, nor does she go out shopping. Apart from a few people in the dormitory, she hardly interacts with others. She lives like an old monk. It's too simple. They are all young girls in their prime. If they have money, who wouldn't want to go out and have fun? Ma Lishan asked, Since you don't lack money to spend, why are you willing to be manipulated by Tang Jiamin? Ningyu, it's just to bring some food. It's just a matter of convenience. It's not a question of whether I am being manipulated or not. Believe it or not, if she asks me to buy it for her outside the school, I won't care even if she gives me 10,000 yuan. Lin Zheng, if they really give me 10,000, it's still worth going. The food expenses for the second half of the year will be out. Ningyu really couldn't help laughing at her. The eldest daughter of the Lin family is quite down to earth. She is a little bit spoiled, but she is not out of touch with the world. She even knows how to let her earn food money. Okay, listen to our eldest daughter. Let's go and eat quickly. I'm really hungry. The three of them had their meal in the restaurant and took the food that Tong Jimin wanted to eat back. Tong Jimin originally wanted to find fault, but Ningyu didn't give her the chance at all. After delivering the meal, she went straight to the lislipri. Ma Lishan felt that the other person was the top scorer and was working so hard, so she, who got in with the extra points, couldn't slack off, so she followed Ningyu. Then it was Lin Zheng. She didn't like Tong Jimin's behavior of looking down on others and simply followed her out. So Tong Jimin was the only one left in the dormitory, and no one had anywhere to mess with her. On the way to the lislipri, Lin Zheng took the initiative to talk about Tong Jimin. Seeing her act so arrogantly every day, people who don't know her would think her family is the richest in Beijing. The Tong family is just a cousin of the Wang family, one of the 8 wealthy families in Beijing. They must have some money, but they are not even a third-rate family. In fact, the Lin family is not any of the 8 wealthy families in Beijing. Lin Zheng's family has been in the army for 3 generations. Her uncle is also a businessman, and the Lin family's company is also ranked among the best in Beijing. The status of the Lin family is really incomparable to the 8 wealthy families. This is why Tong Jimin wants to please Lin Zheng. Ma Lishan said indignantly, "So what? Just because the relatives are wealthy doesn't mean the Tong family is wealthy. Even if their family is rich, it doesn't mean she is rich. This person still has to rely on herself. I have already made up my mind that I will work part-time during the holidays. I can't be a parasite who can only live on my parents." Lin Zheng said excitedly, Okay, I also want to try to find a part-time job, and Ningyu, the 3 of us will be together and we will have company." Ningyu, can you bear that hardship? The key is that I don't want to waste my time looking for a job to make money. We'll talk about it later. You have to convince your family first. Lin Zheng. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was National Day, and the school was on vacation. She helped her parents pack clothes at home and acted as a customer service representative. 7 days passed in a flash. When school started, she discovered that her classmates looked at her with something strange in their eyes. At first, Ningyu didn't take it seriously. But when they went to the restaurant for lunch at noon, Ma Lishan and Lin Zheng told her what they had heard. "I don't know where the news came from, saying that you and the eldest daughter of the Yen family were taken away by mistake. Your mother did it on purpose so that you could live a good life in the Yen family. Unexpectedly, the Yen family found out about it and kicked you out. Needless to say, this matter must be related to Yen Qingqing. She really can't stand any grievances. The Ning family has never done anything wrong to her, but she can throw dirty water on the Ning family just to make herself comfortable. The Yen family really dotes on her. Even though she didn't take the arts exam, she was admitted to the Beijing Film Academy. Moreover, she played a small supporting role in a big-budget movie a few days ago, with only a few lines. After lunch, Ningyu called Su Li. As soon as the call was connected, Ningyu spoke directly. "I have a few things for you to do." Su Li immediately became serious. "Boss, you go ahead." In her previous life, Yen Qingqing became famous through an online drama called Lin Lin's Struggle. It was an inspirational drama with very small investment, but unexpectedly it received very good responses after it was filmed. Although Yen Qingqing was only the second female lead, her character was likable. She was a rich lady and the heroine's best friend, the kind of best friend who would give everything the heroine had. Who wouldn't want such a best friend? So after this drama came out, she got the title of the nation's best friend and attracted a lot of fans. After the show came out, she participated in another variety show called My Wardrobe. This variety show was not well known at first, because the production team did not attract much investment and only invited 18th-tier stars. Unexpectedly, after Yen Qingqing appeared on the variety show, because of her family background, luxurious wardrobe, various big-name clothing, and various expensive jewelry, She attracted a large number of viewers to watch and also brought nearly 200 million yuan in sponsorship. This also made Yan Qingqing's signboard of a wealthy lady popular and brought her second work that went viral, the second female lead in the heroine drama The Legend of Smoke and Clouds. It was also because of this drama that she won a Best Supporting Actress award. She shouldn't even think about it in this life. At this moment, the web drama is still in the planning stage, so it is just right for Su Li to invest. This drama made the investors a lot of money in the previous life. With their investment in this life, maybe we can even send it to the TV station to compete for it. The trainees that Shengshi sent to participate in the variety show did well. Although they didn't make it into the final group, they got 10th place and gained more than 2 million fans. There are also several third-tier artists who have been practicing their acting skills recently, so 2 of them can be squeezed in. However, they're not asked to bring money into the group, but to act in whatever role they can. If they can't act well, then sorry, you should go back to practice your acting skills. If you are not strong yourself, you can't lift it up even if you try hard. In addition, Su Li also signed several students who graduated from Beijing Film Academy, including a young lady from one of the 8 major families. The show My Wardrobe just happened to be a good opportunity to get involved. Moreover, as long as the eldest daughter of the Qin family becomes famous, would the Qin family, one of the 8 wealthy families, not give a helping hand secretly? As for why the eldest daughter of the Qin family was signed by Su Li, she could only say, beauty can mislead people. People are attracted by Su Li's beauty. Of course, all of this has to be done slowly. The most important thing is, arrange someone to be Yan Qingqing's assistant. After Su Li worked for Ningyu, he naturally had some understanding of her identity. She was the former eldest daughter of the Yan family. After living in the Yan family for 17 years, it was discovered that she was taken away by mistake. After that, the 2 of them returned to their respective positions. The 2 young ladies should not have been involved, but Ning's parents were dismissed soon after. No one would believe it even if you say this matter has nothing to do with the Yan family. The boss had never taken any action against the Yan family before. What must have happened to Miss Yan to provoke her? Okay, I will arrange this matter as soon as possible. Don't worry, boss.
Su Li said.
This person must have high IQ and EQ and be able to make Yan Qingqing trust her without making a fuss. Only in this way can the boss achieve his goal of getting someone in. After hanging up the phone with Su Li, Ningyu began to investigate who spread the rumors in the school. As the saying goes, knowing the right person and assigning the right tasks to the right positions, Ningyu directly handed the matter over to Fang Weisheng. Senior students have few classes and are busy looking for jobs. Fang Weisheng's company is recruiting a large number of people, and most of his people are from Tsinghua University. As soon as he gave the order, the matter quickly came to light. The person who leaked this information is a boy named Fu Fangmao. The Fu family also has some money and is in the building materials business. Ningyu directly sued Fu Fangmao. She hired several doctoral students from the school's law school to take over the case and handed over the collected evidence. Now, the whole school knew that Ningyu, the goddess of material science, had sued Fu Fangmao from the physics department. The reason was that Fu Fangmao spread rumors to slander Ningyu's mother for swapping children, and he had evidence to support his claim. Ningyu did not show any mercy to Fu Fangmao. Not only did she sue him, she also did not intend to give up the compensation. Ningyu has to forget about those cases where, after a long lawsuit, only $1 is awarded. She has to let them see that spreading rumors cannot be resolved by just apologizing, but also depends on whether their wallets can afford it. The news of this case spread quickly, and those people in the school who had been following the trend and spreading rumors were scared into shutting up. Who could stand this? Millions of dollars in compensation were demanded at every turn. Although they knew that the mental damages could not really reach 1 million, at least $1 would definitely not solve the problem. Moreover, there must be something fishy going on here. Otherwise, how could Ningyu be so bold as to sue Fu Fangmao directly? The key is that the seniors in the law school took on this case. So, they should not believe in rumors or spread them, and just study hard. Fu Fangmao didn't expect Ningyu to be so straightforward and sue him immediately, and she even found a senior from the school's law school. If she really won the lawsuit, he would not be able to stay in the school, so he told his family immediately. After all, he agreed to help Yan Qingqing for the sake of his family's business. Otherwise, why would a grown man like him gossip like a woman? Then, people from the Fu family came, and their purpose was naturally to reconcile. Ningyu met Fu Fangmao and his lawyer. Fu Fangmao acted very anxious. "Student Ning, I was indeed wrong in this matter. I admit it and am willing to compensate you. I can give you money, but we can just settle it out of court. There is no need to file a lawsuit. After all, this has not caused you any substantial harm." The lawyer felt that the child was too speechless, so he quickly added, "We are extremely sorry for the harm my client has caused to Miss Ning, and my client is willing to make compensation. Miss Ning, please feel free to make any requests. As long as they are within a reasonable range, we will accept them." Ningyu sat calmly on the chair. She knew that the other party was going to throw money at her, so she was not surprised. She glanced at the boy in front of her. He was a sophomore, a year older than her. In her opinion, it was really low class for a man to spread rumors like this. "Have we met before?" Fu Fangmao was stunned by the question, then shook his head. "No." Ningyu stopped talking. Fu Fangmao's lawyer glanced at him and then coughed. Fu Fangmao realized belatedly that people were asking him why he was targeting her. "This is all a misunderstanding. Don't I know the eldest daughter of the Yen family? When I heard about you too, I thought your family wanted you to live a good life. I was angry and said a few more words." Ningyu thought, "No one would believe this even if I said it to the sky. I don't believe that you would slander me without Yan Qingqing. If you admit it, this case will be easier to solve. I can consider accepting an out-of-court settlement. If you don't admit it, then we can only see each other in court." Fu Fangmao's eyes instantly turned red. How could someone who could be admitted to Tsinghua University be a fool? Ningyu had already offended him, and he couldn't offend the Yen family again, so it was impossible for him to betray Yan Qingqing. "No one instigated me. I just said a few extra words." The lawyer was a little nervous, fearing that Fu Fangmao would not be able to keep the secret. He could see that the other party was not there to reconcile, but instead wanted to extract information from Fu Fangmao. Ningyu asked casually, "What benefits did Yan Qingqing give you?" Fu Fangmao, "Where is the benefit?" Even if she gave it to him, he couldn't take it. At that time, he thought that as long as Miss Yan was willing to say a few good words about their company in front of her father, wouldn't the benefit come? "Really not, you see. I didn't get any benefit at all. We are still alumni, can you please spare me?" Ningyu really wanted to tell him, "Stop dreaming, there is no such a cheap thing in the world. This is about my mother's reputation. I must fight this lawsuit. Since you are doing this for her, you have to accept what happens next. You can't blame me." After that, she just left. It was useless to talk to such a person about those great principles. She didn't want to influence the world and make everyone a saint. In a word, Fu Fangmao was blind and bumped into her, so she couldn't blame her. She just had to do it. Fu Qingmao and the lawyer were dumbfounded. They came to discuss compensation and reconciliation, but they didn't say anything and the other person left, and he was still in a posture of never giving up. The case was quickly opened to the court. Because the evidence was complete, the school also arranged several students to be witnesses for Ningyu. During the whole trial, Fu Qingmao's face was green. The final verdict required Fu Qingmao to not only publicly apologize to Ningyu, but also pay compensation for mental damage, plus the attorney fees of several lawyers. In short, when he left the court, his face was quite ugly. Of course, what made him uncomfortable was not the money, but the fact that his reputation in Tsinghua University was completely ruined. Ningyu was in a good mood after winning the lawsuit, but compared to her, Yan Qingqing's mood could not be said to be bad. It was simply terrible. She just felt upset and wanted to take a small revenge on Ningyu, but as soon as she threw a punch, someone hit her arm with a backhand and broke it. The most infuriating thing is that not only did they not do the job well, but they also got caught with evidence. The father and son of the Fu family were simply entangled with the Yen family and had actually bitten off a piece of flesh from the Yen family. The most important thing is that there was something wrong with the way the Yen family looked at her. Feelings are the things that can least withstand wear and tear. Her failure in the college entrance examination had already made her family somewhat disappointed in her. In addition, her family donated a large sum of money to the China Film Academy and also used a lot of connections. This time, the conflict with Ningyu made the Fu family entangled with the Yen family. President Yen had a bad impression of his daughter. When one has opinions in his mind, they will naturally be reflected in his actions, which makes Yen Qingqing feel a strong sense of crisis. The Yen family is her support. If her father doesn't like her anymore, how can she be good? No, this can't go on any longer. She must make some achievements and let her family see her value. On the same day, she moved to the apartment prepared by her family and then called her agent. This agent was found by Gong Yuza, who had worked in a large company and had brought out first-line artists. Yen Qingqing has not signed with any company yet and wants to make some achievements first, but with such a capable agent, there is no obstacle for her not to join a large company. After repeatedly choosing from several scripts, she chose the one called Lin Lin Struggle, and her agent reminded her, "This drama is just a web drama, and I could have put you in to play a supporting role, but now you have to audition." Yen Qingqing was full of confidence, because the supporting actress role here was tailor-made for her. She would play herself in the role, so why would she be afraid of not getting the audition? 2 days later, she asked for leave to attend the audition. The new assistant took good care of her. The assistant was also good at talking and always saw the shining points in Yen Qingqing. "Sister Qingqing, this necklace suits you so well. It makes your skin look so fair that it glows. What a pity. It would look even better if you wore a pair of earrings of the same color. You have beautiful ears, but wearing white pearl earrings would make you look a bit old-fashioned." Yen Qingqing took a look and found that it was just as the assistant said. The earrings and the necklace didn't match well. She made up her mind that she must go buy a new pair of earrings later. She wore makeup during the audition, and her assistant gave her some advice. "These cosmetics are too damaging to the skin." People in our assistant group often mention it. "Women, the earlier you take care of your skin, the better it is for your skin." That someone, Chi Cheong, the top actress of Yaoyang Company, said that a facial mask costs more than 3,000 yuan, and it is just a thin layer, and it only weighs a few grams in total. It is more expensive than gold, but the effect is really good. She is already in her 30s. If it wasn't revealed that she had such a big illegitimate child, I would have thought she was at most 23 or 24 years old. Most of the celebrities seen on TV or on the internet have been carefully retouched, so they naturally look much younger than they really are. Yen Qingqing had never seen Chi Cheong in person, so she naturally believed what the assistant said. Ask around and find out where they usually go for beauty treatments. And also, you need to prepare the facial masks you mentioned. The assistant immediately became excited and talked a lot, which made Yen Qingqing's mind active. For a better life in the future, she must take good care of herself. After the audition, she went back to wait for the news. Yen Qingqing went straight to the mall. With the help of the assistant, she picked a pair of diamond earrings worth more than 700,000 yuan, which were indeed much better looking than her pair of pearls. It's the end of the year, and after taking one exam after another, Ningyu finally had a vacation. At Su Li's invitation, she went to Shengshi Entertainment. No matter what the purpose of opening the company is hers, and she still needs to know what she needs to know. When Su Li heard that she had arrived downstairs of the company, he personally took the elevator down to pick her up. "Let's go. I specifically asked all the employees and artists of the company to stay today to meet you, the real boss." Ningyu nodded slightly and followed Su Li inside. Shengshi Entertainment Company is located in a 5-story building. The entire building belongs to Shengshi Entertainment. As soon as you enter the company, there are young men and women coming in or out. When they see Su Li, they all stop and greet him. Su Li nodded slightly and then took Ningyu into the elevator. The artist training room is on the 2nd floor. "I'll take you there first." After exiting the elevator, there are several large training halls on this floor. We have recruited a lot of trainees in the past 6 months and signed several artists who are well known but have been suppressed by the company for various reasons. There are also a few who came over from Jia and I. We will squeeze a few of them into the web drama next year. In addition, the company is also planning to shoot a drama with a female lead. The script is written by our screenwriter. You can take a look at it when you have time and give your opinion. If you agree, all our artists will be able to be revitalized. It is impossible for a film or a TV series to use only its own artists, but cross-collaboration is possible. Except for the most important male and female protagonists who must be from their own family, the rest can be exchanged with other companies. In this way, the artists will have movies to shoot, and with exposure, they will get notices. You can make your own decisions on such matters. My only requirement is that the quality must be guaranteed. There were a dozen trainees practicing dancing in the dance studio. When they saw the president coming, they worked even harder. They all wanted to perform well in front of the president and make their debut as soon as possible. Suli, you mean? Either don't do it, or do it to the best of your ability. Those who bring all kinds of stand-ins and recite their lines in 1234 must not appear in the crew of Xingshi Investment. In addition, when the company signs an artist, its ability is one aspect, and their character must also be included in the scope of investigation. The company's existing artists must also conduct self-examinations first. Once problems are found, no matter how high-end the artist is or how much money he can make, they will all be dealt with. Suli, in the entertainment industry, gambling and drugs are less common, but things like unspoken rules have always been quite common. But the boss had spoken, so what else could he do? He could only do as he was told. As they talked and turned around, Suli introduced them one by one. This is Teacher Tao, who has taught many top-tier celebrities and is still teaching at China Film Academy. These artists have made great progress. Just then, Teacher Tao looked outside, and Ningyu nodded slightly to him as a greeting. Next, the two of them toured the 3rd and 4th floors before going up to the 5th floor. Suli then instructed his secretary to notify the senior management to come to the small conference room for a meeting. While waiting, Ningyu looked through all the information of the company's artists. Suli's ability is indeed good, and the newly signed artists are all very distinctive. One of them is a female action star who has a good-looking and natural face. She is definitely the only one among the action stars who has real kung fu. Jiang Xingwan, the actor signed back from Jia, won the title of the #1 young master in ancient costume when he debuted at the age of 18. He showed superb acting skills in his first drama and won countless fans. Just when everyone thought he was going to soar to the sky, he suddenly disappeared. Afterwards, all kinds of rumors came out, saying that Jiang Xingwan was being kept by someone, that he was being hidden, that he had offended someone, in short, all kinds of rumors. But in fact, everyone understood that if he was really being kept by someone, he would not have been out of roles to perform, and that he was being hidden was just because he offended someone and was unwilling to be manipulated by others, which led to his end. He disappeared for 5 years, but unexpectedly, he was signed back to Xingshi by Suli. After reading almost all the information, the secretary notified the senior management that they had arrived, and the two went directly to the small conference room. Most of the senior executives of Xingshi today were recruited by Su Liu. 30% of the previous senior executives of the company jumped ship, and those with poor business capabilities were dismissed. It can be said that those who can stay are rare. The meeting lasted only half an hour, and the senior executives looked at Ningyu with great curiosity. Who could have imagined that their breadwinner was a girl who was only 18 or 19 years old? In the afternoon, Ningyu read Su Li's development plan for Xingshi Entertainment again, occasionally offering some suggestions and discussing with Su Li. It was not until dark that she took the company car back home. After Ningyu left, Chen Yun immediately entered Su Li's office. Su Li now had a headache whenever he saw her. "Why are you here? You didn't even knock on the door before entering." "It's rude." Chen Yun sat in a chair lazily, ignoring Su Li's words. Her waist-length hair was curled into big waves and dyed chestnut red, hanging in front of her chest. She blinked at Su Li with her big eyes. "You work for such a little girl? You don't like her, do you?" Su Li's face turned cold. "If you keep talking nonsense, don't come here anymore." If there's nothing, then why are you so anxious? I just think that with your ability, you can go anywhere. Why do you have to stay in such a small place and work for others? As long as you are willing, I will ask my dad to arrange a position for you in our company tomorrow. You know, if you can enter our company, the connections you have are definitely not comparable to those in this small entertainment company. Suli chuckled in his heart. He worked for Ningyu, and their identities were simply superiors and subordinates. After Yaoyong was brought down, he would still be a shareholder of Xingshi. In his heart, he thought that their identities were equal. Moreover, although Xingshi is small, he is still a president after all. If he really went to those big companies, it would be impossible for him to be a president, and he would have to please others. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He gave up his position as CEO and wasted his time trying to please others. Others would think that he might have a serious illness. Besides, connections are made by getting along with others. What does the Qin family's connections have to do with him? I appreciate your kindness. How have you been learning acting these past 2 days? I told you if you don't practice well, you can go back to being your eldest daughter. There is no place for disobedient people in prosperous times. Chun Yun was so angry that she stood up and rolled her eyes to the ceiling, causing Suli to feel the attack of rolling her eyes. You're just relying on the fact that I like you. Can I go back and practice? After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked out of Suli's office. Suli chuckled helplessly. He was still too young. 2 days later, Ningyu received a call from Fong Weisheng, and Jianghu Xing was officially launched. There were advertisements everywhere, and 3 out of 10 push messages were about this game. She originally asked for 2 beta test accounts, planning to play one herself and give the other to Ma Lixin, but the other one was taken by Lin Zheng, so that until now she had no idea what the game she invested in was like. So when the game was launched, she downloaded it immediately and then registered an account. Because of her suggestion, this game can only be registered with an ID card. Not to mention, the game is quite interesting. There is no novice village or basic tasks at the beginning. She is just a swordsman with a 3-foot-long sword on her back. She appears on a busy street. As the sun is setting, she is to find a place to eat. However, she has no money, so she has to think of a way to solve the problem of eating and find a place to live. In this game, you either have to find ways to make money yourself or just recharge your account. $1 can be exchanged for 1 gold coin, and 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins. The game Jianghu Xing uses the gimmick of being truly close to the life in ancient Jianghu. In the game, you have to eat 3 meals a day on time, and you have to rest on time. In short, how the ancients lived is how you have to live in the game. Because the news was released in advance that this game could make money, many discerning players have already invested large sums of cash, rented various stores, and frantically recruited employees to work for them to make money. Of course, even if you open a store online, you still have to collect taxes and pay gold coins. The tax rate varies depending on the industry, which can be said to be very real. Ningyu controlled her character and strolled on the street. She was a swordsman after all, and there was a beggar next to her who became a beggar as soon as he registered. Ningyu observed 3 seconds of silence for him in her heart. Even 009 jumped out and said, "This game is amazing. It feels like a real world."
What a pity.
If it was a holographic game, it would be even more real. Ningyu, wow, you also know about holographic games. 009, you are looking down on the Tong, do you know that? Ningyu ignored her. After walking around the street, Ningyu really couldn't see any way to make money. She was a swordsman, and a swordsman could only make money with her sword, so she could only set her sights on the towering mountains outside the county. Let's go hunting. She took a look at the restaurant when she passed by it. It turned out that business was quite good, and there were quite a few diners in the restaurant. Even if eating costs silver coins, they have to eat because in this game, if you don't eat for 1 day, your wages for the same job will be reduced by 10%, and if you don't eat for 10 days, you will die. When hunger lasts for more than 3 days, one will be in a weak state. Even if one has recharged, one will need to rest for 3 days to recover. So, this game is really a money-eating game. Just after leaving the city gate, Ningyu suddenly found a pink thing on the ground. The city was bustling, but when she left the city gate, there were really not many people outside the city. Because the game had just been launched, everyone's attention was on the city, and the place to make money was also in the big city. No one would go to remote places for no reason, so when she picked up the thing, no one noticed her. This thing is a pink purse. When you open the purse, you will see 13 gold coins and several gold notes inside. The total amount on the gold tickets was 50,000 gold coins, which meant that she was lucky enough to pick up 50,130 gold coins at once. No one could earn more than 50,000 gold coins when the server was just launched, so these must have been topped up by players. This is. How anxious would the person who lost the money be? Even though that person is likely to be a rich person. Ningyu waited on the roadside for a long time, but unfortunately, no one came back to look for the purse. It was no use waiting any longer, so she simply took out her sword and left a message on a stone. I found a purse, and I have something urgent to do. Please come here to claim it before the city gates are closed tomorrow. She placed the stone with the words on it where the purse was picked up and left. While walking, I chatted with 009. I was still wondering, you said I have good luck with koi fish, but for such a long time, I didn't feel that I had any good luck except for the lottery winning. Could it be that I picked up this purse today because I have good luck with koi fish? 009. What else? Don't forget, game coins can also be exchanged for money. Ningyu. That is to say, as long as I do anything related to money, my good luck will be revealed. But I want to return this purse. 009. Well, not bad. Your values are quite positive. Seeing that 009 stopped talking, Ningyu didn't care and hurried on her way. She was really running to death. No, it was running to death. It took her more than an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. Her stomach suddenly growled twice. Fortunately, there was no one around, so it wasn't too embarrassing. This game was designed to be too realistic. Although she didn't feel hungry, the voiceover really made people feel that she was very hungry.
Stepped into the mountain.
Maybe it was because the game had just started and no one had set their sights on going up the mountain, so there were really a lot of prey. Ningyu first practiced his sword moves and found that they were quite intimidating. Then he used the sword in his hand as an arrow and caught 2 pheasants in no time. She didn't continue catching them. Instead, she found some firewood, took out a tinderbox, and lit a fire to roast the chicken. Don't ask where the fire starter came from. Ningyu's outfit only includes a long sword and a fire starter. I guess it's because it's an ancient setting. After the roasted chicken was ready and she had filled her stomach, Ningyu dug a few holes in the mountains under the moonlight and covered them with slipinches and leaves, hoping to catch some game tomorrow. Then she leaned against a tree, lit a campfire, and took a nap. After daybreak, Ningyu went to take a look at several traps. There was nothing in the first 2 pits, which made her quite disappointed. But in the 3rd pit, there was actually a cicadere. Ningyu really loves this game. You know, hunting wild animals is illegal in real life. It didn't matter in the game. She actually liked this game a little bit. After lifting the deer out of the pit, she checked the remaining traps and found a fat hare in it. She carried the hare and the cicadere into the city and exchanged them for a total of 19 gold coins. Ningyu spent 5 silver coins to buy a bowl of noodles at the snack stand, then went to the bookstore she had seen yesterday to see what books were there. After entering the bookstore, Ningyu flipped through the bookshelves one by one. Not to mention, there were all kinds of books on the 4 books and 5 classics, astronomy, geography, etc. She was really impressed by the person who came up with this idea. Looking through the bookshelves one by one, Ningyu found a tattered book on a bookshelf in the corner. The cover of the book was badly damaged, and only half of the word sword and 1 word determination could be seen. Ningyu had an idea and went to the front with the book to pay. The book was torn, so it only cost 5 gold coins. After paying the money, a line of words immediately appeared next to her, an incomplete copy of Sword Fighting. Do you want to study it? Ningyu nodded yes. 3 seconds later, the screen displayed again. After learning sword fighting technique, you have become a 2nd-level swordsman. Sure enough, there was a new skill called Sword Fight in the skill column. Swordsmen are divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. This luck was considered pretty good. A broken sword manual could actually allow her to level up. In the afternoon, She took the purse and went out of the city again. She waited at the place where she picked up the purse. Before it got dark, she saw a sedan chair parked outside the city gate. A person dressed as a maid came over and asked, Are you the one who found the purse? I am, but if you want to recognize the purse, you have to tell me what's in it and what color it is. The maid answered in a serious manner, and all of them were correct. Ningyu returned the purse and was about to leave when the lady in the sedan chair spoke. Young lady, please stay. I see that you are carrying a long sword, so you must be a person from the martial arts world. I wonder if you are willing to come to my Su mansion to work? Don't worry, Su Wanha, will never treat you unfairly. Ningyu, really? This game is too real, just like another self in a different world. She couldn't think of any good way to make money, so she just went to the Su family to have a look. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Ningyu called out, "Come in," and her mother pushed open the door. Yeah, it's already 11 o'clock. Stop reading and go to bed. Ningyu, I was so absorbed in playing the game that I forgot to check the time. This game is so fascinating. It's a pity that it's not holographic, otherwise it would definitely be even more exciting. On the second day after the release of Jiang Huxing, the number of registered users exceeded 2 million, and it was directly on the hot search list. When Fong Weishen called Ningyu to report the good news, his voice was trembling. The number of people online at the same time has reached more than 9 million, which I didn't expect. I believe that in 2 days, after the players who made money cashed out, there will be another round of growth. In addition, our company received several requests for advertising in the game today, but I didn't accept them. I plan to give it another try. When the number of registered people increases again, the price of advertising can also be raised. According to Ningyu's idea, the company set up a gold coin exchange cash group. At first, in order to attract customers, the exchange ratio of gold coins to cash was 2-to-1. A lucky player made more than 100 yuan in cash on the first day. He posted this to the Jianghu Xing forum, and then many people exchanged for cash. This news was confirmed, and later people who played the game were unstoppable. Of course, this 2-to-1 exchange ratio can be adjusted at any time. The company will take out 1/10 of the net profit to cash out to players. In short, the wool comes from the sheep. It is certain that some people can make money, but if you want to make money, you must first invest. The most profitable players are the first batch of players who rush to make money and open a store. Ningyu was very happy to hear this, so she maintained the same mindset as when she first invested and did not easily comment on the development of the game company. The only words she said were encouragement. I knew this game would be a success, but I didn't expect it to be so successful. Maybe it won't be long before our company can be successfully listed. In fact, when the two signed the contract, although Fong Weisheng took 55% of the shares, he also had to give 10% to several shareholders of the company, so the shares of the two were almost the same. Fong Weisheng said that he didn't want others to interfere with his game because he was afraid that laymen would guide professionals and cause problems within the company. But ever since Ningyu proposed the ID card registration number, which was limited to one person and one number, and the ability to withdraw gold coins, he no longer had such an idea. Ningyu's behavior is different from that of people of the same age. She says what she should say, and never says a word that she shouldn't. Moreover, she has invested so much money in Jixing, so the suggestions she makes are naturally for the good of the company. He is not so narrow-minded as to act dictatorially. Fong Weisheng was also holding his breath regarding this small game company that started out as a studio. He was originally from the Fong family, one of the 8 wealthy families. However, his mother passed away when he was in junior high school, and his father remarried within a year. His situation became increasingly difficult. As the saying goes, if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather, especially since the two of them had an illegitimate child who was only 1 year younger than him. The stepmother used a little trick, and his father gave up on him. In order to prove himself and to vent his anger, he started designing games with a group of classmates in the second half of his freshman year. At first, he made a small game and sold it for more than 2 million yuan. He then used the 2 million yuan to recruit more people and persevered until Jiang Huxing was designed. However, the Fong family found out about his actions. Such a good game just couldn't get any investment. He was thinking of letting the game rot in his hands. Unexpectedly, Ningyu, the golden thigh, bumped into him. Alas, this is fate. It is destined that Fong Weishan will achieve great things after encountering misfortune. When Jixing goes public, he will be able to hold his head high. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. Ningyu dragged Ning's father and mother to the street to buy New Year's goods. After a busy year, it was not until the 27th day of the 12th lunar month that the two of them had some free time and only thought about making money. There were a lot of people in the shopping malls during the days before the new year, especially in the supermarkets, which were crowded. Ningyu directly took the couple to Century Building. She didn't want to squeeze with others. In the women's clothing store, Ning's mother wanted to leave when she saw the price tags on the clothes. These things were too expensive. The clothes they usually bought were only expensive like down jackets, and one piece was at most 5 or 600 yuan. She would not buy it if it was more expensive. The most common windbreaker here costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. It's not that she can't afford it, but she just thinks it's not worth it. This isn't a place for a family like ours to come. Why don't we go to a convenience store? There were many convenience stores along the way, and in the affordable shopping malls, clothes and shoes were very cheap, especially when there were sales, a pair of shoes costing 30 or 40 yuan, and she looked very comfortable wearing them. Ningyu quickly took Ning's mother's arm and said, "It only happens once a year. You are considered a small boss anyway, so you should have 2 pieces of clothing that are presentable. Don't worry, I will buy it for you without you spending any money. If you turn around and leave, I will choose it myself, and you will have to come back and change it if it doesn't fit." Mother Ning knew that her daughter had no shortage of money, but as a mother, she could not give money to her child. But how could she always spend money on her child? However, after living together for more than a year, she also knew her daughter's temper. She really didn't treat money as money, and would buy anything she wanted. "Okay, I'll choose. Is it not okay for me to choose? But let's make a deal. Just buy 1 new set. I don't want more." Ning's mother had already made up her mind that when the season changes during the Chinese New Year next year, she would prepare what she needed to buy in advance so that her daughter would not waste money again. Father Ning shook his head helplessly. They were a couple who were used to living an ordinary life, and suddenly they had a daughter who could make money. She became stingy in everything and even felt restrained when shopping in a mall. However, sometimes shopping in a mall is not a peaceful place. Ningyu had just picked out a long black down jacket for Ning's mother and was about to check out when she unexpectedly ran into Yan Qingqing and her daughter. It was obvious that the two of them were out to buy New Year's goods. The driver and assistant following behind them were carrying a lot of bags. In previous years, Mrs. Yan had people deliver the goods to her home, but it seemed that this year it was because of Yan Qingqing that the mother and daughter came out together to enjoy shopping in the mall. However, Yan Qingqing's changes seemed to be quite big. Mrs. Yan and her husband both have single eyelids. Yan Haotian has single eyelids, and Yan Qingqing originally had single eyelids as well. But now she has double eyelids, and her eyes look bigger than before, her nose is straighter than before, her eyebrows are much prettier than before, I don't know if they are painted or tattooed, and her chin is slightly pointed. The ordinary-looking girl following her should be her assistant. Well, that's good. Let's solely give a bonus to this young assistant. Since she had run into Ningyu, she took the initiative to greet him. "Mrs. Yan." Madam Yan looked at Ningyu with a strange look. Ningyu had no intention of probing it. She just casually glanced at the noble lady in front of her. She was dressed as exquisitely as always, and her high-heeled boots made her look very imposing. She felt very uncomfortable when she heard the name Mrs. Yan, but she couldn't find any reason to complain. Since she was not her daughter, it didn't make any difference to call her Mrs. Yan, but she just felt aggrieved. "I heard that you were admitted to Tsinghua University."
I didn't expect that.
Qingqing had been instigating her to call Ningyu. Her purpose was so obvious that she knew without thinking that it was just jealousy between children. There was no need for her to cooperate.
But now...
"Ningyu, this sarcastic tone is really disgusting."
Good.
Mrs. Yan choked. Ning's mother and father didn't have a good impression of Mrs. Yan, whom they had only met once. They still remembered that she had made them lose their jobs, so they didn't want to talk to her at all. Father Ning glanced at Yan Qingqing, then frowned slightly and turned his eyes away. It seemed as if he was somewhat disgusted with Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing didn't pay attention to these. She always felt that her mother's attitude towards Ningyu was a little wrong, so she hurried out to make her presence felt. Sister, I used to think you were too vain, and your parents spoiled you. You don't want to think about your parents' financial situation. Is this a place you can come to? How many times have you wasted the little wealth your parents have? You are so ignorant. Mother Ning was immediately furious. Just as she was about to speak, Ningyu grabbed her hand and glanced at Yan Qingqing coldly. It's none of your business. Besides, my parents only gave birth to me. Who do you think you are? Yan Qingqing, you. She is the only eldest daughter of the Yan family. Calling the Ning family members mom and dad is an honor to them. How dare Ningyu say that to her? Mom, look at Ningyu. What's her attitude? You don't even say anything to her. This time, the mom she called was Mrs. Yen. Somehow, Mrs. Yen suddenly doubted whether it was the right decision to recognize her daughter. Her daughter asked her to take care of Ningyu, but in what capacity could she do so? Didn't they say that Ningyu only called her Madam Yen? The relationship had been severed long ago, so what right did she have to take care of it? Madam Yen looked unhappy, but her words were rare and soothing. After all, you grew up by my side. Come to my house when you have time. The old man always misses you. 009. Host, be careful. This old woman is being so attentive for no reason. She must have bad intentions. Ningyu, where did you learn these words? You even used the word old woman. 009 immediately fell silent. It has been very busy recently. The host is busy studying and it is also working hard and has learned more on the internet. Isn't this what we call bald mouth? Ningyu understood that based on the attitude of this Mrs. Yen who started by scolding her the last time she called, it would be impossible for her to take the initiative to speak softly to her in her entire life. Yan Haotian was taken away for investigation because of Wang Zhongxin. Although he was released on bail, he caused a lot of trouble to the Yen family. Moreover, the demolition is not over yet. It has been such a long time since the demolition was completed. The Yen family must be very worried. Then she understood why Madame Yen was so friendly even though she didn't care about her. Her real intention was not to pay attention to the wine, but to cooperate with the Li family in the South City project. After all, the last time Li Mingrui accompanied her shopping, he happened to meet Yan Qingqing and Gong Yuza. Yan Qingqing might not think much about it, but Gong Yuza is already a mature CEO. How could he not check Li Mingrui's identity? Looking at the angry Yan Qingqing beside her, Ningyu smiled maliciously, then nodded and said, Mr. Lao is thinking about it. When I am free, I will definitely visit you. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Qingqing's face turned like a blown-up balloon, as if it was about to burst at any time. I still have to take my parents shopping for clothes, so I'll leave first.
Bye.
She didn't want to talk to this hypocritical mother and daughter anymore. She would rather spend more time with her parents. Go ahead. Keep in touch in the future. Ningyue, contact me. Too lazy to talk, she just nodded, then took Ning's mother's arm and swiped the card to pay. After they were far away from Madame Yen and her group, Ning's mother asked in a trembling voice, Yeah, you really want to go back to the Yen family? Ningyu, what are you thinking? Don't tell me that it's impossible for me to associate with someone who doesn't take me and my parents seriously. At this point, she lowered her voice and whispered in Ning's ear, If I wanted to stay in the Yen family, I wouldn't have come back. Now that I'm back, I will never go back again. I know Madame Yen very well. She thinks I am useful again, so she came to get close to me. Useful? The Yen family is a wealthy family. It is impossible that they are attracted by the money in their daughter's hand. She suddenly became nervous again. You better be careful. Don't let her calculate it. Ningyu quickly patted her hands. Don't worry. Your daughter is not that stupid. Ning's mother. That's right, if her daughter was stupid, how could she be admitted to Tsinghua University so easily? Don't worry, I won't get involved with the Yen family anymore, and I won't do anything to make my parents unhappy. Come on, go pick out some clothes quickly, and then we can buy some seafood when we get back and have a seafood feast to calm our nerves. Father Ning, who was following behind the mother and daughter, chuckled. That's all you can accomplish. This means that whenever Mother Ning met the Yen family, she became anxious and worried. Mother Ning said angrily, "As if you are much better than me." "Yes, weren't you more cautious than me when the Yen family came to pick up Ching Ching?" Father Ning. At that time, my own daughter was at her house. Even if she asked me to kowtow to her, I would kneel down and kowtow 3 times.
Now.
I don't care who she is. Ningyu was really touched. Parents like this are the ones who truly care about the best for their children. They don't say much and just do what they think is good for their children. On the contrary, parents who always say I'm doing this for your own good may not necessarily do anything truly good for their children. Please vote, leave a comment, or just check in. The number of collections is too low. Please give me some motivation. That night, the Ning family really had a seafood dinner. In the past, the Ning family seldom ate this and might not buy it twice a year. After all, it was too expensive. Today, Ningyu directly bought an 11-pound king crab, abalone, sea urchin, blue crab, squid. These things tasted exceptionally delicious even if they were cooked with the simplest method. The couple lying in bed at night also sighed that it was really good to live in a wealthy life. So after the new year, they would have to make a lot of money. Ningyu spent this year reading books and playing games. On the 6th day of the new year, she received a call from the professor. The professor had a project that was about to start and was in need of an assistant. He asked Ningyu if she was interested. Ningyu must be interested, because the professor wanted to take her to do an experiment, and she definitely couldn't miss such an opportunity. She immediately prepared some things and went back to school. Ningyu brought her things to school and went to the staff dormitory building. Professor Wu lived in the dormitory building. As a student, and a student who was taken care of, it would be unkind not to visit the teacher during the new year. Because Ningyu had called in advance, when she arrived, a kind-looking old lady opened the door. "Ningyu, come in, come in. Old Wu is waiting for you." After saying that, she saw that Ningyu was carrying a lot of things in her hands and exclaimed, "This kid, you're here. What else are you carrying? Aren't you an outsider?" The tone of her voice was very intimate, and no one could tell that this was the first time Ningyu met this master's wife. Ningyu said, "It's not valuable. It's just dried mushrooms picked from the mountains in my hometown, smoked bacon, a few smoked and dried game, some dried Chinese cabbage, dried shredded gourd, dried bamboo shoots, and some homegrown millet. You and the professor can try it." That's right, she didn't buy anything that cost money. All she took were things she got from the mountains. Most of these were sent by Ningyu's second uncle and aunt during the first month of the year. The Ning family's hometown is originally in the northeast. Ning's father and brother Ningyu's grandfather went to Beijing to make a living in their early years. Later, Ning's father also moved his household registration to Beijing because of his work. However, the second brother married a wife and started a family in his hometown, and his life is pretty good. The old man worked hard all his life and passed away a few years ago. Ning's father and his brother had a good relationship, but they lived far apart and only got together once or twice a year at most. This year, Uncle Ning's family of 3 came to Beijing. They came on the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year and went back after staying for 2 days. Uncle Ning's cousin is going to take the college entrance examination this year, so he wanted Father Ning to take care of the child, so they brought 2 or 3 times more things than in previous years. The old lady smiled and said, "These are all good things. They're hard to buy outside. I am sorry to have cost you so much. Come in quickly." Professor Wu was originally in the study room. He opened the door and came out when he heard the voices outside. "We'll have lunch at home. You can also try your wife's cooking." This is what it means to take Ningyu as a disciple. Ningyu hurriedly said, "Then I will go and help Master's wife." Neither of the old couple gave in. The Master's wife said, "You can talk about your own things. There's no need. I have everything ready." Ningyu did not insist, and was later called to Professor Wu's study to discuss the experiment. "Professor, I really didn't expect to be able to participate in your experiment." Professor Wu was immediately amused. This was to ask him why he had chosen her. It was also a coincidence. The student who was originally my assistant suddenly went abroad. At this point, his face turned a little grim. In fact, the current situation in China is already very good, but there are still some people who always think that the moon is rounder in foreign countries. Ningyu was still puzzled as to why she was chosen. Professor Wu was a doctoral supervisor and had no shortage of assistants. He should not have taken a fancy to a freshman like her. Fortunately, Professor Wu spoke again. I specifically checked your college entrance examination scores. You got full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science. I also took a look at the final exam. Many of your calculation questions did not require calculation. Your calculation ability is very strong. Some people say that nowadays all calculations like this are done with computers, so who still relies on mental arithmetic? All you need is a long hand. If you ask me, Grandma, the external environment will change. What if there is a power outage? What if there is no computer? What if the computer cannot calculate? Nothing is better than having a good sleep-in.
I have heard some things about you.
As a child who can give up a comfortable life and return to live with your biological parents, I don't believe that you will abandon your motherland and family for some small profits in the future, so I made this decision. As for you saying that you are just a freshman, talents should be cultivated early. I don't expect you to make much contribution. Just learn more and accumulate more experience. In fact, when saying these words, Professor Wu had been secretly observing Ningyu's expression. What he said was true, but there was also a little bit of tentativeness in his words. He was feeling uncomfortable after being tricked by his favorite student this time, and he didn't want to accept another student who would just pat him on the back and run away abroad to earn dollars. If this child can stand the test and study wholeheartedly, he will definitely teach him everything he knows. If this child also likes the full moon in a foreign country. No, there is no such if. The child in front of him is definitely not that kind of person. Ningyu quietly asked 009 in his heart, "Is it my lucky carp luck that came into play this time?" 009, what else? Why did your professor choose you among so many people? Don't worry, I will definitely learn from you. That afternoon, Ningyu returned to the dormitory, and the next day she entered the laboratory with her seniors. Gong Yuza has not been in a very good mood these past 2 days. The little woman returned to her hometown quietly before the new year. He called her several times to ask her to come back, but when Xiaorong refused. He even tried to tempt her to sign a contract with an agency, but she still refused. Seeing that he was unhappy, the assistant suggested, "President, if you really miss Miss Wen, why not go to her hometown to find her? You can take the morning flight, and you can see her in the afternoon." Gong Yuza paused while pulling at his tie, and then told his assistant, "Book a flight for me." At 4:30 in the afternoon, when Xiaorong was roasting sweet potatoes around a charcoal slipsear with her nephews and nieces, while her parents, elder brother, and sister-in-law were sitting on the Kong chatting. Suddenly, she heard someone calling for her outside. She thought it was a friend from the village who came to visit her, so she went out in her cotton slippers. What she didn't expect was that the person who had just talked to her on the phone in the morning actually appeared in front of her gate. When Xiaorong was stunned, she was wearing a big cotton padded jacket, her hair was loose, and she hadn't put on any makeup. She was still wearing her ducking big cotton padded shoes. Her hands were still covered with black ash from peeling roasted sweet potatoes. She whimpered, covering her face with her hands, and ran into the house. Her back looked really panicked. She felt that her image in Gong Yuza's heart collapsed in an instant, but Gong Yuza only felt that his heart was at peace at this moment. And watching her run away in a panic, he inexplicably felt that she was adorable. He didn't wait outside foolishly. There was no other way. The weather in the northeast was too cold. If he didn't go into the house, he was afraid that he would be frozen into a lump of ice. The Wen family is of average means, and they interact with ordinary people around them. When they saw Gong Yuza come in, they were so reserved that they couldn't even say a polite word. When Xiaorong's eldest brother simply pointed him to his sister's room and let the two of them talk. When Xiaorong entered the room in a hurry, without locking the door, she turned the doorknob and went in. At this time, she was busy taking off her cotton jacket and trousers to change into thin thermal underwear. Her slender waist and white long legs were exposed to the air. At just one glance, Gong Yu's heart began to stir. He simply closed the door and turned the secret lock, then strode towards the woman. When Xiaorong said nervously, "Don't." She was so familiar with this look, but this was in her home. All the sounds were lost in the hot kiss. The temperature in the room rose sharply. Gong Yu's panted and whispered in her ear, "Little conscienceless, you really don't miss me at all." When Xiaorong was almost going crazy, she was driven crazy by the teasing. If she had known that this man was so bold, she would rather look ugly than go into the house to change clothes. Isn't this just sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? She pushed Gong Yu's hard, but unfortunately failed to push him away. "Why should I miss you? You have a fiancé. Why don't you go find her but come to me? What are you doing?" Gong Yu's paused, then he pinched her hard. "Duck you. I really feel good. You want to cut off your relationship with me? I tell you, don't even think about it in this life." He was about to kiss her again, but when Xiaorong was really angry. "You want me to be your lover?
Dream on.
I'm not so cheap as to be someone's mistress. If you can't do it, don't tease me. Let's just pretend we've never met." Gong Yuza felt a little guilty, but he was still fresh in the relationship with Wen Xiaorong, so how could he let go so easily? He would not give up Yan Qingqing, and neither would Wen Xiaorong. It was winter, but the Kong in Wen Xiaorong's house was heated warmly, and Gong Yuza also enjoyed the feeling of heat on his body and feet. Fortunately, he knew it was broad daylight and the Wen family was sitting in another room, so they didn't make too much noise. But even so, it was an hour later when the two of them came out of the house. When Wen Xiaorong's elder brother saw the girl dressed up beautifully, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Sister, there are distinguished guests at home. What are we going to eat tonight?" "What distinguished guest?" "He's just a friend of mine. He'll be leaving soon, so there's no need to prepare a meal for him." Gong Yuza knew that she was still angry, so he stepped forward and said, "I'm not leaving. If we have to leave, we'll leave together. And I remember that I'm your boyfriend." When Xiaorong stamped her feet in anger and her chest trembled, Gong Yuza immediately narrowed his eyes, took a step forward, took her hand, and started to comfort her. "The eldest brother of the Wen family. Really, this is the first time I feel that my sister is a little bit pretentious." Gong Yuza stayed with Wen Xiaorong at home for 2 days, and on the third day they flew back to Beijing together. Lin Lin's struggle had already officially started filming at this time. Yan Qingqing originally thought that she would definitely be able to join the crew of this small web drama. As a result, let alone the supporting actress, she didn't even get the role of the 4th female lead. You can imagine how angry she was. When she was in a bad mood, she naturally wanted to complain to her boyfriend, but when she called Gong Yuza, the call did not go through. Oh, at that time, Gong Yuza should be hugging Wen Xiaorong on the plane. But she didn't know, so she called Gong Yuza's assistant, and the assistant just said that his president was on a business trip and should be back soon. The assistant was also very smart. He didn't dare to say that his CEO was on the plane at the moment. What if Miss Yan insisted on going to the airport to pick up the CEO? Yan Qingqing didn't doubt it at all. She just told the assistant to wait for Gong Yuza to come back and inform her. Ningyu spent a day in the laboratory and received a call from Li Mingrui when she returned to the dormitory to rest at night. "Sister, my dad has sent that man to jail. I'm safe now. Can I come to your house to play with you tomorrow?" Ningyu raised her eyebrows. "I'm at school, and I'm busy these 2 days." "That man was arrested. Didn't your mother look for you?" Li Mingrui was a little disappointed when he heard her busy, but then he perked up and replied carefully, "She came and talked a lot, but I just listened and said nothing. She said she would take me out for dinner, so I went. But my dad got me 20 bodyguards who stood around the table during dinner." Her face was so darkening you could tell that this boy's tone was full of pride, but she didn't know what he was proud of. What happened to that man? He runs a bar and has done a lot of bad things, including drugging, kidnapping, and intentional injury. But it's a bit difficult to investigate, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to get solid evidence. The most important thing is that he was addicted to drugs. My dad said it would be hard for him to get out in his lifetime. It's useless for Lee Mingrue's mother to look for him. It's not a fight between two families, and they are not discussing an out-of-court settlement. This is a real crime. Does your mother want to reconcile with your father? Lee Mingrue didn't say anything. The woman didn't say it explicitly, but her words and actions conveyed that meaning. Ningyu, that not saying anything means agreeing, so, is he living in a dream? TSK, I admire her, she's really thick-skinned. This is also a unique skill. Lee Mingrue laughed out loud at her obviously sarcastic words, but he stopped talking about it after he finished laughing. Sister, we will start school on the 8th day of the first lunar month. I won't be free after school starts. When are you free?
I have a gift for you.
I'm in the first year of high school now, and I only have 1 day off every 2 weeks. I really don't have any freedom. What's there to give me? If you have the guts, wait until you make money before giving me a gift. Aren't you still spending your father's money now? Ningyu curled the corners of her lips. Lee Mingrue said meaningfully, so if I use my own money to give my sister a gift, she will accept it? Ningyu felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. However, she still nodded. After getting a positive answer, Lee Mingrue stopped pestering Ningyu to meet him and hung up the phone happily. However, the phone lit up again as soon as it was placed on the table. After seeing the contact on it, Ningyu took the phone to the bathroom. This was one of the only 2 contacts on the other card in the phone. Calling her at this time must mean something happened.
You say.
When Xiaorong's voice soon came from the other side, he really pursued me all the way back to my hometown. I hinted that he didn't want to be the third one, but he didn't make a clear statement. Why are you in such a hurry? Just live your life step by step. Don't get too attached to him. Don't call him. Don't bother him. If you meet him in any occasion outside, pretend you don't know him. Don't mention any word related to money in front of him. You can accept the things he gives you, but don't show that you like them. Not sticking to him means making him anxious and worried. Not calling him means making him think about her all the time. Not bothering him makes him feel indebted. Pretending not to know her is to highlight her understanding. Not mentioning money is to make Gong Yuza think she doesn't love money, and only if she accepts things but doesn't like them will he take the trouble to pick gifts for her. Only when a man constantly puts his mind on another woman will he care about her more, and over time, care will turn into love. As long as when Xiaorong keeps pretending, she can keep Gong Yuza in the world she weaves. Also, you must not fall behind in your studies. You have money and free time now, and you won't have to worry about not having a job in the future. So use your time now to study hard, build good relationships with your classmates, and get recognition from your teachers. With these, even if you and Gong Yuza have nothing to do with each other in the future, you don't have to worry about the future. Do you understand what I mean? Doesn't Gong Yuza like Yan Qingqing's academic tyrant personality? Yan Qingqing and Wen Xiaorong are from the same school, but in different grades. One is focused on studying hard, while the other is often absent from school and has failed several courses. When comparing these two, who would Gong Yuza choose? Wen Xiaorong understood. The money that this mysterious agent gave her was enough for her to buy several houses in her hometown. Even if she returned to her hometown to be a music teacher after graduation, she could live a good life. It would not do her any harm to complete her studies and build good relationships with classmates and teachers. You must always remember your character, and don't do unnecessary things. If you move forward, you will most likely marry into a wealthy family. If you move backward, Gong Yuza will definitely feel guilty about you. Are you still afraid that you will not have a good life in the future? After hanging up the phone, Wen Xiaorong felt relieved. That's right, as long as she could stay calm, her future would be fine. After coming out of the bathroom, Ningyu put away her phone. At the beginning, Yan Qingqing was afraid that the original owner would snatch Gong Yuza away, so she schemed against the original owner in many ways. In the end, she even tricked the original owner into marrying Li Qingrong, a second married man, which led to the original owner being beaten to death. I wonder how Yan Qingqing will react this time when she finds out that Wen Xiaorong has snatched her fiancé. 009, who had finally taken a break from the game, just listened to the call from beginning to end. He had only one feeling in his heart: his host is really bad. By the way, this guy has been working very hard recently, and he has also got it right. I don't know how he did it. When Ningyu was busy helping the seniors in the laboratory, he took over Ningyu's game account, and the money he earned has climbed into the top 100 of Fortune Treasure. Ningyu said that she finally found the second use of the system. When school started, Lin Zheng's second cousin came to see her off. Tong Jimin's behavior was very exaggerated, and her intention to get close to Lin's second cousin was obvious, but unfortunately the effect was not good. Ma Lixin was really displeased to see her behavior, and she rolled her eyes behind her back countless times, which almost made Ningyu laugh. After brother Lin left, Tong Jimin asked Lin Zheng for her brother's contact information in a roundabout way. Zheng, I have a cousin who is also going to take the military academy entrance exam this year. Can you give me your brother's contact information? If there is anything I don't understand, I can ask him for my cousin. Lin Zheng was surprised and said, my second brother and his friends are not allowed to use mobile phones in the military academy. Besides, if you have any questions, just ask me. I know everything. She comes from a military family, and she knows more about military academies than most people. Even if she doesn't know, can't she ask her parents? Tong Jimin was speechless. Sometimes she really wondered if the children raised by this family with a good family background couldn't understand human language. Ningyu knew what she was thinking by looking at her expression and couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. This is a big fool. Tong Jimin didn't give up. Your second brother is so handsome, there must be a lot of girls chasing after him. Lin Zheng thought she was really shameless. All my brothers are handsome, so isn't it normal for someone to pursue you? However, most people are not in my brother's eyes. They are very picky. Tong Jimin's lips immediately tightened. Ningyu had observed that this was how Tong Jimin looked every time she was unhappy. She was frustrated by Lin Zheng, but she didn't want to have a falling out with her, so she changed the subject after a while. Okay, it's almost noon. We haven't seen each other for a whole holiday. Let's get together.
I'll treat you today.
Lin Zheng said, we can get together, but you don't have to pay for the meal. Let's go Dutch. Tong Jimin's sense of superiority emerged again. That's boring. I still want to treat you to something good. Has Ma Lixin ever eaten the best steak? After saying that, she glanced at Ningyu. Ningyu, oh, you mean I can't afford the money for that steak? Ma Lixin, what is the best steak? Kobe steak? I don't remember a place near our school where I can eat Kobe steak. Tong Jimin, this old-fashioned guy actually knows quite a lot. I forgot that your family is from Inner Mongolia. Maybe your family also raises cattle, right? But those who wear silk and satin are not silkworm breeders. Even if your family raises cattle, they can't kill them every day, right? I heard from a friend who is studying at the normal university that there was a boy in his class who is also from Inner Mongolia. His family sold all 3 cows for his tuition. Later, his class organized people to donate money to him, but he refused. If you ask me, why refuse money when someone offers it? At least it can save his family 2 cows. These words were extremely sarcastic and made the other 3 feel uncomfortable. Ma Lixin asked, did your friend tell me what the boy's name was? Tong Jimin thought for a moment and said, I think it was Yang or something. Oh, I can't remember. Who would care about such details? Ma Lixin said, among my classmates, there is a guy named Yang. It just so happens that he chose Beijing Normal University. His name is Yang Xiaoxue. If the Yang Xiaoxue you are referring to is the Yang Xiaoxue I mentioned, then he really doesn't need to accept donations because his family has more than 3,000 cows. After selling 3, they still have more than 3,000 left, which is enough for him to support himself until he graduates from university. Tong Jimin. Lin Zheng couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. Everyone knows that a cow can be sold for 18,000 yuan these days. That person has more than 3,000 cows in his family. With the ranch and those cows, wouldn't he be worth at least hundreds of millions? I guess Tong Jimin's family doesn't have so much assets, right? As expected, Tong Jimin's face darkened in an instant, but she would never give in to someone she felt was inferior to her. So what? Others have it, not you. What are you so proud of? Ma Lixin was retorted by her and showed a hint of sarcasm on her face. I am just very proud. What does my pride have to do with you? Is it your business? Seeing that Tong Jimin was about to speak again, Lin Jung was afraid that the two would quarrel again, so she hurried out to smooth things over. Okay, let's go out and find a place to eat.
I'm hungry.
Ma Lishan didn't bother with that idiot Tong Jimin. She put on her coat and took Ningyu's arm and waited to go out. Ningyu took a look at Ma Lishan's clothes. The down jacket was newly bought, different from the one she wore last year. The shirt inside was made of pure cashmere, with a purple open collar and a novel style. She had seen the same style in Century Building a few years ago. It was priced at 29,400 yuan from an international slipment. She also wore leggings and sheepskin boots. The only jewelry on her body was the watch on her hand. It was indeed not a big slipment. Tong Jimin had picked it up to look at it. It had no diamonds, and it had a leather strap, but Ningyu knew that such an ordinary watch would cost around 80,000 US dollars. This reminded Ningyu of a saying, "A full bottle doesn't move, but a half-full bottle sways." The Tong family probably didn't have much background. Tong Jimin only knew a few famous foreign slip-ins, and she was wearing seasonal styles from those big slip-ins. Lin Jung is different. She never pays attention to other people's clothes, but she is very considerate of other people's feelings. Occasionally, she can be seen wearing some affordable clothes. She is a very real person. If she regards someone as a friend from the bottom of her heart, she can be friends with him for life. Her character is absolutely trustworthy. Naturally, the four of them didn't go for any Western food. In such a cold day, eating hot pot was the most comfortable thing. By the way, I heard that you went back to school a long time ago to be busy with experiments. How come you are free today? Ma Lishan said. Ningyu said, I have finished what I should do. I happen to have an appointment this afternoon, so I need to go out for a while. Tong Jimin said sourly. You don't have a boyfriend, do you? Are you dating a boyfriend? Several seniors from the fourth year often came to see her, and sometimes gave her gifts. She knew that Senior Fong was young and promising. He had opened a game studio 2 years ago. The game was released last year and broke several records. He became a billionaire, while still a college student. The most important thing was that his surname was Fong, the Fong from one of the 8 major families. Unfortunately, that was someone she couldn't reach even if she wanted to. Ningyu picked up a shrimp and put it into the bowl. She slowly peeled off the shell, dipped a little bit of sauce in it, and put it into her mouth to chew. She had a special ability that could automatically block out those unpleasant sounds, commonly known as pretending not to hear. She has been busy calculating this and that lately, and her slipin is a mess. Who has the time to pay attention to her? Ma Lishan just felt unlucky. If she had known, she would have made an appointment with Lin Jung to come a day earlier so that they wouldn't have to go out to eat with this woman. It really ruined the good food on the table and affected their appetite. Ningyu clearly said, I have a date. If you have a boyfriend, would you say, I have a date? I find that you love to misinterpret other people's words. Do you think Ningyu has time for a relationship? Ningyu said coldly. Dating will affect my study efficiency. It's not worth it. Lin Jing chuckled, and Ma Lishan laughed too. This girl was the odd one out in their dormitory. She studied all day long, and wished she could use one day as 3 days. She really had no time for a relationship. Hey, you can't just think about studying and doing experiments every day. You should go shopping or watch a movie when you have time. Just relax. Ningyu paused as she picked up the food with her chopsticks. I'm going to relax in the afternoon. Lin Jung, Ma Lishan. So, as long as you don't study, you feel relaxed? After lunch, Ningyu separated from the 3 people and rushed to the agreed location. There is a small clothing factory in the suburbs of Beijing. It has always been doing OEM. Nowadays, it is easy to be eliminated if you don't have your own designer or your own slipment. The clothing factory could no longer operate and wanted to be transferred. Ningyu thought that the online store business was good, so she might as well take over the clothing factory. Anyway, the factory was not big, so she could afford the losses even if it was not well managed. The owner of the clothing factory is surnamed Jiang, and he is in his 40s. When Ningyu arrived, the expression on his face was indescribable. Are you Miss Ning? Ningyu nodded. Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang sighed. Isn't this a joke?
How old are you?
My clothing factory is small, but it's no joke. My nephew is too unreliable. Boss Zhang's nephew works at Jixing Games, and Ningyu learned the news through Fong Weisheng. Ningyu chuckled. Boss Zhang is doing business based on age? Isn't it okay, as long as I can afford to pay regardless of my age? Boss Zhang saw that she didn't seem to be joking, so he straightened his face and said, Ms. Ning, do you really want my small clothing factory? Ningyu didn't want to waste time talking to him, so she got straight to the point and said, the clothing factory covers an area of nearly 2,800 square meters, and the land is also in the hands of Boss Zhang, right? Boss Zhang nodded quickly. Yes, the equipment in my factory is still 80% new, plus this piece of land. The price I quoted is very suitable. Ningyu said, don't say such nonsense. Everyone knows that the valuable thing about this garment factory is the land. As for the machines, I am going to replace all of them with new ones after taking over your garment factory. Your factory has not replaced any machines since it was open more than 10 years ago. How can they be 80% new? If you really give them to me, I can only sell them to a junk collector. Boss Zhang looked a little embarrassed, but he still refused to give in. How can you say that? Those machines are still usable. It would cost a lot of money to buy new ones. Then Boss Zhang, just take it and exchange it for money. I just won the factory, an empty one. Boss Zhang was honest, but he still wanted to fight for the factory employees. What are you going to do with my factory worker, Miss Ning? The factory can't operate because I can't get the work done. It has nothing to do with them. Their skills are fine. If Miss Ning is still in the clothing business, I hope you can continue to use them. Ningyu said, anyone who passes the assessment can stay. It's not like she wants to change her career. The garment factory will of course need skilled workers to continue operating, so the workers must stay. The formalities for the garment factory were quickly completed. She now had too many things on hand, and she also had to take care of her studies, so she was too busy to handle the affairs of the garment factory. She simply hired Boss Zhang to continue managing the garment factory, but this was definitely not enough. The factory still needed to hire a few more capable people, so she simply handed the matter over to Su Li. Those who are capable should do more work. Such a small factory is like a piece of cake for Su Li, right?
Su Li.
Although he studied management, he is really an outsider in the clothing industry. But the boss has spoken. What can he do?
Come on, learn it.
What else can he do when he meets such a boss? So after Su Li agreed, the two made an appointment, and Ningyu took Ning's father and mother to the garment factory. My father has some experience in running a garment business, but he still needs to learn. You should teach him more in the future. Su Li understood immediately. The implication was that after bringing Mr. Ning out, he could retire with honor. Dad Ning, having sold clothes online for a year, does that mean I have some experience in the clothing business? However, when he heard his daughter mention him, he still straightened his body. He could weaken anything, but not his momentum. This is my mother. She has a little management experience. Let's arrange her to work in the workshop first, so she can get familiar with it. Ning's mother. Don't mention it. The family did hire 2 helpers, and they are in charge of all the food and drink. So this can be considered management experience, Su Li nodded. Fortunately, they are all experienced, so it will be much easier to get started, and he will be able to retire in 3 to 5 months. After leaving the garment factory, Ning's parents pulled Ningyu aside and asked, "What's wrong with you, kid? Isn't everything going well at home? Why did you think of sending us to the garment factory again? The development of the online store is limited, and the 2 people I employ at home can handle it. If it is too busy, I can hire more people. As the saying goes, you never stop learning. My parents are still young. If I work hard, maybe I can become a rich second generation." The couple may not agree with all the truths you say, so it is better to let them think that you have high hopes for them. Then did you really buy this clothing factory? Ningyu lied with her eyes open. That's why I asked you to come here and watch. Hurry up and learn from Su Li and see how he manages people. Otherwise, our factory will be left without our own people to manage it, and if it gets screwed over and goes bankrupt, we won't have anywhere to seek justice. Father Ning immediately spoke up. Don't worry. Yeah, I will take care of the factory's affairs with all my heart, and I will definitely work hard to make you a rich second generation. Ningyu patted her but with satisfaction and went back to school. After she left, Ning's mother looked at Ning's father helplessly. Isn't our daughter already a first-generation rich? In her opinion, her daughter has a 9-digit deposit in her bank account, so she is still a first-generation rich? Ning's father realized it later, who stroked his hair and said through gritted teeth, "Do you know what the first and second generation of rich people are? The first generation of rich people have to work hard, while the second generation of rich people just enjoy themselves. Would you rather your daughter suffer every day or have money to spend just lying at home?" Ning's mother: "If you don't grit your teeth, I will believe your lies. However, if you want family harmony, you still can't say some things directly. You are right. Our daughter loves to study and do experiments so much. As parents, we can only support her. Then we can't let her worry about making money." She really felt ashamed to say this. It was just a small garment factory. Not to mention that they had no knowledge of the business. Even if they did, they might not be able to make money. Otherwise, why would Lao Jiang sell the factory to their daughter? The couple work hard for their daughter to become a rich second generation. When the get out of class was over at noon, Ningyu unexpectedly received a call from Mrs. Yen. After thinking about it, she picked up the phone. "Mrs. Yen." The voice was very light, without any feeling. Madam Yen inexplicably felt a sense of strangeness. She always felt that since the day Qingqing returned to the Yen family, this child had become unfamiliar to her. Yeah, even if you return to the Ning family, I have raised you for 17 years. Don't you feel too unfamiliar to Madam Yen? Ningyu, what else? Mrs. Yen: "Well, tomorrow is the weekend. Come to my house for a simple meal. The old man misses you." Mrs. Yen: "I think our relationship ended the day I left the Yen family. There's no need to contact each other again. If you have something to say, you can just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." Mrs. Yen on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and almost broke her newly finished nails. "After all, you've lived together for so many years. Don't you really want to come back and visit? Ningyu, do you see how cold your family is? I'm not sick, so I'm not going to your house to be abused. If Madam Yen is all right, I'll hang up."
I'm Buse.
Fearing that she would really hang up the phone, Mrs. Yen finally spoke. "Don't hang up. There is a dessert shop in front of your school. Let's meet there later. I'll be there in about an hour." Mrs. Yen: "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you I'm busy and don't have time. If you have something to say, please tell me. If not, I'll hang up." Mrs. Yen took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in her chest. Her son was still giving her crazy looks. She could only say again, "I heard that you have a good relationship with Mr. Li Jingmin. Our family's business has run into some troubles. Can you help talk to Mr. Li?" Ningyu: "You said that I have a good relationship with Mr. Li, implying that Li Jingmin and I have a shameful relationship." "Heard?
Who told you that?"
Mrs. Yen gritted her teeth. Of course, it was Qingqing and Yuza who said that the reason why she could spend money in Century Building was that she must be kept by Mr. Li. Even though she was kept, she could get along so well with the young master of the Li family. Obviously, her adopted daughter also had some means, and maybe she could help with the project in South City. Yeah, it doesn't matter who told you that. After all, the Yen family has raised you for 17 years. Now that the Yen family is in trouble, can't you really help your brother? First, you think it's unimportant because it's not your business. Second, the Yen family has raised me for 17 years, and the Ning family has also raised Yen Qingqing for 17 years. If you insist on saying that I spent more money in the Yen family than Yen Qingqing spent in the Ning family, I can pay for it. Third, my mother only gave birth to me, and I don't remember that I have an older brother. Fourth, as far as I know, your Yans and Lees are already partners in the South City project. I don't know why Madam Yen came to talk to me." Madam Yan's face turned as black as charcoal. This girl really wouldn't help them. But Ningyu spoke again. "However, since you insist on using the Yen family's kindness in raising me to threaten me, it's not that I can't help. Yan's funds are locked up in the hope that we will take a step back and inject funds in advance to start the Nanching project as soon as possible, right? Then I will help you tell Mr. Lee, but only this time, and from now on, the accounts between me and the Yen family will be settled. Wait for my call. Madame Yen gritted her teeth as she watched the phone call being hung up. She is indeed related to the man surnamed Lee. Otherwise, she would know so much. Who cares if she has any relationship or not? Yen Haoyan only cares about the final result. Mom, what did that girl say? Did she agree? Mrs. Yen. She told me to wait for a call. Yen Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief. It meant it was done. That was good. If they had known that this girl had this ability, they should have kept her. It was not like their family couldn't afford to support her. After hanging up the phone with Mrs. Yen, Ningyu contacted Li Zhengmin. It's almost done. Madame Yen, who is so proud, is trying to get close to me. I just tried it out and found that Yen's liquid funds are really all tied up. Li Zhengmin smiled like an old fox. Years ago, Yen's family went to several major banks many times, but the amount of money they could borrow was limited. After all, they already had loans from several major banks. They couldn't swallow this piece of meat in their mouths. If they didn't make some profits at this time, no one would be willing to take over this mess. Okay, I got it. Li Zhengmin hung up the phone, secretly lighting a candle for the Yen family in his heart. They had obviously done Miss Ning a favor, but in the end, that family was blind and made enemies. The Ning family and his Yen family were like heaven and earth. If you don't like them, just stay away from them. Why did you step on them? Well, now that you've been calculated, do you feel relieved? And he didn't believe that Miss Ning only did such a small thing. The Yen family waited anxiously, but the phone didn't ring until the evening. Just when they thought they were fooled by Ningyu, President Yan's phone finally rang. The caller was Li Jingmin's secretary. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Yen told Mrs. Yen with a cold face, I don't care what you think. Contact Ningyu more often in the future to improve the relationship. After all, I have lived by your side for more than 10 years. How can I really have no feelings for you? That child has great potential, and he may be useful someday. At the beginning, he said that he would keep Ningyu's child as well, as their family could raise a child. However, his wife was a single-minded person and Qing was also a worry-free child, so the two sides became estranged. He didn't know yet that Mrs. Yen had made Ning's father and mother unemployed. The little investment in the factory came from Mrs. Yan's private account. She was rich and didn't care about that little thing. Mrs. Yen agreed reluctantly, but she felt that even if she took the initiative to contact the girl, she would not be willing to be involved with this side. It's also because Qing is not doing well. Yen Qing, who was secretly blamed by her mother for not living up to her expectations, joined the group. Playing the leading female role in a youth idol drama, it is logically impossible for a newcomer like her to play the leading female role. Her assistant suggested that we just invest ourselves and bring in money to join the crew to play the leading female role. What's the worry about not being able to succeed? As long as this movie becomes popular and you become famous, how much money can you make back in the future? Then, who is so and so with a huge amount of traffic has made 1 billion in 2 years? What is the difference between Sister Qing and me? There are only better ones than them, no worse ones. Yen Qing felt that what the assistant said was right, so she invested in the crew without telling her agent. The agent's original intention was to let her train in the crew and play the third female role, whose character was likable. As a result, she became the female lead within a few days. The agent thought that the Yen family was helping her, so he didn't ask much, and the matter was kept secret. A youth film and television drama, which was to be broadcast on the internet, was completed in just 1 month from the start of filming to the end. The assistant said, Sister Qing, did you notice that the slip slit on the second female lead's hand is really beautiful? I can't tell what material it is made of, but I think it would cost at least 1 or 200,000 to buy it.
What a pity.
If the slip slit was worn on Sister Qing's hand, it would look better than on her. As she spoke, she casually glanced at Yen Qing's wrist. Yen Qing frowned. The second female lead often wore the white jade slip slit. She had asked about it before. The slip slits were a pair and cost more than 3 million yuan. They were given to her by her godfather. She did have quite a bit of money. When she first returned to the Yen family, the whole family, including the old man, gave her a lot of pocket money. Adding that to the money she earned during the New Year and other festivals, she had more than 30 million in her hands, not including real estate and jewelry. But since she started thinking about acting, she bought clothes and jewelry, had microplastic surgery, and took care of her skin and body. By the time she invested in this play, she had almost spent all the money. What should I do in the days ahead? Before returning to the Yen family, she and Gong Yuza had a very close relationship, but recently, she always felt that Brother Gong and she were alienated. This gave her a strong sense of crisis, and she had high hopes for this drama, hoping that she could become famous with this drama. In addition, she had to take time to spend more time with Brother Gong. It was also her fault that she had been so busy since she joined the crew. Wouldn't it be strange if they didn't see each other often? After the wrap-up banquet, Yan Qingqing sent the assistant away from the hotel. Go back and rest. I have something to do tonight. The assistant joked, I know. Go find your brother-in-law. A little separation is better than a new marriage. I understand. Yan Qingqing had never slept with Gong Yuza, but they had definitely kissed and touched each other. Her face turned red when the assistant said that. Remembering what she had heard before, men would develop other thoughts if they kept it to themselves. Yan Qingqing became more determined. Yaoyang Company has been in some turmoil recently. Ever since Chi Cheong's incident, not only has the stock price fallen, but several artists in the company have jumped ship. This is not the most critical point. What gives Li Qingrong a headache is that Jiang Shihan has been divorcing him. In the past, she was most concerned about the children, but this time, even the children's words are useless. He wanted to ease the relationship between the two, but the woman actually ran away abroad. The divorce was fully handled by a lawyer, and he couldn't even play the emotional card. The company was founded by the two of them together. Legally speaking, it is the common property of the couple. This is an indisputable fact even if Jiang Shihan only worked in the company in the early stages of its establishment. If she were allowed to continue making trouble like this, Yaoyang Company would be destroyed. This was the company he had spent most of his life to establish, and he would never let it be destroyed like this. So, Li Qingrong and the lawyer got together and whispered, and contacted Jiang Shihan's lawyer, saying that he wanted to meet her and discuss the divorce in person. Jiang Shihan, who was on the other side of the earth, returned to Beijing 2 days later. After all, she was still her own flesh and blood, so the first thing she did after returning was to go to school to see her children. However, the child transferred to a famous private school in Beijing last year. She really didn't know about this. She had been using her cell phone number all the time, but Li Shuer had never contacted her once. She felt heartbroken just thinking about it. I drove straight to Li Shuer's new school. As soon as I arrived, I saw Li Shuer, who had dyed her hair and dressed like a gangster. There was another boy next to her. He looked good, but was also dressed in a very non-mainstream style. The two were very close, and the boy's hand was around the girl's waist. There's a party tonight, and I need to bring my girlfriend. Do you want to come? Please collect, leave a message, check in, and vote. Please support us. Li Shuer immediately elbowed the man and said, Go find your girlfriend. What do you want me to do? The man pretended to be in pain and shouted exaggeratedly, What do you want me to do? Am I not your boyfriend? Li Shuer seemed to be pleased by what the boy said and laughed out loud. I can't go. My mother is returning home today, and I have to have dinner with her. Then you can take me to meet my future mother-in-law. The man calmed down and kissed Li Shuer on the face. I am dating you sincerely. It is only a matter of time before we meet your parents. But your mother is also worried. Don't you know that the biggest harm to a couple in divorce is the children? Besides, if we really get divorced, your company will definitely be affected, and the loss will be your money. Li Shuer, I'm not stupid. How could I not know this? If I hadn't always said that I wanted a happy family, my mom and dad would have divorced a long time ago. In the car on the street, Li Shuer's words floated into Jiang Shihan's ears through the rolled-down window with the wind. Her heart felt like it had a hole in it, and it ached so much that Jiang Shihan didn't get out of the car, but drove away. I remembered what the lawyer had advised her. You are still young. Get divorced early, have money in your hands, find a suitable person and have another child, and raise him or her yourself. Are you afraid that the child will not be close to you? The next day, Jiang Shirhan and Li Qingrong met at the hotel, both of them with lawyers. However, the negotiation process was not smooth. Li Qingrong was only willing to give some fixed assets, while Jiang Shirhan insisted on 50% of the company's shares. What she said made sense, as there was no objection to the fact that the company was the common property of the couple. Li Qingrong also had to admit that Jiang Shirhan and he had started a business together, but after the company was on track, Li Qingrong asked her to have peace of mind and have a baby. After giving birth, she returned to the company to work for a while, and then problems arose. At that time, the child was taken care of by Li Qingrong's mother. Because it was a girl, the old lady didn't like it and even spoke ill of Jiang Shirhan in front of the child. In the end, Jiang Shirhan had to return home to take care of the child. But Li Qingrong felt that his contribution was the main reason for the company's current size, and it would be inappropriate for him to take away 50% of the shares. He would at most give 10%. Jiang Shirhan got annoyed after listening for a while. Don't forget, you are the one at fault in the marriage. You committed domestic violence and cheated on me. I only want half of the shares, which is already a concession. If you really don't want to talk, let's wait another 2 years, and I will sue you directly after 2 years. Lawyer Jean: No, there is still 1 year, 5 months, and 3 days left. A couple can file for divorce after being separated for 2 years. Li Qingrong couldn't force his way out, so he had to pull his daughter out. We only have Schwer as a child. Sooner or later, this company will be hers. Have you ever thought about the child's feelings when you make such a fuss? Jiang Shirhan sneered in her heart. She only had Schwer as her child, but Li Qingrong didn't. He was still raising the child Qi Qiong gave birth to. Besides, she had given birth to that child in vain. It's because I was too concerned about her feelings that I suffered for so many years. Besides, I don't think the company will fall into Schwer's hands if I don't divorce you. This statement is a bit ironic. Li Qingrong took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath before saying, How about this? I'll transfer all the company's shares to Schwer so that there won't be anyone who doesn't believe me. What about the management? You are the one who manages it and you have the guardianship. Even if you transfer the shares to her, won't they still be yours? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Li Qingrong didn't say a word. He leaned sideways and looked at Jiang Shirhan with a fierce gleam in his eyes. The meeting ended unpleasantly, but both husband and wife knew that the matter was far from over. Time flies, and it is already June. The experiment conducted by Professor Wu a week ago has ended. Ning Yu and several senior students have received a considerable bonus. For those from poor families, this bonus can be of great help. After class at noon, Tong Jimin went to the cafeteria to eat with a few roommates. I'll go and reserve a seat. Ning Yu, help me get a portion of sliced spare ribs and a portion of fried fish slices. Ning Yu waved her hand to indicate that she heard it. Ma Lishan took Ning Yu to line up. The three of them formed 3 lines. After they got their meals, they saw a tall boy holding a tray standing in front of Tong Jimin. Both of them were smiling while talking. She poked Lin Zheng's arm and said, Hey, isn't that the campus hunk from the computer department? Is he interested in Tong Jimin? Let's stay away from him. This handsome guy in the courtyard is not from Beijing, and his family background is not very good. However, he is good-looking, has good interpersonal relationships, and has even better grades. He receives scholarships every year and is very famous in the school. Ningyu didn't want to listen to Tong Jimin's whining. I'll go give her food and be back soon. In fact, it was not far away. Ningyu walked over and put the food down. The boy stood up and said, Xiao Jining, come eat with us. There is a seat here. Ningyu paused and said, No, my roommates are waiting for me, you guys eat. She didn't even know them. As a result, the boy laughed and said, You must not remember me. I'm Kuziheng from the fighting club. I'm a junior. You always come and go in a hurry. I can't even find a chance to talk to you. Tong Jimin's face suddenly turned ugly. This guy was the most handsome boy in the computer department. She thought he was approaching her intentionally, but she didn't expect that he was coming for Ningyu. Ningyu's reaction was a bit hard to describe. We don't even know each other. Why are you looking for a chance to talk to me? Oh, the food is getting cold, I'm leaving. It's so annoying. It delays my meal. When she got over, Lin Jung immediately pulled her aside and asked, I think something is wrong. Is that guy from the big courtyard interested in you? I thought he was after Tong Jimin. Everyone has left, but that person is still staring at her. It's too obvious. Ma Lishan said, she is indeed good-looking and a good student, but I don't think she is a good match for our Ningyu. Lin Jung bumped her with her shoulder. Now that you know, why is it inappropriate? Ma Lishan frowned and tried to think of a suitable word. Anyway, when they stand together, it feels like their auras are incompatible, just like batteries. The same level repels each other. Ningyu took a bite of the 4 happiness meatballs and glanced at Ma Lishan with raised eyebrows. Lin Jung teased Ma Lishan, then who do you think is suitable for our Ningyu? Ma Lishan, you really asked me the right question. So far, I really haven't seen any classmates who are worthy of Ningyu. I think those people are too naive. Ningyu's aura is a bit strong, and ordinary people can't suppress it. Ningyu just smiled after hearing this, and took a sliced prawn that Ma Lishan liked to eat and put it on her plate. Eat it quickly. I still have the aura of a king. The 3 of them laughed together, and then ate happily. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Jung quietly asked Ningyu, do any of my brothers have your eyes on anyone? Let me tell you, our family is very open-minded and doesn't care about family background. If you date any of my brothers, no one will make things difficult for you. My eldest brother is a special forces soldier, my second brother. Balala praised him. I think you and my eldest brother are a good match. Although he is a few years older than you, people who are a few years older are more caring. Ningyu sat at the desk and jokingly said, have you ever thought about one thing? Lin Jung poked her head out of the bed and asked, what's the matter? I met your eldest brother, and we have to communicate, right? So, what should we talk about? I asked. What missions do your special forces carry out? Your eldest brother said. Confidential. How far have you progressed in your experiments?
Keep it secret.
Then they were speechless. After saying this, not only Lin Jung and Ma Lishan laughed, she herself laughed. So, if you two really get married, the only thing you will communicate about is the word secret? This day is really boring. The 3 girls continued to laugh. A lot of research in materials science does involve confidential information. Just like Ningyu, a small assistant, she has to sign a lot of confidentiality agreements to enter the laboratory. What she said in a joking tone was not really a joke. The matter of Lin Jung introducing Ningyu to her cousin was just over, but surprisingly, at first Kuzi Heng would run into Ningyu by chance, or give her an umbrella on rainy days. Maybe it was because Ningyu ignored him, but Tong Jimin and Kuzi Heng started to get together at some point, and Ma Lishan became more and more displeased with Tong Jimin. In her opinion, people like Tong Jimin are not suitable to be friends. If it were her, and someone who used to like her roommate fell in love with her because he couldn't catch up with her, she would never want him. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable for the rest of her life. Whether it was as a second-best option or approaching with other purposes, it was enough to make her sick. Ningyu didn't take these to heart. Instead, she felt relieved that no one blocked her on the road or found various excuses to give her things. 2 days later, Hu Songbai contacted her again. Ningyu put on makeup again, and they met at a cold drink shop.
Our people found something. Take a look at this.
Ningyu opened the information and took a look, then she understood. Jiang Shirhan was being followed. Is there any movement from Li Qingrom? Hu Songbai pulled out a few more photos. He talked to his lawyer a few times, and then his assistant met with a gangster named Liuzi. But the bar was too noisy, and we didn't dare to get too close. We didn't hear what the two said, but they definitely didn't have any good intentions. But don't worry, our people are keeping an eye on that person called Liuzi. Hu Songbai left quickly. This lady gave him the money very readily, so they did what she asked them to do with extra care and came to report whenever there was any sign of trouble. So far, the cooperation between the two sides is quite pleasant. After he left, Ningyu sent another message to Jiang Shirhan. She knew that Jiang Shirhan had returned to China. She must have come back to discuss divorce with Li Qingrom. However, she was followed before the divorce was finalized. It was easy to imagine what evil intentions Li Qingrong had. Things have come to this point. She simply cannot let anything happen to Jiang Shirhan. Jiang Shirhan, who was originally staying in the hotel, received the message. Again. If you are being followed, don't go out unless necessary. It is best to hire a few bodyguards to protect you secretly.
Don't be careless.
No matter what you do, you must keep your life first. Jiang Shirhan was lying on the sofa at the time. After reading the message, she sat up immediately. What does mean? She was being followed? She had never offended anyone in her life, except Li Qingrong. So, he was dragging it out like this to find a chance to kill her, right? She did not doubt. At all. She contacted a security company in Beijing without leaving the house and hired 6 bodyguards. This was because the security company only had these 6 top bodyguards. Although Li Qingrong committed domestic violence and cheated on his wife, he was not stingy when it came to spending money on his original wife. She had no shortage of money, so she could spend as much as she wanted. The hotel was already the best and there was no need to change it, so she bought a bulletproof car. Ning Yu, it really won't come to that. There are gun restrictions in the country. But it's good to have this awareness of prevention. By the end of June, the school was about to have final exams. The 4 girls in the dormitory often stayed up late to read, and they would get hungry easily. So Ma Lishan bought a pot and often cooked instant noodles or frozen dumplings at night. This made it convenient for the other girls in the dormitory. Ningyu didn't want to always eat other people's food, so she gave money to Ma Lishan and gave it in front of Tang Jimin. Ma Lishan refused to take it. You help me draw the key points. How can I ask you for the money for these 2 mouthfuls of instant noodles? It's one thing to one thing. Just keep it if I give it to you. That pot alone costs more than 1,000 yuan, and you have to run around to buy food for us and cook it. We won't feel at ease if you don't take it and eat it. Lin Zheng also took out the money in a hurry. It's my fault. I was so busy eating. If Ningyu hadn't said so, I would have really forgotten to give you the money. Brothers should settle accounts clearly.
Take it.
Tang Jimin sat at the table indifferently. It's just a small amount of money. Is it worth it for the 2 of you? Ma Lishan immediately became unhappy. She was eating and drinking her food, and even making sarcastic remarks with a righteous indignation. She had not originally intended to ask her 3 roommates for money. After all, it was not a big deal. Girls are afraid of getting fat. Just eating 1 bite is enough. 10 frozen dumplings are too much for 1 person. It really doesn't cost too much money. But I can give them, but you can't make sarcastic remarks. Lin Zheng pulled Ma Lishan's arm to stop her from speaking. Since it's just a small amount of money, you should give it to her immediately. You can't eat Ma Lishan's money for free. Tang Jimin didn't dare to argue with Lin Zheng. She muttered poor captive and took out 1,000 yuan. Here, this is enough for me to eat these days. After saying that, he threw the money on the desk. Lin Zheng took the money and stuffed it into Ma Lishan's hand. Take it all, it's enough or not. Ma Lishan was furious at Tang Jimin's words, but she couldn't be so harsh to Lin Zheng. It's true that we can't spend so much money. We've only been eating for less than half a month, and the exam is in 2 days. After the exam, I'll treat everyone to a meal outside with whatever money is left. It's not like she has no money to spend, so why would she take advantage of her roommate? Lin Zheng casually said while holding a book. After the exam, everyone is anxious to go home. Who needs you to treat them? How can there be any money left with such a small amount? You can just buy the pot as our dormitory's common property, and you can bear the loss of the remaining money. The pot is used by everyone, and we can't let one person bear the cost alone. It has nothing to do with whether the person is rich or poor. Tang Jimin muttered something, but her voice was so soft that no one heard it, and, of course, no one would take it to heart even if they heard it. The final exam lasted for more than 10 days. Ning's father had already called and asked him to come and pick her up during the holiday, and then the father and daughter went straight home. Ningyu noticed the difference as soon as she entered the house. There were many new things in the house, and many electrical appliances had been replaced. When Ning's mother saw her daughter coming back, she was so happy that she took the things in her hands and pulled her to sit on the sofa. It's finally a holiday. Take a good rest at home for the next 2 months. Tomorrow, I will take you shopping. Once you have money, who wouldn't spoil their own children? Mother Ning brought out some washed fruits from the kitchen and placed them on the coffee table. Try them. They are all bought by me this morning. They are very fresh. Father Ning, I think it's okay. Let's take you out for a nice stroll. It's summer now, so let's buy some pretty clothes and dress up our daughter. Ningyu said, don't do that. We are here to make clothes. Why buy clothes? We can just wear our own clothes. This is a good opportunity to test the quality of the clothes and find any problems early. The clothing factory has been up and running for a long time now. 4 designers have been hired, and Su Li is in charge of the review. The clothes will soon be put into mass production, and the sales are also good, so the factory has already made a profit. Therefore, Ning's father almost treated the factory as his own home. He even moved the online store's workplace to the garment factory. The 2 helpers he hired also received benefits according to the garment factory's regulations, and their wages were increased. The 2 children were very happy. Mother Ning thought this made sense, and immediately told her husband, call Xiao Li and have him send a set of all the new summer styles in the factory in your daughter's size. The sooner the better. The clothes I own are not cheap either. The prices in the specialty stores are also very attractive, and they don't look cheap when my daughter wears them. The family of 3 chatted in the living room for a while. Seeing that it was almost noon, Ning's mother hurried to the kitchen. Go wash your hands. I'll fry the vegetables. I've prepared everything else. You can eat it as soon as it's served. After washing her hands, Ningyu helped bring the stew to the table. Ning's mother skillfully stir-fried some vegetables. The family had no rule of not talking while eating or sleeping, so they ate while chatting. Ning Jia was admitted to a university in Beijing. He said that his family wanted to have a good time in Beijing and wanted to come to Beijing in advance. In the past, when the couple of 3 came together, the 2 families had to squeeze into a 2-bedroom house. If things got urgent, someone would have to sleep in the living room or on the floor. But this year, that cannot be done no matter what. She was afraid of disturbing her daughter's rest, so she simply booked a hotel near the community. It didn't matter how good it was, just a standard room would be fine. Ningyu nodded to show that she understood, and put a piece of fish belly meat into Ning's mother's bowl. Mom, you just need some free time. You've worked hard for half your life, so take my second aunt for a good stroll. Ning's mother, I've lived here for half my life. What's there to see? Ningyu said, by the way, which university did Ning Jie get into? Industrial University. I heard from your second aunt that this school is good. 211 school, very good. Seeing that his daughter was busy talking, Ning's father quickly served her a bowl of pork rib soup and put 2 pieces of pork ribs in her bowl. Drink some soup. Your mother skimmed off all the oil. It's not greasy. The soup wasn't too hot, so Ningyu picked it up and drank it. You should drink some too. There's a lot to do at the factory, so you need to keep up with your nutrition. Dad Ning responded with a nod, served himself a bowl, and gave his wife another, and they both drank slowly. After lunch, Ning's mother seemed to have just remembered. By the way, your father and I have re-tidied your room. Take a look and see if there is anything you don't like. I will redecorate it for you. Ningyu thought that only the living room was rearranged, but when she entered her own room, she didn't recognize it. The wallpaper in the room was changed to blue, the color of the ceiling was lighter, the curtains were also light-colored gauze curtains, the bed was also changed, and the quilt was new. There was also a new desk in the room and a 4-door bookshelf, on which were placed some of the books Ningyu had read, and even the books she used in her senior year of high school were neatly placed. The floor was also replaced with a wooden floor. It's good. I like it very much. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. Seeing that she really liked him, Ning's mother felt relieved. Then you should take a break. Don't set the air conditioner too low. It's easy to catch a cold. After saying this, Ning's mother left, fearing that the child would be too tired. Ningyu really had a good sleep. When she woke up, it was already past 3 o'clock, and there were several unread messages on her mobile phone. One was from Su Li, an artist from Yaoyang Company is taking drugs. Should we release this news later or right away? Ningyu and Su Li had said that Li Qingrong and his wife were getting a divorce. In the past 6 months, He had done nothing except sending people to contact Yaoyang's artists privately. He asked her because he was ready to make an effort, but he was afraid that something might go wrong with Jiang Shirhan's divorce. So she directly replied to her with a message. Wait a little longer. Jiang Shirhan shouldn't be able to delay for too long, so wait for my news. Su Li quickly replied. Okay. Then there are the small groups in the dormitory. Why is it a small group? Because Tong Jimin is not in it. I have a horse at home. I'm home. Picture, picture, picture. The picture shows Ma Lishan riding a horse on the endless grassland. She let herself go as soon as she got home. Zheng Zheng Risheng. Wow. The sky is vast and the wilderness is boundless. The wind blows the grass and the cattle and sheep appear. It's so beautiful. I have a horse at home. Do you like it? If you like, you can come anytime. I will arrange food and accommodation for you when you come. Ningyu is really tempted, but it won't work this year. If she has the chance in the future, she can take her parents to the grassland to play. The next message surprised her a little. It was sent by Kuziheng. Kuziheng is not from Beijing, but I didn't expect that he didn't go home either, and he even asked Ningyu to find a part-time job together. Ningyu esiket softly. So far, Kuziheng and Tong Jimin have not confirmed their relationship, but they have indeed had a lot of contact. What does it mean for him to contact her now? Is he trying to have his feet on both sides, or does he also feel that he is poor and should find a job to make money during the holidays? She always felt that Kuziheng was a bit out of place. This person seemed to be gentle and kind to everyone, but in fact, he should not have such a personality in his nature. Anyway, it felt very fake. However, what happened to this person had nothing to do with her. What she cared about most now was Jiang Shirhan's divorce case. She didn't expect that Li Qingrong would take action within 2 days. Hu Songbai sent a message saying that Jiang Shirhan was drugged in the hotel last night, and then 4 men carried things into her room. Fortunately, her bodyguards were still useful. When the door was broken open, those men were about to take off Jiang Shirhan's pants, and the camera was already turned on. The purpose was obvious, which was to capture evidence of Jiang Shirhan fooling around outside. Jiang Shirhan did not call the police, but asked her bodyguard to interrogate the 4 men. The ready-made video recorder was used, and the 4 men confessed before dawn. What they were doing was something that should not be allowed to be seen in public. If no one had discovered it at the time, and they had the video footage, no woman would take the initiative to call the police. That's how fearless they are. But it will be a different story if they are caught in the act, as their psychological defenses will easily collapse. The one called Liuzi called out Li Qingrong's assistant. This is an interesting matter. Why did Li Qingrong's assistant hire someone to cuckold Li Qingrong? When you think about the fact that Li Qingrong and his wife are getting divorced, it becomes clear. It was also Li Qingrong's bad luck. He was afraid that the person doing the job would be careless, so he ordered his assistant to find an experienced person. The biggest characteristic of an experienced person is that he always leaves himself a way out. Liuzi has evidence of the assistant's contact with them, including a video. Jiang Shirhan sent the video to Li Qingrong, and after a while, Li Qingrong called her. Let's meet. Jiang Shirhan gritted her teeth as she spoke. You can meet, but you must divorce immediately, or I will call the police. Okay, then we'll divorce, but you have to destroy everything in your hands. Jiang Shirhan thought for a while before saying, okay, but I want half of your company's shares and half of your fixed assets. If you agree, then I'll meet you. Otherwise, forget it. I can't give you half of the shares, but I can use the cash I have to buy your shares. Jiang Shirhan. Okay, based on the current stock price. Li Qingrong was now in a difficult situation and had no choice but to agree to Jiang Shirhan's property division plan. He had not originally planned to give out the shares, but this time he failed. He knew that once he was taken away for investigation, the news would spread quickly, which would have a huge impact. Not only would the stock price fall, but the company would also be in turmoil, and he might lose even more by then. The two met again soon, but this time Jiang Shirhan was accompanied not only by a lawyer, but also a group of bodyguards. You're right, she has to survive first before talking about other things. Who knows if Li Chungrong failed to achieve his goal this time? Will he directly create an accident to kill her next time? Lawyer Jean and the other party's lawyer sat at a table to discuss. Li Chungrong looked at Jiang Shirhan with a cold face. You are really getting more and more powerful. You even know to hire a bodyguard. He finally understood why his plan had failed. This woman must have hired a bodyguard after returning to her country, and the bodyguard discovered those people when they were doing it last night. Jiang Shirhan didn't want to argue with him. You own 65% of the company's shares, so you should give me 32.5%. If you want to continue to be the company's largest shareholder, you have to buy 18% of the shares from me. Do you have that much money?
No.
Of course not, but he must buy back the 18% of the shares, so he plans to exchange them for fixed assets. Unfortunately, Jiang Shirhan refused as soon as he proposed it. She didn't want it. Why do I need so many properties? I can't live in them. You can exchange them for as many shares as you have cash, and you can buy the rest when you have money. I'll give you 10 days. What else could he do? Now that the other party was the knife and the chopping board, he had no choice but to bow his head. After the division of property was completed, the two received the divorce certificate. Li Chungrong was busy preparing cash, and almost all the fixed assets that could be disposed of were disposed of. It took him 5 or 6 days to finally buy back 18% of the shares. Of course, the video was naturally returned to Li Chungrong. What Li Chungrong didn't know was that while he was busy dealing with those properties, Jiang Shirhan was also dealing with the assets in her hands. Except for keeping 2 houses and a few shops, she sold everything that could be sold. She also transferred the remaining shares in her hands directly to another shareholder of Yaoyang Entertainment, and then went abroad, without even seeing her daughter for the last time. Before leaving, I sent a message to. After receiving the news, Ningyu immediately notified Su Li. Then a series of negative news about Yaoyang came out. For 2 consecutive months, the headlines were like this: Yaoyang Company President divorces. Yaoyang Li Chungrong uses all means to get a divorce. Li Chungrong sells off his property. Yaoyang may fall into an economic crisis. Yaoyang second-tier actress cheats on her own president. Yaoyang artist involved in drug abuse. Yaoyang president's romantic history. These news broke out too quickly, often one piece of news followed by another. In just 2 months, the stock price of Yaoyang Company fell and fell again. In short, it was all because of the father. Other stocks might be long. Ningyu felt that if the news continued to spread like this, Yaoyang Company would probably be delisted. So Ningyu directly sent Su Li a big red envelope and added a note. Well done. Ningyu would go to the garment factory when she had nothing to do, and occasionally go to Jixing for a walk and play a few games when she had time. On the wealth list of Jianghu Xing, Huangfu Qingyan ranked first. With not only was he happy, Ningyu was also happy. Who wouldn't be happy when they made money? Moreover, that little girl 009 is very competitive and has made great use of her account. Now she is ranked 37th on the wealth list. You know, she didn't put a penny into it. As they were happy, Uncle Ning's family arrived. Dad Ning went to the train station to pick them up in person. Unlike his father, Uncle Ning looked smart. He would smile at everyone he met and spoke pleasantly. When he saw Ningyu, he started by praising her, and every word he said was pleasant to the ear, which made Dad and Mom Ning smile the whole time. Second aunt is a slightly plump middle-aged woman. She speaks in the style of a person from northeast China, straightforward and plain. She is not annoying. Ning Jie, on the contrary, has a completely different personality from the other two. He is a big boy who is a little shy. They had lunch together at the restaurant at noon, and then I sent the 3 of them to the hotel to rest. The next day, Ning's mother and Ningyu took her second uncle's family to visit the Forbidden City. At the end of the day, Ningyu refused to move even if she was killed. From then on, Ning's mother accompanied the family around. Second Aunt Ning would also secretly inquire about her eldest uncle's family. She was puzzled. They came once during the Chinese New Year and slept on the floor. It has only been more than half a year, and they dared to book a room for them. Although it was just an ordinary hotel, the expenses for food, drink, and travel were not small. Ning's mother didn't dare to tell anyone about the clothing factory. Isn't this just a store opened online? Business is pretty good. Second Aunt Ning suddenly became interested and started asking about the online store. Mother Ning did not hide anything and told her everything about the online store. I just reply to messages, place orders, ship goods, and occasionally take photos. I make little money at first selling 3 or 2 items a day, but it gets better over time. Aunt Ning thought to herself that it was such a simple job and she could earn tens of thousands a month, so she could do it too. In the past, she had to accompany her child to study and keep an eye on his studies, but the child is going to college this year, and she doesn't have much to do, so she decided to open an online store. She told Ning's mother about this idea, and Ning's mother discussed it with her daughter after returning home. I think it's not difficult to open a store online. If she wants to open one, we can help her open one. After all, we have a clothing factory and she can get the goods from us, which can also be counted as sales. It's fine if she gets the goods from others. After all, if she doesn't do it, others will. Whether the business is good or not depends on how it is run. Do you really think that anyone can make money by opening that store? If my daughter didn't give me advice and suggestions in my own store, could I have made so much money? Ningyu naturally would not object. It was just a matter of relatives lending a hand, and it was no big deal. So, Aunt Ning stopped arranging to go shopping and instead used Ning Jie's computer to open an online store in the hotel. She then helped her pick out the goods and taught her how to reply to customers' messages. This took her 3 or 4 days. Soon after Ning Jie reported in, it was time, and Ningyu went to see him off. At least she knew where the dormitory was, and if anything happened, she would know where to find it. In fact, the shy boy and his cousin didn't have much to say, and they basically had no communication. Afterwards, Ningyu started school. She has already passed the CET-4 and plans to pass the business English test before graduation. She knows some French, but only enough for daily conversation, so she plans to learn another foreign language. Sophomore year began like this. Professor Wu was very concerned about Ningyu as a student. He often called her to ask about her learning progress, and occasionally brought her some food made by Mrs. Wu. It can be said that he really treated her as a disciple. A few days after school started, Tong Jimin said that Ke Ziheng was going to treat a few people in the dormitory to a meal. Lin Zheng asked curiously, "Are you and Ke Ziheng confirmed to be in a relationship?" Tong Jimin said proudly, "He confessed to me during the holidays, and I accepted it." Lin Zheng was really curious. What was there to be proud of? There were many boys chasing after her in school, but she didn't accept any of them. Her mother said that she was too simple and didn't have much ability to distinguish. So, if a man was not extremely outstanding, she should not pay attention to them. If there was someone she liked, she would tell her family, and they would help her make suggestions. Then go ahead. I'm free every day anyway. Ma Lishan didn't want to go at first, but when she saw Ningyu nodded, she knew that she didn't take Ke Ziheng seriously at all, so she agreed. The meal was set at a Chinese restaurant outside the school, but Ke Ziheng was the last to arrive, and he brought his roommate with him. It was made like a social gathering. Ma Lishan's eyes flickered, but seeing that Ningyu and Lin Zheng were still sitting quietly, she said nothing. Ke Ziheng smiled and said, "I'm sorry I'm late. I said I had an appointment with my girlfriend's roommates for dinner tonight, and the 3 of them insisted on coming along, so I had no choice but to bring them along. Let me introduce them to you. This is Ho Wenhan, Liao Tianxin, and Tong Yi." Tong Jimin also introduced the 3 people on her side, and then the 4 of them sat down. Ningyu glanced at Tong Jimin and found that her expression did not change, which meant that she knew that Ke Ziheng brought his roommate here. The 3 girls had indigestion after the meal. The boys across from them were too enthusiastic. When the 3 were about to leave, Ke Ziheng was still inviting them to go to the bar. Lin Zheng was the first to refuse. "I have curfew. I must go back to the dormitory to rest before 10 o'clock. The counselor and the dormitory manager all have my family's phone number. If I don't go back, my family will come to find me." It was already 9 o'clock after dinner. If we went to the bar, I don't know how long it would last. Moreover, I was not familiar with these boys, and they were too enthusiastic at the dinner table. Especially, everyone knows that bars are not good places, and it is best for young girls not to go there unless they have something to do. Therefore, Lin Zheng refused very straightforwardly. Tong Jimin pouted immediately. Lin Zheng, you are such a bummer. We're just going out for fun. I haven't even been to a bar yet. Lin Zheng said, I'm not stopping you from going. Can't you just go with your boyfriend? Tong Jimin said, but if you leave, Ningyu and Ma Lishan will also leave. How can I go with the nerve? Let's just play together. Don't be in such a hurry to go back, okay? Ningyu put the canvas bag on her back, then pulled Lin Zheng out. Ma Lishan quickly followed. The two of them showed through their actions that not only did Lin Zheng want to leave, but they also didn't want to go to any bar. Ho Wenhan, one of the 3 roommates who came with Kuziheng today, is from Y province. His clothes are obviously higher grade than the others. It can be seen that his family is well off. It can also be seen that Kuziheng intends to match Ho Wenhan and Lin Zheng, while Liao Tianxin's eyes are wandering between her and Ma Lishan, just like picking cabbages to see which one is more juicy and cheaper. This made Ningyu feel really bad about these people. Besides, going to a bar means drinking, and if something happens, it will be too late to regret. Tong Yi is a man who knows how to handle things. If you don't want to go, forget it. We can talk about it later when there's a chance. Let's go. It's a good opportunity for us to go back to school together. It's not safe for few girls to go back home at night. There were 8 people. Ho Wenhan and Liao Tianxin both came by car. Tong Jimin tried her best to invite Lin Zheng to ride in Ho Wenhan's car. Lin Zheng had no choice but to get in the car. As a result, she was stuffed into the passenger seat. When they returned to the dormitory that night, no one said much. The next afternoon, Lin Zheng checked the backgrounds of several people in Kuziheng's dormitory. That Ho Zihan, his father said, he was a wealthy man in Y province. He had a piece of land and planned to start construction this year. He said it was for building a club, but the procedures were stuck. Tong Jimin's family wanted to do business with the Ho family. Kuziheng happened to be her boyfriend. Liao Tianyi's family was from Beijing and was well off. He had the best relationship with Ho Zihan in the dormitory. By the way, you must not know that the Ferrari 4S store in Beijing is his family's. The Tong family is quite powerful. If you want to open a 4S store, it is not enough to have money. The most important thing is connections. Lin Zheng said, among the 4 people, Tong Yi treats people the best, and you can tell at a glance that he has good upbringing. That guy named Liao. Speaking of Liao Tianxin, Lin Zheng frowned. She had a very bad impression of Liao Tianxin. The way he looked at people made people feel disgusted. Ningyu smiled and said, are you with a good boy? Lin Zheng clapped her hands. That's exactly the feeling. His family should have some conditions, but it is definitely not as good as the Ho family and Tong Yi, otherwise he wouldn't have such a personality. Ma Lishan said, who cares who they are? Anyway, we know their purpose, so we just need to stay away from them from now on. Lin Zheng said, maybe he mistook me for one of those naive young ladies, so he used his beauty trap to seduce me. But he is not a handsome man. As she spoke, she wrinkled her nose, as if she was disgusted with the ugliness of the man named Ho. This action looked really cute when she did it. Ningyu couldn't help but pinch her face. Who doesn't love a cute girl, right? The man who can match our Zheng Zheng must be at least the most handsome man in the world. Anything less will not do. Ma Lishan also joined in the conversation. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing happily when Tong Jimin pushed the door open and walked in. The room was silent. Lin Zheng was too lazy to pay attention to Tong Jimin and pulled Ningyu to talk. Are you going to the lab this semester? The professor has already applied for a new project, and as soon as the funding is approved, he should be able to move into the lab. Tong Jimin's face was originally frowning, but when she saw that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly forced a smile and walked to Lin Zheng's desk. Zheng Zheng, Ho Wenhan asked you to go downstairs. Go and take a look. He may have something to talk to you about. A few people walked to the window and looked out. As expected, they saw Ho Wenhan standing downstairs with a bag in his hand, and Liao Tianxin was also downstairs. Lin Zheng retracted her head and said to Tong Jimin, tell him I'm busy. It was just to send her food and drink, but firstly, their relationship was not that deep, and secondly, did she need that little food? So, why did he think she would accept his things? Tong Jimin tried to persuade him. Oh, just go down once. It's not good to keep them waiting. Otherwise, Ho Wenhan will lose face. Ningyu, what you said is true. They are not that familiar with each other. If he wants to meet, Lin Jing should cooperate. Besides, what does Ho Wenhan's face have to do with Lin Jing? If he can force Lin Jing to go down and see him today, will he be able to force Lin Jing to date him tomorrow, and force Lin Jing to marry him the day after tomorrow? Tang Jimin said angrily, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by talking about friends or not?"
How can I mean that?
Ningyu, are you sure he didn't mean that? Then what is he doing now? How are you sure? Could it be that you are the worm in his stomach? These were unpleasant words, and Tang Jimin's face changed immediately. Seeing that no one spoke up for her, she immediately turned around and left, slamming the dormitory door loudly before leaving. Afterwards, Molly Shan saw the two people downstairs, leaving with Tang Jimin. I really don't know what she's thinking. She looks like she has some serious illness. Lin Jing nodded, agreeing with it deeply. The first-round broadcast rights of Lin Lin's struggle were bought by Beijing TV in mid-August. The finale was broadcast just in time for the start of the school year, and the audience rating reached 1.6%. It is not easy for an online drama to achieve such a high audience rating when it is first broadcast on TV. The key is that Chen Yun became so popular that even the heroine was overshadowed by her. A newcomer gained more than 2 million fans thanks to this drama, and then signed My Wardrobe in September. After that, the wardrobe of the eldest daughter of the Chin family really made this program popular. The Chin family has been prosperous for generations, and Chen Yun is not comparable to Yan Qingqing, who has just returned to the Yan family for more than a year. Moreover, the Yan family itself is less well known than the Chin family. Chen Yun has only one brother, and the entire floor of the house is her territory, and this wardrobe takes up most of the space. It not only contains clothes, but also various jewelry classified into different categories, many of which are antique level. During the filming, the staff who introduced the items in the wardrobe were divided into 4 teams. Everyone wore a suit and white gloves. Everyone watching the show was so envious that they wanted to die immediately and be reincarnated into the Chin family. In her previous life, Yan Qingqing became the nation's best friend because of Lin Lin's struggle, and things got better and better. In this life, Chen Yun became popular because of the drama and was named the national princess because of this variety show. For a while, Chen Yun was overwhelmed with notices. She herself was not short of money, and the notices were all chosen for those that were most suitable for her, and the rest were given to the company's people for free. Shengshi Entertainment has also emerged in the circle. Compared to Chen Yun, Yan Qingqing is miserable. She invested 20 million in a TV series, but couldn't sell it. Yan Qingqing, who became famous by filming this drama, was anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She couldn't let the drama rot in her hands, so she made a bet agreement with the website to see the click rate. The higher the click rate, the higher the share. However, she was only an extra in Hengdian for 2 months. She was an extra and went there to learn, but she had never suffered from hardship since she was a child. How could she feel comfortable being an extra? She had to wear clothes that smelled sour and had to play corpses all the time. The sun was shining brightly, and she was sweating profusely. After half a month, she couldn't stand it anymore. She just wandered around in different crews, not acting but just watching. What could she learn in such a month and a half? Therefore, the performance of her web drama was terrible. Not to mention getting any profit from it, it was good enough that she didn't lose money to the website. Her career suffered a setback, and all her money was wasted. Yan Qingqing was so devastated that she lost all her ambitions. Not to mention taking on more roles, she simply went straight to bother Gong Yuza. Of course, this annoyance is what Gong Yuza thinks is annoyance. Because Gong Yuza felt that the Yan Qingqing today was no longer the Yan Qingqing he knew in the past. In his heart, the previous Yan Qingqing was clean, pure, and lovely, but recently, Gong Yuza always felt that Yan Qingqing had changed, and even her face was not the same as when they first met. Unlike when Xiaorong, she was always the most genuine when in front of him. No matter how precious the gifts he gave her were, she never paid any attention to them. She always dressed in whatever way was comfortable for her. She never took the initiative to look for him, but he always looked forward to her contacting him every day. However, he always gave in first. He could still control himself a little before, seeing her once every 3 to 5 days, but recently he was no longer satisfied with seeing her once every few days. In recent days, he arranged his work early, and then went to school to pick up Wen Xiaorong, and then they went out on a date. But when he was excitedly preparing to get off work, Yan Qingqing came. Helpless Gong Yuze had to take off his coat again and sit back in the chair. When Gong Yuze saw her, there was a hint of surprise on his face. "Why are you here?" Yan Qingqing felt that when she saw Brother Gong's smiling face, all her worries disappeared. She had neither fame nor money, but the only thing left was Brother Gong's love, which she wanted to hold tightly in her hands. Yan Qingqing stood in front of the desk, leaning forward with her hands on the table, revealing a little bit of cleavage. "I miss you. Tomorrow is the weekend. I want to ask Brother Gong if he has time to go to the beach for 2 days?" Gong Yuze stood up, walked around the desk, and hugged the person in his arms. "I'm afraid it won't work this week. There's too much work. Wait the minute. Let me get ready. How about we go out and play together for a few more days during the National Day holiday?" The little girl said that she had to go back to her hometown during the National Day holiday and would not have time to accompany him, so it was just right that he could free up some time. Although Yan Qingqing was a little disappointed, she was soon relieved. It was not bad to be able to play for 7 days. "Okay, then let's wait for National Day." Gong Yuze let go of her. His eyes swept over her nose and chin, then turned away calmly. "Sit down first. I'll ask my secretary to bring you some food, and we'll go eat together after get off work." Then he pressed the internal line, and his secretary came in a few moments later with a tray containing cakes, drinks, milk, and snacks, all of which were Yan Qingqing's favorite flavors. Finally, it was time to get off work. Gong Yuze took Yan Qingqing out for a romantic dinner, and then sent her home directly. Watching Gong Yuze's sports car leave, Yan Qingqing's expression became very gloomy. She noticed something was wrong the moment she arrived at Gong Yuze's office. Gong Yuze never made eye contact with her and only hugged her for a moment, without any of his previous gentleness. His attention was not on work at all. He would take out his cell phone from time to check, obviously waiting for someone's message. This was most obvious during meals, when he would almost see holes in the cell phone. Moreover, when they went out together in the past, they would always go out to watch a movie or find some other entertainment before returning to his or her apartment. They were all young people, so it was natural for some things to happen. Even today, he sent her back directly without even giving her a goodnight kiss, let alone wanting to have anything happen between them. Once a man has started having love, how can he hold back and do nothing when his fiancée is right in front of him? He was in such a hurry to leave. He must be going to see something. How can this be possible? How can this be possible? She only has Brother Gong left. She walked into the house with unsteady steps. When she heard the door open, the assistant immediately stood up and waited for Yan Qingqing to come in. The assistant handed her slippers and said, "Sister Qingqing is back. Have you had dinner? Do you want me to make you a bowl of noodles? I've been stewing chicken soup for most of the day. It's ready. No, you can take a rest. I ate outside." At this time, anyone could tell that she was eating out, but looking at her expression, you could tell that she was not enjoying the meal. "Sister Qingqing, what's wrong with you?" In fact, Yan Qingqing is 4 or 5 years younger than the assistant, but in the entertainment industry, people always call others teacher, sister, brother without considering their age. A lot of things happened to Yan Qingqing after she returned to the Yan family. First, her grades dropped and she failed the college entrance examination. Then she tried to deal with Ning Yu many times, but she failed to accomplish anything except that the Ning couple was fired. Then she had a difficult time entering the entertainment industry, and then her investments failed. Now, even the last person she had, Gong Yuze, is about to be lost. It can be said that the self-confidence she had cultivated in the Ning family has been completely destroyed. A person's ability to withstand failure in favorable circumstances is quite low, and Yan Qingqing is that kind of person. She was very fragile at this moment, and because of her identity, she really didn't have many friends. However, because of the more contact with this young assistant, She had more trust in her, so she told him her doubts. After hearing this, the assistant immediately said, Boss Gong doesn't seem like the kind of scumbag who has his feet on 8 women at the same time. A man who is favored by Sister Qingqing wouldn't be so superficial. Sister Qingqing, don't think too much about it. Maybe Boss Gong has something else to do. Men always put their careers first. That's what a good man is. If he really only cares about love every day, then Sister Qingqing should consider whether she can keep such a man. There was nothing unpleasant about what she said, but Yan Qingqing firmly believed in her own judgment. You don't have to comfort me. He just changed his mind. What important matter requires him to pay attention to his phone all the time? He used a private phone, not the one for external use. He changed his mind, and I can feel it. The young assistant sighed and dared not say anything. But this made Yan Qingqing feel even worse than saying it. What did this mean? This was an admission. She said that just to make herself feel better. Gong Yuze had changed his mind. This realization made Yan Qingqing shed sad tears. The assistant quickly took a tissue to wipe her tears and served her carefully. Sister Qingqing, please don't cry. Otherwise your eyes will get swollen. She had microplastic surgery on the corners of her eyes, which looked good, but they would swell when she cried. Now she can't even cry. Yan Qingqing stayed awake almost the entire night. After she returned to her room, the assistant immediately sent the news over. Not long after, Ningyu received the news and then sent some photos to Su Li, asking him to help deal with it. On Saturday, Ningyu went directly to Ningjie's University, following her mother's instructions, to visit her cousin. When she arrived at the university, she bought some food, including rare fruits, beef jerky, and snacks. She carried 2 large bags and went directly to the downstairs of Ningjie's dormitory. As soon as Ningjie's phone rang, he hurried downstairs. His roommates were curious and looked down from the window. They saw a tall and beautiful girl and started to talk about her. Ningjie is really good. He has a girlfriend without telling anyone. Look at what he's carrying, 2 big bags. He's really generous. Ningjie downstairs was a little embarrassed. Sister Yu, why are you buying so many things? I'm fine here, don't worry about me. Ningyu stuffed the bag in her hand into Ningjie's hand and said, My mother's worried, so she asked me to come over and take a look. Take it up first and we'll have dinner together later. Ningjie scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, but also afraid that his cousin would get impatient waiting for him. He went upstairs carrying his things. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I was surrounded by other classmates. Show me what good stuff you bought? Ningjie was not stingy and put the food on the desk. Eat it and choose for yourself. Ningjie is amazing. His girlfriend is so beautiful. Ningjie immediately became anxious. Don't talk nonsense, then my cousin. Where did I get a girlfriend? After he finished speaking, he walked out, but was stopped by his roommates, who asked about Ningyu's situation one by one. Don't ask too much. She's my dear sister, a top student at Tsinghua University. Are you worthy of her? I'm going to have dinner with my sister. I'm leaving now. Ningjie was about to go out when his roommate stopped him. No, let's go together. Let's go together. My brother is treating us today. What's the point of just the 2 of you? So, when Ningjie came down, he was followed by 3 followers. Looking at the awkward expression on Ningjie's face, Ningyu smiled and asked, What's wrong? My roommates are all going. Hello, cousin. We are Ningjie's roommates. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here, so the brothers would like to invite you to try some of the delicious food near our school. Ningyu said generously. Ningjie is quite introverted. I will have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. Today is my treat. Don't compete with me. So, a group of young students went to Xiangmenlu outside the school. During the meal, Ningyu and Ningjie became familiar with each other's classmates and even exchanged phone numbers. Ningjie felt so uncomfortable. Why did his cousin act like his mother and even leave her phone number with his roommate, so that she would be the first to know if anything happened to him? Before leaving, Ningyu stuffed a handful of money into his pocket. She had inquired at the dinner table just now and learned that second aunt only gave him 1,200 yuan a month for living expenses in order to train him. Although the food in the cafeteria was cheap, A grown boy would spend more than 10 yuan on a meal, even if he spent the least. In addition, he would have to buy shampoo, shower gel, and the like, as well as pay for internet, electricity, phone, and water bills, which would cost him 1,500 or 1,600 yuan. Students always have social interactions, and that would cost 100 or 200 yuan a month. 1,200 yuan was really not enough. Take the money first. Tell me if it's not enough. Call me if you have anything. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Now go back. Ningjia looked at the money in his hand, which must be at least 3 or 4,000. He wanted to return the money. Sister Yu, I want to go out and find a part-time job next month. I don't have much expenses and I don't eat much, so I don't need so much money. Besides, it's not that my mother doesn't want to give me money, but I don't want it because I can't spend it all. My second uncle's family conditions are not very good, but not too bad either. They can still afford to support a college student, and they certainly don't need the 1 or 2,000 yuan he spends on living expenses every month. What second aunt gave was second aunt's, and what I gave was mine. Just take it. Okay, I'm going back now. After saying that, Ningyu turned around and left with big strides. Ning Jie couldn't even refuse. On Monday, Yan Qingqing returned to school for classes. In the past, she thought her stipend was pretty good, but since the start of college, she felt that her stipend was a little behind. It was better in the first half of her freshman year, as she only failed 2 subjects. The courses in the second half of the year were a bit difficult to learn. During the final exams, I just passed several subjects with low marks and even failed several others. She is now a sophomore, and if she doesn't work harder, she is really afraid that she will fail all her courses. After class at noon, she went to the cafeteria with her classmates. After they had finished their meals, they just sat down at their seats when their cell phones started to ring. She turned on the phone and saw that all the messages she had received were pictures. As she looked at them, her eyes turned red, because those pictures were all intimate photos of Gong Yuza and a woman. The girl next to her saw that she looked unhappy and looked at her phone. Hey, isn't this your boyfriend? Gong Yuza came to the school to pick up Yan Qingqing several times, so it was not surprising that some classmates knew her. These photos were taken very trickily, and only Gong Yuza's face could be seen, but when Xiaorong could not be seen clearly. Otherwise, if they were in the same school, someone would definitely recognize them. Yan Qingqing slammed her phone on the table. The girl realized that she seemed to have said something out of turn and suddenly fell silent. You eat by yourself. I'm going to go back first, Yan Qingqing said, then stood up and ran out of the cafeteria. Originally, she wanted to question Gong Yuza, but after she rushed out of the school, her mind became somewhat clear again. What would happen if she just exposed this matter? What if Gong Yuza canceled the engagement with her? When Yan Qingqing thought of the consequences, she felt uneasy, so she simply drove her sports car back to the small apartment near the school. When the assistant saw her coming back at this time, she knew something must have happened, so she came over and started to show concern. Sister Qingqing, is something wrong? If there is anything, please tell me. You can't be so hard on your body every day. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. As long as we don't take it seriously, no one can affect us. As she spoke, she went to the kitchen. She was quite efficient and soon served 2 dishes and a soup to the table. She persuaded Yan Qingqing to eat the meal and got the words out of her. Yan Qingqing believed her and took out her cell phone to show her. As a result, the assistant came to a conclusion. Hey, you dare to provoke Sister Qingqing without even showing your face? If I were to ask me, the only thing that's special about her is her chests. They should be C-cup, aren't they just a little bigger? What's the big deal? Just eat more papaya, and they will get bigger. In fact, a C-cup is not too big, just right. Those with a D-cup and an E-cup are really choppy. A B-cup like Yan Qingqing is just a little small. But some people develop early, some develop late, and some can develop again after having children. But Yan Qingqing didn't think so when she heard this. Why is she better than her in every way, but her chests can't compare? That afternoon, she acted like a spoiled child and asked Mrs. Yen for some money, and then took a leave to go to the plastic surgery hospital. Ningyu entered the laboratory again and received all kinds of special care from the professor and senior students. Of course, this special care was well-intentioned. It was to train the little junior sister, and Ningyu was happy to do it. Her life was peaceful, but Suli started to make frequent efforts. First, he quietly pried Ruijia's leader to Xingshi, and second, he tried his best to abuse Li Qingrong. When Li Qingrong withdrew from the hot search, he would reveal new information. Later, Li Qingrong did not withdraw. The truth was that he had no extra funds after his divorce, and the company's shareholders were fed up and held shareholders' meetings frequently. At this time, Yaoyang's stock price fell again and was about to hit the bottom. Li Qingrong had no cash flow and felt that he had done something extremely stupid because he did not need to hold more than 50% of the shares to be the largest shareholder. When the company went public, 28% of the shares were issued and circulated on the stock market. In theory, if he held more than 36%, he would be the company's largest shareholder. But now the company's shares have plummeted, and he would never dare to sell off his shares. Otherwise, Yaoyang might really fall to the bottom. Moreover, he always feels that someone is deliberately targeting Yaoyang. Otherwise, how could all the negative news about the company suddenly come out? Jiang Shihan, who is listed as the first suspect, received a call from Li Qingrong. "What's up? What did you promise me? Why did the news of our divorce get out? Are you crazy? Even if I have done something wrong to you in the past, what good will it do you if I fall? After all, you and I have a child together. You have to think about Shuai, right?" Jiang Shihan just thought that this man was extremely stupid. It had been such a long time since Yaoyang's accident, and he only now realized that someone was targeting him. How on earth did he manage to run the company? "Oh, if I don't tell others, won't they? There is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. Maybe the news was leaked from you." After saying that, Jiang Shihan hung up the phone. Anyway, she had sold all the Yaoyang shares in her hands. The worse Yaoyang was, the unhappier Li Qingrong would be, and that would make her happy. Yaoyang Company's stock price is still falling. In the president's office, Li Qingrong, who was obviously thinner, was talking to his subordinates. Suddenly, the assistant walked in and whispered something in his ear. Li Qingrong's face changed immediately. I don't know who took advantage of the situation and did this to report Yaoyang. Not only was he evading taxes, he even took out his account books. Moreover, the investigation team had already arrived at the company. At this moment, Li Qingrong felt like the sky was falling. After the National Day in October, a group of exchange students from Country M came to the school, and Ningyu soon saw a familiar face in the open class. Looking at the boy who deliberately sat next to her, Ningyu asked in surprise, Didn't he go to study in the United States? When did he return to China?" He stretched out his right hand towards her. "Of course I came back as an exchange student, old classmate, long time no see." Ningyu stretched out her hand and shook hands with him. The boy in front of her seemed to have grown taller and was a little thinner than he was more than a year ago, but he seemed to have a more calm temperament. He is really amazing. He has gone abroad to study, but he still wants to go back to China as an exchange student. What is he doing? At this time, the professor has come in. Ningyu has no intention of talking and concentrates on the class. After an open class ended, it was time for lunch. He invited Ningyu. "Old classmate, would you like to have lunch together?" "Wait a minute, let me talk to my roommates. We were all together before." She came out a little late today, so she sat separately from Lin Zheng and the others. When she turned around, she saw Lin Zheng walking towards her with Ma Lishan. The two looked at Ningyu with teasing eyes. Ningyu didn't understand why, so she casually introduced the two parties. "He, my high school classmate, is studying in the United States. This time he is here as an exchange student." As soon as she finished the introduction, Lin Zheng looked at he twice more. She felt that he looked familiar. They were both in the same circle, so it would be natural for them to have some interactions at a cocktail party, but they just didn't have much communication. "My two roommates, Lin Zheng and Ma Lishan." He nodded as a greeting, and then invited the three of them to have lunch together. The four of them went to a restaurant outside the school and ordered a few dishes in a proper manner. "Does the monitor know you're back?" He said, "I mentioned it a few days ago." I was thinking of making an appointment with my classmates to get together. Do you want to come? He did a lot of work behind the scenes, knowing that Ningyu would have to follow the professor into the laboratory. If she didn't go, what would be the point of the class reunion? Ningyu said, "You can go. The laboratory is my job. It will take about 2 or 3 hours to finish. It's not too busy." He heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then he took care of the other 2 girls very gentlemanly, occasionally chatting with them about what he had seen and heard in Country M. They had a very enjoyable lunch. After coming back from lunch, Malishan smiled and pulled Ningyu to gossip. "I say, does your classmate want to pursue you?" Ningyu shook her head. "We were classmates in the same year of high school, and we didn't say as much as we did today. How could he possibly pursue me?" Lin Zheng was applying hand cream, and upon hearing this, she immediately looked at Ningyu as if she was looking at a fool. "Are you stupid? Putting aside the fact that he sat next to you in class, you can say that he just returned to China and he would definitely get close to familiar classmates. When we went out to eat, he stuffed you directly into the passenger seat. He never took his eyes off you during the meal. If you took a few more bites of food, he would pick up more for you several times. If he doesn't like you, I'll tear his head off and let you kick it like a ball." Ningyu's eyes were full of thoughts. Does this mean he is interested in me? Lin Zheng waved her hands. "Don't you think about it? He is originally from Beijing. What's the point of coming back as an exchange student after going abroad? If you think about it for a moment, you will know that he is coming for someone. He came to you right away. If not for you, then for whom? He studied software engineering instead of material science. Isn't this obvious enough? He picked a non-busy day to organize a class reunion, and Ningyu went with him. Their classmates thought they were together. He was very satisfied with the result, but Ningyu didn't notice it at all. After the class reunion, he would often appear in Ningyu's sight. Logically, they were not in the same department and had different courses. The workload in the second year was tight, with various public courses, professional courses, and elective courses, so they didn't even have time to spare at night, so there should be no chance for them to meet. But he always shows up at the right time. He would bring an umbrella when it rains, or go to bring meals when Ningyu is too busy in the laboratory to eat. They would go to the Lislapri to look for information together. Over time, he got to know some of Ningyu's little secrets. In the evening of that day, several people went to the cafeteria to eat together. Ningyu received a call from Su Li. No matter how much of a hands-off boss she was, the factory was still hers. Su Li was only in charge of it, and it was the same for Sheng Shi as well. Some things still required her approval and signature. "You guys go to the cafeteria first and help me get some food. I'll go get some documents." Ma Lishan waved her hand. Go ahead, come back soon." When Ningyu ran to the door, she didn't expect that it was Su Li who came in person. The window of the black car rolled down, revealing Su Li's mature and handsome face. "Here it is." Ningyu walked over and opened the passenger door. "Why did you come here in person?" Su Li handed over the document beside him and said, "Just take a look at this when you go back. By the way, I want to tell you something. Li Qingrong is already selling his shares." "How much did you sell?" "We have already sold 12% of it, and we're still selling, but the price is very unfavorable. Yaoyang's shares fell too fast. The most important thing is that once the tax issues are clarified, Yaoyang will definitely be fined a large sum of money, and Yaoyang will be almost finished." Ningyu said frankly, "What I want is to beat Li Qingrong to death with one stick so that he will never have a chance to turn things around." Su Li handed her another document and said, "Look, these people have some personal grudges against Li Qingrong. He used to be rich and no one could do anything to him, but now that he has no money, these people will tear him apart." Ningyu opened the file bag and flipped through it, her expression becoming increasingly uglier. He really dared to do anything. He drugged the artists of his own company and sent them to the beds of those investors, induced others to sign contracts to sell themselves, and he also sent people to break the legs of 2 people who did not obey the company's arrangements. Since then, they have disappeared from the entertainment industry. Keep an eye on Yaoyang. I don't want Li Qingrong to have a good life." Su Li said, "Don't worry, I understand. The sooner he can bring down Yaoyang, the sooner he can get the shares of Sheng Shi. This is beneficial to him, and he dare not slack off at all." Originally, He wanted to get rid of Ruijia, but the new person in charge was somewhat inexperienced. Some company executives had already resigned, and 2 second-tier artists were also negotiating with Ruijia about terminating their contracts. He watched coldly. Even if he didn't take action, Ruijia would not have an easy time, so he put that matter aside for the time being. Anyway, he now has a career, money, and a lovely girlfriend. He has made a profit by leaving Ruijia, so he should be grateful to the father and son. The two of them exchanged a few simple words before Ningyu got out of the car and rushed to the cafeteria. However, the entire process from her getting on the car to getting off was seen by Hye's roommate. When he was returning to the dormitory from the cafeteria, he was pulled out by his roommate. "You said you saw Ningyu getting out of a black Volkswagen?" The roommate nodded, and the fat on his chin trembled. "I saw it clearly. That car was not an ordinary Volkswagen, but a Phaeton." The man in the driver's seat was quite good-looking. Unfortunately, when Ningyu got in the car, the window was rolled up. I don't know what the two said, and Ningyu got out of the car soon, with 2 file bags in his hands. "You said, that can't be her boyfriend, right?" Hye's expression changed. "Do you remember the license plate number of that car?" His roommate sent him a photo directly. He took a look and then thanked his roommate. After his roommate left, he picked up the phone and called the DMV. "If you have acquaintances, things will be much easier." The Phaeton was registered under the name of Xingshi Entertainment Company, which was easy to check. He asked someone to check Xingshi Company and found that Ningyu was the largest shareholder of Xingshi. This really shocked Hye. She was really capable. She left the Yen family with nothing. It has only been a short time, but she has already set up an entertainment company. Could this girl have other businesses? Ningyu had no idea that he would investigate Suli, and even less idea that her family background was known to everyone. She just did what she was supposed to do. At most, I would pay attention to the progress of Yen Qingqing. The assistant had already sent over the news that Yen Qingqing had gone for chest augmentation. Ningyu had thought about Gong Yuza. He liked Yen Qingqing because she was simple, natural, and confident before she returned to the Yen family. After all, there were very few people like her in their circle. They were all very shrewd. When Xiaorong had the same temperament as her, so she attracted Gong Yuza's attention. However, the points on Yen Qingqing that attracted Gong Yuza were slowly disappearing. Yen Qingqing didn't know this, and even went for chest augmentation. Therefore, as long as when Xiaorong made another effort, the relationship between Yen Qingqing and Gong Yuza would almost come to an end. Originally, Ningyu thought that Yen Qingqing would show up in a month at most, but when she heard news about Yen Qingqing again, it was already the 12th lunar month. Her agent was quite capable and got her a small snack advertisement, which was soon broadcast on TV. But Ningyu looked at the woman and thought she might have gone to get a new head. "After having apple cheeks done, I actually have wrinkles under my eyes. I can't tell whether my eyebrows were tattooed or drawn on. My original standard eyebrows have become slightly raised eyebrows, and my chin has become a little pointed, which shows that I had bone shaving. The biggest change is the chests. They are so big." Just as Ningyu expected, Gong Yuza's attitude towards Yen Qingqing became cold. He would only answer 1 or 2 calls out of 10 and would not send any messages. Yen Qingqing drove to the company to block him. Gong Yuza's face no longer had the previous gentleness. He couldn't understand why such a good girl, who could live confidently and calmly when she had no money, had changed so much after returning to the Yen family. When they first met, the two of them were chatting together. When she talked about her ideal, her eyes were like starlight, so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off. But she has slowly changed since she returned to the Yen family. The light in her eyes has disappeared. "Why are you here?" "Didn't I tell you? I have something important to do, and I don't have time to accompany you. By the way, isn't your school going to have final exams? How did you find time to come out?" Yen Qingqing's tears of grievance flowed down her cheeks. "Brother Gong, how could you be so cruel? At the beginning, it was you who pursued me. I didn't want to be in a relationship, but you said you would treat me well and give me the best, so I agreed to be with you. It's only been a short time, and you no longer have me in your eyes. And you're with another woman. Are you doing me justice?" Gong Yuza was a little annoyed by what she said, What nonsense are you talking about? But he was very surprised in his heart. How could Qingqing know that? He had obviously hidden it well. Yan Qingqing was so angry that she took out her phone, opened the picture on it, and waved it in front of Gong Yuza. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to take responsibility. Are you still a man? Gong Yuza was so angry that the veins on his neck popped up. He snatched the phone from Yan Qingqing's hand and said, You actually sent someone to follow me? He deleted all those photos quickly. After that, he was probably afraid that there were other photos in his phone, so he just smashed the phone. Since you already know, let's break up. I will go to the Yen family in person to cancel the engagement. You can also ask for anything, and I'll give you some compensation. Yan Qingqing screamed like crazy. I don't want to break off the engagement. I don't want to break off the engagement. Break up with that woman, or I'll go crazy. I love you, Brother Gong. How can you be so cruel? Gong Yuza was so annoyed by her that he simply picked up his coat and briefcase, left Yan Qingqing behind, and left. The Yen family really didn't expect that the Gong family would break off the engagement with their daughter. After all, the two children were in a free love relationship and were not brought together for a commercial marriage. However, when they called the child back from school, they were shocked to find that Yan Qingqing had completely changed. She was almost two different people from when she first returned to the Yen family. Although Yan Qingqing used to be childish, she was pure, clean, and confident. But now she has a charming air. They were also shocked to find that in the past 6 months, Yan Qingqing seldom returned home and at most made a phone call. And most of the calls they received were asking for money. So, she used all the money for plastic surgery, right? Yan Haoyan was very fond of his sister Yan Qingqing. Otherwise, he would not have given her money whenever she asked for it, but he really didn't know that this girl had gone astray. Yan Qingqing's face changed immediately after she learned of Father Gong's intention. Mom and Dad, I don't want to cancel the engagement, and I won't agree. He was the one who pursued me in the beginning, and I didn't do anything to let him down. He changed his mind. There are so many complaints. You know that he has changed his heart, but you still refuse to cancel the engagement. Is it because our family can't afford to support you, or is the daughter of the Yen family worthless? Of course, the Yen family didn't want to lose this marriage with the Gong family, but since the head of the Gong family had come in person, the matter could not be salvaged. If they continued to pester someone else's child, it would be too ignorant. Yan Qingqing was pulled back to the room by Madame Yen. Director Gong did not stay long and said what needed to be said. Both parties returned the exchange tokens, and the marriage was called off. Afterwards, news came from the Gong family that Gong Yuza was going to get engaged. Not only was he engaged, but the wedding date was also set for the 18th day of the first lunar month of next year. It was said that his fiancée was pregnant. Gong Yuza was quite responsible. Even if his father threatened to not let him inherit the family business, he would still marry her. He would not let his child and woman suffer outside. In the end, Director Gong really agreed. However, the work of the two brothers of the Gong family was soon adjusted. The eldest brother was promoted, and Gong Yuza was assigned to be responsible for the company's new project. It is hard to say how their future will be. After Yan Qingqing learned the news, she took sleeping pills at home. She took them the night before. The next morning, the servant found that their eldest daughter did not come down for breakfast, so they went to knock on the door worriedly. However, the door did not open after knocking for a long time. They quickly found the spare key and opened the door. Yan Qingqing was curled up on the bed and did not move. Then they saw the bottle of sleeping pills on the bedside table. The servant was so scared that he stuttered and called 120 on the spot. Yan Haoyan had already gone to the company, but Mr. Yen and Mrs. Yen were at home. The Yen family was in chaos. After a round of rescue efforts in the hospital, the person finally woke up. One reason was that she found the medicine bitter and vomited halfway through the medicine. She came out of the bathroom and continued taking the medicine. She had vomited once before, and later she really couldn't eat anymore, so she saved her life. But it was medicine after all, and it was delayed for a whole night before the discovery. The doctors said that there might be sequelae. What's possible? There will definitely be sequelae. When Yan Qingqing woke up, she spoke with a lisp and her words didn't come out well. She might have been a little embarrassed and angry, so she just drove everyone out of the ward. There was no need to say anything, just throw things around. Yan Qingqing stayed in the hospital for more than a month and took all her final exams. After the new year, when Gong Yuza and when Xiaorong were getting married, she found an excuse to go to the wedding, but was stopped at the door. It was obvious from the look of her that she was there to cause trouble. She wore a bright red dress at someone else's wedding, which looked almost like a wedding dress if you looked closely. And Gong Yuza had been wary of her from the beginning. When he heard that she was really coming to the scene, he called the Yan family. When Yan Qingqing saw that she was stopped outside the door, she knew that she would definitely not be able to get in today, so she started yelling at the door. Her only purpose was to ruin today's wedding. Go and call Gong Yuza for me, otherwise this matter will not be over today. And that when Xiaorong, she is just a mistress, destroying our relationship. Yan Haotian, who was about to attend the Gong family wedding banquet, received a call from Gong Yuza when he walked to the hotel entrance. He didn't even take the elevator but ran up the stairs. He happened to see Yan Qingqing pulling someone's staff, and her hands were about to grab the person's face. She was a woman, and although she was in her 30s, she also cared about her face. In order to protect herself, the person pushed her. As a result, the red high-heeled shoes that Yan Qingqing was wearing were too thin, and her reaction was a little slow. She stood unsteadily and hit the door frame. At that time, blood gushed out of her nose. When she was helped up, her nose was crooked. Yan Haotian quickly called the emergency number because Yan Qingqing fainted. Others thought she was hit by a car, but when she was sent to the hospital for examination, it was found that she had kidney problems. Fortunately, it's still early. Ning Yu almost couldn't close her mouth when she heard the news. Yan Qingqing was too much. She had ruined her good life, and even her life was in danger. In the previous life, she lived a good life until the original owner died. This illness is definitely a sequelae of her indiscriminate use of sleeping pills, which damaged her kidneys. In fact, she had been vomiting and feeling nauseous and couldn't eat before. In less than 2 months, she lost more than 10 pounds. Mrs. Yen patiently went to the hospital to take care of her, but she was also uncomfortable in her heart. Her daughter had reached this state today all because of Gong Yuza's infatuation with someone else. Now, the mother and daughter plus a little assistant almost scolded Gong Yuza to death. Then Mrs. Yen encouraged Yan Qingqing to get well soon and go to school well when school started. Of course, the assistant wanted her to go to school so that she could have less trouble. So, after 2 efforts, Yan Qingqing went back to school, but she forgot one thing. She didn't take the exam last year, so she had to take a makeup exam. However, she didn't attend classes and actually didn't learn anything. How could she take the makeup exam? The assistant was quite happy. The Yen family specially found a nutritionist for Yan Qingqing. She went to school every day to deliver nutritious meals to Yan Qingqing. When she was eating, the assistant would add some nutrition to her meals. She would stir up trouble and deliver a meal without making a sound. Yan Qingqing would get angry every day, then try to remember the key points, get angry again, and spend her time studying hard. She felt exhausted every day. I have kidney disease, and I'm afraid of being tired. The affairs of Yaoyong Company were finally clarified, and the total amount of back taxes and fines to be paid was 13 billion. The company simply does not have so much working capital. The stock price has fallen so much that small shareholders have sold their shares long ago when they saw that the situation was not right. Only Li Qingrong still holds 31% of the company's shares. The fine had to be paid, but where would the money come from? The company's current funds were certainly used to pay the fine immediately, but that was only a small amount. Li Qingrong was not stupid. He knew that if he didn't raise the money quickly, the court would directly seal and freeze all his fixed assets. So he simply disposed of all the properties under his name, including the valuable antique jewelry at home. Then, the company's artists asked to terminate their contracts, and Li Qingrong terminated their contracts. The termination fee for any first-line celebrity was tens of millions. Then, except for a few worthless trainees, he sold out all the people in the company. Fortunately, He managed to collect the more than 1 billion yuan, but the company was also ruined. In early August, Yaoyang Entertainment Company finally declared bankruptcy. Li Qingrong moved away a long time ago. The house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. It was bought when he and Jiang Shihan got married. It has been left like this all the time. It is definitely enough for him and his daughter to live in. However, from being the CEO of a high-ranking company, he fell into the quagmire and became a pauper overnight. To say that he is 10 years older is too young. All the energy and spirit are gone. What made him even more upset was that Li Shuer was too immature. She would throw things around and get angry at him all day long, complaining that he was useless, a waste, and a spendthrift. Originally, Li Qingrong was disheartened, but he actually still had some money secretly hidden in his hand. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and he could get by with the money he had after paying off his debts. However, he had lost his spirit and felt depressed. As a result, after being hit by the child, Li Qingrong stood up, picked up the ashtray on the coffee table, and smashed it. Li Shuer was completely unprepared. During the holidays, she dyed her hair gray, and the ashtray hit her hair, turning it red. Li Qingrong already had a history of domestic violence, but Jiang Shihan protected the child and never let her get hurt. But Li Shuer had seen her father beat her mother, and they really beat her to death. In the past, she just thought her mother was too useless to fight back, but when it was her turn, she felt weak in her heart, not to mention fighting back. She was so scared that her legs went weak. After hitting the ashtray, Li Qingrong didn't care whether his daughter was injured or not. He untied his belt and raised his hand to hit Li Shuer. Li Shuer screamed for help in pain, but this community was an old community with almost no original residents. All the houses were rented to college graduates or couples who came out to work nearby. They were busy working and making money during the day, and there was basically no one at home. Even if there were people, they were busy catching up on sleep. Not to mention that they couldn't hear. Even if they heard it, they would just mind their own business. Therefore, Li Shuer screamed until her voice was hoarse, but no one came to save her life. When Li Qingrong finally stopped, Li Shuer had already been knocked unconscious. Ningyu spent the entire summer vacation in the company. Before Yaoyang announced bankruptcy, Ningyu transferred 20% of the shares to Su Li. Then this guy became interested. This company belongs to both of us. Why should I be left alone every day and have no time to fall in love? So the entertainment company was handed over to Ningyu, and he was only in charge of the garment factory. In fact, the garment factory was already on the right track, and there were dedicated people to manage everything. He was not that busy, and he would go to visit his girlfriend at work when he had nothing to do. Chunyan spent the entire summer filming Legend of Smoke and Clouds, the female lead. Not to mention how good her acting skills were. The Chun family invested in the crew, and Su Li, their boyfriend, also invested. Together with another investor, the 3 of them secured all the investments, and so the female lead became Chunyan's. Of course, the heroine must come down, and Ningyu will personally watch Chunyan learn acting from the acting teacher. She really watches with an unblinking eye. The original owner's Legend of Smoke and Cloud was so popular in her previous life, and she doesn't want Chunyan to ruin such a good movie. The most important thing is that she has to make money, otherwise what is the point of her working so hard? Fortunately, the TV series was filmed very quickly, and the director was quite satisfied with the female lead. By the time Ningyu started her junior year, 2/3 of the filming had been completed. When school was about to start, he specially asked Ningyu to go out to see a movie together. After the movie, the big boy told Ningyu that he was going back to Country M soon. Ningyu was helpless and she refused more than once, but he was a stubborn person and acted as if he didn't hear her. He just did what he was supposed to do. Ningyu refused so many times that she would say, "You haven't figured it out yet. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for you." Ningyu treated him to a hot pot meal as a practice for him. When you get to Country M, you should talk about dating. I am quite interested in your game concept. If you need investment, you can contact me. According to the He family rules, children will only be given basic living expenses after they reach adulthood. If they have not made any achievements before the age of 25, they will be disqualified from inheriting the family business. Of course, Ningyu's main point is to contact me if you need investment. There is no need to ask for anything else. He was not stupid, so how could he not understand what she meant? However, maybe because he had been rejected too many times, he was used to Ningyu's occasional rejections and didn't take it to heart at all. Moreover, Ningyu was very restrained and usually treated him like a friend. He didn't do anything excessive. He would occasionally call her and would only agree to go out to the movies after Ningyu wanted to talk it out with him. They had never even been alone together before, so Ningyu really couldn't get angry with this person. But this time he asked a rare question. I think I look okay and my education is okay. My family background is not the best, but it can be considered as one of the best in Beijing. Even if my cousins take over the He family in the future, I will not be short of money. Why are you not interested in me at all? Ningyu did not hide the truth from him. My parents and I have been separated for 17 years. My greatest wish in this life is to serve them well until they grow old, so that they can live a carefree and happy life. I have never thought about finding a boyfriend, getting married, and having children. You can regard me as a bachelor, or you can think that I am not smart enough. Anyway, it is impossible for us. For the first time, he slumped his shoulders in front of her. No matter how good he was, no matter how much he liked her words we can't make him lose hope all of a sudden. The next day, he returned to Country M and did not contact Ningyu before leaving. After her junior year, Ningyu started taking various exams and worked extremely hard. She would not return to school until the study room closed at 11 o'clock in the evening. She had already signed up for the business English exam, which would start in May next year, so she had to seize the time to study. Of course, in addition to this, she was also teaching herself a minor language, but she didn't need to be very proficient in it, as long as she could speak it in daily conversation. One day when they were returning to the dormitory, Ma Lishan suddenly announced, "My boyfriend is treating us tonight, and none of you are allowed to say no." Tong Jimin didn't get angry, and just said During the school anniversary celebration, Suli came to the school to watch the party, and he really took a fancy to two people. He would have signed them if he wanted to, but he had to ask Ningyu in front of many people whether he wanted to sign or not. It was not until then that people in the school knew that the newly emerging Shengshi Entertainment was owned by Ningyu, and even the newly rising superstar Chinyan worked for them. This incident really surprised many people.
Why?
Ningyu is too low-key at school. She always dresses neatly. She is good-looking and tall, so she looks good in anything. But everyone can see that her clothes are not from famous Lippens. The only accessory is a sports watch on her wrist, which was given to her by her cousin and matches her mobile phone. 90% of her meals are eaten in the cafeteria. She is not picky about food and eats almost everything. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, she spends the least on food. By the way, she often earns tips from Tong Jimin. Who could have imagined that she was the actual owner of Shengshi Entertainment, a billionaire? Too low-key since then, Tong Jimin has been more honest and has never caused any trouble in the dormitory because the person she originally thought was the poorest in the dormitory turned out to be the most powerful among the 4 people. After all, they all started their own businesses. Shengshi is not listed, otherwise, its market value would be at least 10 to 20 billion. And Ma Lishan, no wonder she knew that Yang from the normal university because her family also had a big ranch and they also raised thousands of cattle and sheep. How could she go to the court to make sense? Maybe because she couldn't stand up, or maybe for other reasons, Tong Jimin rarely stayed in the dormitory, mostly sticking with her boyfriend. So when Ma Lishan said her boyfriend was treating, she turned around and asked, "Can I bring my family?" Ma Lishan wanted to say, "You asked me, can I say no?" She didn't care about the food that Kuziheng ate. She just didn't like Kuziheng. "Come on, if you have family members, bring them along." Lin Zheng was so angry that she bared her teeth. "It's great that you have a boyfriend. I haven't found one yet." "No, I've already said that if she has to have a romantic relationship in college, she has to find one quickly, otherwise this college life will be in vain." Ma Lishan said proudly, "Hurry up and find one. If you find one, you can treat us. We will also be rich guests." Tong Jimin, it seems that Ningyu is the real big customer. After class in the afternoon, everyone changed their clothes and dressed up to go out for dinner. Tong Jimin saw Ningyu took out another set of unslip-knitted clothes to change into, so she said, "Ningyu, you said you are a big CEO now. You should have some clothes that are presentable. This set you took is too ordinary." "How is it ordinary? I've seen that Ningyu always wears clothes of this slip-knit. The quality is not bad, they are soft and comfortable to touch, and they don't wrinkle. As for clothes, everyone has their own preferences. As long as they are comfortable and good-looking, who cares about whether they are slip-knitted or not?" Lin Jung said. Ma Lishan also agreed. "That's right. I like the light purple dress you wore yesterday. It seems to be made of silk, but I haven't found it in the mall after searching for it for several times. I want to ask which store you bought it from." Tong Jimin curled her lips, but didn't say anything. Ningyu glanced at the clothes in her hands and said, "If you like them, I'll bring you a few tomorrow." Tong Jimin. Ma Lishan said quickly, "This dress doesn't look cheap at first glance. Why don't you just tell us where the store is, and we can buy it ourselves?" Ningyu waved her hand. "It's just a few pieces of clothing. I can afford them. Besides, they are produced by our clothing factory. I like comfortable clothes, so I basically wear casual ones. Your style is different from mine, so you can be my models. It also saves the factory money on advertising." After saying that, she called the factory directly and asked someone to send clothes over so that her roommates could choose from them. Nowadays, the factory has more and more orders, and the workers are working in 3 shifts. They have to work overtime when they are in a hurry. It's just giving a few pieces of clothes to classmates, which is really no big deal. Ma Lishan asked, "Then your family doesn't have a specialty store?" Ningyu said, "We opened it, but we started late. We opened 3 specialty stores, but didn't make much of a splash. We still do the bulk of our business in wholesale." "Oh, we have a specialty store online, and we've been wanting to enter a large shopping mall recently. The factory has sent someone to discuss this matter." After saying that, she went to the bathroom to change clothes, washed her face, and applied some moisturizer. After coming out, she waited for a while until the other 3 young ladies had finished putting on their makeup, and then she took a taxi and went straight to the place where she was going to eat. Zhou Xinyu arrived at the hotel early. He looked very energetic, nearly 1.9 meters tall, a head taller than Ma Lishan. "My boyfriend is Zhou Xinyu. These are my roommates, Lin Jung, Ningyu, Tong Jimin, and her family member Kuziheng." After a few people sat down, Tong Jimin asked about how the two met. Coincidentally, Zhou Xinyu is an employee of Jixing Company. He is 3 years older than Ma Lishan and is from the same class as Fang Weisheng and others. However, he was recruited later. However, he has outstanding abilities and is quite appreciated in the company. Just 1 year after graduation, his annual salary is already 6 figures. The two people's acquaintance was actually related to the game Jiang Huxing. Zhou Xinyu usually works seriously, and he also likes to play the game developed by his own company after work. After all, everyone in the company is making a lot of money, and any money he can make in the game, no matter how much, is extra income. In his 24 hours a day, he gives 8 hours to the company, 8 hours to the game, and the remaining 8 hours are his own. You can make more money by forming a team in the game. Of course, you have to enter the game first. The later you enter, the harder it is to make money. Ma Lishan and her partner entered the game at the very beginning. Coincidentally, they entered the same business. Since they often came out together to make money, they gradually became familiar with each other. Then they found out that they were actually alumni, so they started chatting. As they chatted, they met and got together. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very good. Ningyu observed carefully and found that Zhou Xinyu was very good at taking care of Ma Lishan. He would quietly put the dishes that the girl liked into Ma Lishan's bowl. He was not deliberately showing off his closeness, but everything he did was natural. She was looking at Zhou Xinyu, and Zhou Xinyu also looked at Ningyu several times. He always felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't ask anything in front of these people. Thanks to Mo Ranjin Nien W for the 100 reading coins reward. Kuziheng talked to Zhou Xinyu more often. "I heard that your company is developing a new game. Are you hiring new people?" Zhou Xinyu said, "I haven't heard of this. Don't you work in Longxing? I heard that the treatment in Longxing is not bad." If the company wants to develop, it must continue to absorb talents. He was probably influenced by Ma Lixin and did not approve of Ke Ziheng's character, so he changed the subject. Ning Yu and Ma Lixin looked at each other. You have taken good care of your man. Ma Lixin, of course, we are all aiming for marriage. How can we get along if we don't share the same values? Ning Yu quietly gave her a thumbs up. Of course, the two boys didn't notice the eye contact between them. Ke Ziheng was feeling upset. Longxing Games was an old gaming company, but unfortunately newcomers like him were not valued at all. His salary was high compared to other college graduates, but compared with Zhou Xinyu's income, it was not worth mentioning. People always strive for higher positions, so naturally he wants to join a company with room for development. Jixing is a good company, and no one in the industry would deny that Jixing has development prospects. Besides, the president and they were alumni, so they were close to each other, right? If someone talked to him, wouldn't they give him a job? So he held the beer bottle and poured a glass for Zhou Xinyu, and then for a few girls. For people like us who have girlfriends, no matter how much money we make, it's never too much. Who doesn't want their girlfriend to live a better life? I wish I could give Minmin the best things in the world. Tong Jiamin, who was sitting aside, was so touched that she picked up a prawn and put it on Ke Ziheng's plate. However, what Ke Ziheng was thinking was that he should have persisted in the first place. He really had a good impression of Ningyu at that time. If he had persisted a little longer, maybe he would have been able to marry that rich woman. Then would he still have to worry about his job now? Zhou Xinyu hummed and ahed twice in agreement, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Ningyu ate this slowly. She felt that the drunken goose she ordered today had a mellow taste and rich sauce, which suited her taste very well. She thought her parents would like it too. Seeing others chatting animatedly, she simply called the waiter and ordered 3 more. She left her address and had one of them sent home. After the drunken goose is cooked, put it in an insulated box and send it home so that your parents can eat it hot. By the way, she paid for the meal. After all, Zhou Xinyu was not an outsider. At the end of last year, she, as a shareholder of Jixing, received dividends of 9 figures. The investment was truly worth it. Normally, as roommates and good friends, she and Lin Jing should have given Zhou Xinyu a little bit of threat at the dinner table, but the two of them got along really well, and some annoying words were just laughed off. Ke Ziheng wanted to talk to Ningyu twice, but Zhou Xinyu interrupted him. Ma Lixin simply pulled Ningyu aside to talk, and Lin Jing joined in. In short, they successfully distracted Ke Ziheng. After dinner, Zhou Xinyu went to pay the bill, but was told by the waiter that the bill had already been paid. We agreed that I would treat you. How can I let you pay? This is so embarrassing. Ningyu waved her hand. We are all family. No need to be outsiders. By the way, I also asked for 3 more drunken geese. I sent 1 back to my house. You can take 1 back to eat, and we will take 1 back to the dormitory to share. Ma Lixin just talked and didn't eat much. Lin Jing kept talking about losing weight and didn't eat proper meals. When she was hungry in the middle of the night, she would look for food everywhere like a little mouse. Everyone thought that when she said own people, she meant that she was with Ma Lixin and that she was no different from him. But Zhou Xinyu vaguely felt that what she said was not what she meant. Instead, it was the same as what she guessed. This person might be another major shareholder of the company and also his boss. Therefore, he no longer was polite to the other party. Zhou Xinyu sent them back to school. After getting off the car, Ma Lixin and the other 2 talked together, while Lin Jing pulled Ningyu and ran to the dormitory. We will go back to the dormitory first, and we won't wait for you. Come back early. No matter how much a girl is in love, she should not stay out at night. Lin Jing did not forget to remind Ma Lixin before leaving. If they stay together and successfully get married and have children, then there is nothing wrong with this. But once they separate, the girl is the one who suffers. The next day, Ningyu received a large package from the factory. She took it back to the dormitory and opened it. Inside were about 20 or 30 new clothes, including skirt suits, trousers, and shirts. This caused cheers from Lin Jing and Ma Lili, and they divided the clothes in a short time. As for Tong Jimin, the 3 of them had long forgotten about her. Perhaps out of an escapist mentality, or perhaps because Yen Qingqing was too eager to achieve some results, she has received several notices recently. She took part in an entertainment variety show and became a familiar face, and then went on to film a few small commercials. Occasionally, she would run into a few fans when she went out. Anyway, she felt pretty good about herself. But there are also times when she feels uncomfortable, which is when Gong Yuza and when Xiaorong got married, and they have been exposed to the public a lot. When Xiaorong performed well in school and is now studying for a master's degree. During this time, she was recommended by her tutor to play some small roles. Female celebrities marrying into wealthy families can still attract a lot of traffic, so much so that when the couple goes shopping in a supermarket, paparazzi will take pictures of them and post them online. As long as Gong Yuza's news appears on the internet, Yen Qingqing will be in a bad mood and the people around her will suffer. Especially after when Xiaorong gave birth to twins, Yen Qingqing was so angry that she slapped a supporting actress who had hooked up with the assistant director on the set, and the incident was filmed. Then, it became a trending topic. Later, a video of her getting in a fight at Gong Yuza's wedding and having her nose broken was posted online. She had finally gained some fame recently because of a few small commercials and that variety show, but as soon as the video was released, the entire Weibo post was full of people scolding her. No matter what the cause was, it was obvious to all that you fought to the death with the staff. So if she wasn't the one to be scolded, who would be? Besides, he is just a plastic surgery freak. What's so arrogant about him? Seeing that she was called a plastic surgery freak, Yen Qingqing really couldn't bear it. She fainted in excitement. The young assistant was also startled and quickly called the emergency number. Mrs. Yen at home also saw the two trending searches. Although they were ranked after the top 20 and 30, she quickly called her son and quickly removed the trending searches. She then rushed to the hospital and just in time saw Yen Qingqing, who had regained consciousness, getting angry at the staff. Hurry up and remove this trending search for me. Go check. Who posted this video online? I want to sue her. Which nurse is taking care of her? Especially when Yen Qingqing got angry, she looked really scary, and the nurse just turned around and walked away on the spot. Dear friends, this book will be on the shelves as soon as it is released. You must come and support it. Messages and comments are very important. Whether I eat dirt or noodles next month depends on you. Please, please. Fortunately, the assistant was smart, and she immediately went up to coax Yen Qingqing, Sister Qingqing. Don't worry, I'll ask them to remove the trending search right away. You have to take care of yourself and don't get angry. Besides, who among the artists doesn't have some scandals? This isn't a big deal. If someone's fiancé is robbed, they'll be angry. What's wrong with hitting and scolding him? At worst, they'll just expose your identity. You and Mr. Gong are a perfect match made in heaven. Isn't one a typical mistress? Yen Qingqing grabbed the assistant's hand and said, Yes, they're the ones who have wronged me. What's wrong with me making a fuss? Go and ask my agent to help me remove the trending searches and delete the video.
Go now.
The agent couldn't make any money from Yen Qingqing, so he just signed 2 more artists. How could he have time to care about this young lady? The assistant could only call Yan's family and avoid this young lady. As a result, she saw Mrs. Yen standing outside the door as soon as she left the ward. The assistant was a little timid. He thought carefully about what he had just said, fearing that something he had said would upset Madame Yen. Madam, you are here. Please go and persuade Sister Qingqing. She is not in good health. She can't be so angry anymore. Mrs. Yen was very kind to the assistant. She smiled and patted the assistant on the shoulder. You are right. Qingqing has been spoiled. You should persuade her more often. Don't worry, the Yen family will not treat you unfairly. The assistant was relieved, but said, Look at what you said. This is what I should do. Sister Qingqing is kind and treats me well. I have received many red envelopes from the madam, the master, and the young master. If I don't take good care of Sister Qingqing, am I still a human being? Madame Yen has always been very satisfied with this young assistant. She nodded when she heard her say this. No need to call.
I have already told Hao Yen.
Can you see if the video has been deleted? The assistant took out her phone and checked it. She really couldn't find it online. The trending search was also removed. Oh, the eldest master is really amazing. He deleted everything so quickly. I'll tell Sister Ching Ching right away. But he was secretly alert in his heart and decided to be more careful with his words next time. It would be troublesome if he aroused the suspicion of the Yen family. Mrs. Yen persuaded Yen Qingqing for a long time in the hospital before leaving. After she left, Yen Qingqing felt tired, so she took a shower and went to sleep. She now tires very easily and often sleeps for only 11 or 12 hours. However, when she woke up, bad news came one after another. Several announcements that had been contacted were all cancelled over the phone, and one of the supporting actresses who had already signed a contract was dropped. This irritated Yen Qingqing again. She threw things, swore at people, and tormented the doctor. She was so capable that she did everything. Finally, the assistant had no choice but to call the agent over. The agent suggested, if that doesn't work, just reveal some other news to divert attention. What can be exposed? It's her life experience. Only this one point can completely divert attention. Moreover, this matter has no harm to Yen Qingqing. Bad temper? That can't be helped. The environment she grew up in had a certain impact on her. As the eldest daughter of the Yen family, she lived in an old residential area for more than 10 years. She felt wronged. After finally recognizing her fiancé, someone else snatched her fiancé away. How could she not be angry? It's normal to make some noise. As for beating the supporting actress, she slept with the assistant director and became a mistress because her own fiancé was taken away by the supporting actress. She hated mistresses the most, so she started beating her. So, a lot of news soon appeared on the internet. Digging up that 18th tier celebrity wrongly held for 17 years, 17 years of misplacement. Whose fault is it? Such titles are all implicit, and there are also ones that directly target Ningyu. Misplaced life. Was the wrongly held child accidental or intentional? 17 years of the rich family's eldest daughter being dominated, feeling sorry for Yen Qingqing in the comment section of these articles. All the comments were good for Yen Qingqing, saying that it was not her fault for going crazy at her ex-fiancé's wedding, that it was really that young Master Gong and the mistress were too disgusting, that the actress was too disgusting and deserved to be beaten, and that the mistress should be cut into pieces. Young Master Gong's reputation was definitely affected, and then all the information about Ningyu and the Ning family was dug out. This is a bit disgusting. The three of them are just ordinary people, and yet the information was released, which has a great impact on their daily lives. What Ningyu is most worried about is that something might happen to Ning's parents. After all, the community where their family lives doesn't even have a property management company, so anyone can enter. Paparazzi are almost everywhere nowadays, and it would be extremely annoying if they find their home. Ningyu immediately called her father and asked him to bring her mother to stay in the hotel. He contacted Su Li again and bought a large house near Tsinghua University that he could move into immediately. His only requirement was privacy. After much selection, he chose a 3-story villa. However, the previous owner of the house was an official, and the house was given to him by someone else. Later, the official was investigated, the house was confiscated, and then auctioned off. Unexpectedly, the person who bought it got into trouble within a few days. He felt that there might be some problems with the feng shui of the house, so he wanted to sell it. Unfortunately, many people knew that there was something weird about the house, so it was never sold. Because the house had a bad feng shui, the price was relatively cheap, which saved Ningyu a lot of money. Ningyu paid the full amount very happily, and the rest of the things were taken care of by the company's assistant. After some simple packing, she personally took Ning's parents to their new home on the weekend. How much does such a big villa cost? Did you really buy it? Ning's mother felt a little confused. She always felt that after moving into the villa, she became more and more uneasy. She was just an ordinary person, living an ordinary life, and had never thought about living in a villa. Therefore, she hated Yen Qingqing even more. If she hadn't revealed the news about the so-called real and fake daughters, her daughter wouldn't have been implicated and couldn't even return to her own home. Don't worry about how much it costs. You've already bought it, so just live there. I'll take you and my dad around first, and you can choose which floor you like. I looked it over inside and out. The car can be directly driven into the underground garage, which comes with 4 parking spaces. The basement is half above ground and can be used for living. It has a storage room, an audio-visual room, a nanny room, a gym, and so on. There is a large master bedroom and 2 guest bedrooms on the first floor. The large bedroom is about 120 to 130 square meters. The kitchen is open, and the rest is the living room. The second floor includes a study, a bar, a small living room, and 5 rooms. The space is not small. There is a large terrace on the 3rd floor with a fully automatic glass roof that can cover the entire terrace on rainy days. There are tables, chairs, tea sets, several pots of flowers, and a wall of roses on the terrace. Perhaps because the temperature in the villa is high, the roses are blooming ostentatiously, some white, some pink, and some red, adding a bit of vitality to this spacious terrace. There is also a large bedroom on the 3rd floor connected to a large dressing room. Mother Ning took a look and came out. How many clothes do I need to buy to fill it up? Ning's father thought similarly. This villa is not suitable for ordinary people to live in. Then he looked at the study. It was bright and clean. The desk was large and exuded a faint woody scent. It should be made of ebony. The bookshelf was the kind that extended from the ground to the ceiling. It was also made of ebony. It was a pity that there was no book on it. Back in the living room, Ning's parents felt that everything was unreal. The living room alone is bigger than our apartment. Dad Ning touched the sofa under his butt and said, "Who said it wasn't true? Although the garment factory makes money, it can't earn enough to buy a villa in more than a year. Your father and I will live on the 1st floor. We are old and don't want to run up and down the stairs. The yard in front is quite big. I want to grow vegetables there. Is that okay?" She just took a look and found that the large bedroom on the 1st floor was quite spacious, and the furniture inside was all new. It didn't look like it had been used at all. The 2nd floor was used as a guest room, and the entire 3rd floor was her daughter's territory. There was an elevator anyway, so it wasn't tiring. Ningyu nodded. "You and my dad can do whatever you want. As long as you are happy, it doesn't matter if you dig a river and raise fish." Father Ning's eyes suddenly lit up, but he held his words back. He had never seen anyone digging a river in the yard to raise fish. When Ningyu saw that her father really had this idea, she simply asked someone to come home to design it. She plowed the vegetable patch, dug a pit in the yard for raising fish, put water in it, and sprinkled some fish fry in it. It was a very simple matter. In the afternoon, the family of 3 went out wearing masks and bought all the things they needed at home. They didn't bring anything from the old house here, so there were a lot of things to buy here. They drove back the things they needed urgently and asked the supermarket to deliver the things they didn't need urgently. After 2 days of hard work, they finally settled down here. The vegetable garden and fish farm in the front yard were also being designed. After the design drawings were brought in, the couple took a look at them. They thought it was okay, so construction started immediately in the front yard. Seeing that the discussions online were becoming more and more lively and more people were slandering Ningyu, Suli called Ningyu. Ningyu directly sent him some information. This information can be released. Let people guide public opinion. I don't want my parents' lives to be affected. Nowadays, the biggest controversy on the internet is that the Ning family took advantage of the Yen family. Ningyu lived in the Yen family for 17 years and obtained resources that Yen Qingqing could not compare to. Some people even have conspiracy theories that Yen Qingqing must have suffered a lot of torture and even abuse when she was in the Ning family. The Ning family is simply unforgivable. After all, that's how it's played in the movies. Ningyu has always been on guard against the Yen family and has collected a lot of things that should be collected. After Yen Qingqing was recognized as a member of the Yen family, she never returned to the Ning family once, and her things were not taken away, so some things are easy to collect. On Monday morning, I have information started to reveal information again. It's about the real and fake daughter. This article is very long, but it mainly talks about these points. First, neither the Ning nor the Yen family knew that their child was taken away by mistake. The fault lay with the hospital at that time and the nurse who took the wrong child. The Ning family was not at fault. We cannot accuse the Ning family of being poor just because of their poor conditions. This is unfair to the Ning family. Second, the eldest daughter of the Yen family, who grew up in the Ning family, did not suffer any abuse. On the contrary, the Ning family spent a lot of effort in cultivating Yen Qingqing. She attended countless training classes, and the couple took turns to pick up and drop off the child from school. Attached are the invoices for Yen Qingqing's various training classes, as well as the various invoices for Ning's father and mother to buy clothes for Yen Qingqing. These clothes are considered a luxury for the Ning family, which is ordinary. Third, Ning Yu and Yen Qingqing went back to their respective homes very peacefully when they learned the truth, and both left the house empty-handed, without asking for any financial resources from their adoptive parents. Attached is the video of Ning Yu leaving the Yen family. Fourth, those who say Ning Yu is an ungrateful person can stop now. After Ning Yu's adoptive parents were tossed out of work by the Yen family, they helped the Yen family once, and it was agreed at that time that both parties were clear. Attached is the audio of Yen Qingqing hitting a snag with Ning Yu during the day, and Mrs. Yen called to scold Ning Yu at night one, and 2 days later, the Ning couple received a notice of dismissal too. The recording of Mrs. Yen calling Ning Yu to ask her to help talk to Mr. Li 3/5. It is not rigorous to say that Ning Yu is able to be admitted to Tsinghua University with excellent grades because of the Yen family's training. Attached below are Ning Yu and Yen Qingqing's transcripts. These two transcripts are easy to compare. Before they went back to their respective homes, Yen Qingqing's grades were very good. As long as she worked hard, she would be able to be admitted to Qingbei University. In contrast, Ning Yu's grades were only average, and with some effort she could barely get into a second-tier university. The next one is, after everyone has their assigned grades. Ning Yu's grades have been steadily rising, while Yen Qingqing's grades have plummeted, and in the end she only barely scored over 500 points. There is also a copy of Ning Yu's impressive transcript from college, but Yen Qingqing has been failing courses since her freshman year, and the number of her failures has increased every year. What does this mean? This shows that the outstanding Yen Qingqing and Ning Yu were brought up by the Ning couple and have nothing to do with the wealthy Yen family. No one refuted this point, because the facts were there. Ning Yu became better after returning to the Ning family, and Yen Qingqing was so outstanding when she was in the Ning family, and she changed after returning to the Yen family. As for those people who said at the beginning that the Ning family had character problems, they just felt a little embarrassed. What grudge was there? After all, Yen Qingqing has lived in the Ning family for 17 years. Even though Ning's father and mother have made no contributions, they have worked hard. But Mrs. Yen actually made the couple unemployed. If Ning Yu goes back to recognize her, how will her biological parents feel? What about the so-called leaving the house with nothing? The evidence showed that Ning Yu returned the jewelry and bank cards, and then left the Yen family on the 11th, but there was no evidence that Yen Qingqing left the Ning family with nothing. Moreover, the Yen family has everything, and the Ning family really has nothing worth her taking. The wind direction on the internet changed all of a sudden. Anyone with a correct outlook on life can see that, regardless of whether Miss Yen is good or bad, Miss Ning can definitely be said to be very inspirational. Yen Qingqing was so angry after seeing these things that she even dug out the video of her stopping Ning Yu from causing trouble. Obviously, no one mentioned the incident of her beating someone, but after being treated like this by Ning Yu, her reputation was ruined again. Madame Yen gritted her teeth in hatred. I really didn't expect that Ning Yu, that darn girl, was so scheming that she even got the video of her leaving our house. Can we sue her? President Yen cursed angrily. Don't you think the current situation is not chaotic enough? She left home that day, but her household registration was still in our house that day. She moved out the next day. What did she do wrong by taking her own things? Besides, have you ever thought about how she got the video at home? It must be a hacker. You also know that you hired a hacker. The system at home is the same as the system at the company. If the hacker can hack into the computer at home, he can hack into the computer at the company. You still want to sue her? Don't you think I'm in enough trouble? After saying this, Mr. Yen slammed the door of the ward and left. The father left angrily, and Yen Qingqing didn't even react. Her mind was full of the evidence exposed on the internet. She knew that the news was released by Ningyu because Ningyu was splashed with dirty water by her. Anyone would have to retaliate. She was prepared for this, but she didn't expect that those things that seemed unimportant to her would become the evidence of Ningyu's whitewashing. If she had known this. Yan Qingqing, who had just been in a good mood for 2 days, fainted again from anger. Half asleep and half awake, Yan Qingqing felt that she was being pushed around to do various examinations. After a long time, someone spoke up and said that her condition had worsened and she needed a kidney transplant. Then, someone cried in her ear, "I actually need a kidney transplant?" Yan Qingqing felt like the sky had fallen on her. She was unwilling to accept it. She really was unwilling to accept it.
Why?
She was the eldest daughter of the Yan family and had suffered for 17 years in the Ning family, while Ningyu had occupied her life and enjoyed 17 years of wealthy life. She should be humbled to the dust, while she should be in the limelight. Why was the reality different from what she imagined? The nurse who was pushing her exclaimed, "The patient is awake." Mrs. Yan, who had been standing by, grabbed her daughter's hand and said, "Qingqing, Qingqing, you're awake. You almost scared your mother to death." Yan Qingqing struggled to open her eyes and tightened her hand held by Madame Yan. "Mom, I can't accept this. Why can Ningyu live well, while I am full of scandals and pointed at by the world? The Ning family owes me, and Ningyu owes me too." Madame Yan nodded. Mom knows. Mom knows everything. Don't worry, Mom knows what to do, and Mom will help you vent your anger right away. Ningyu is a thorn in her daughter's heart. If the 2 children were not taken away by mistake, Qingqing would have lived in the Yan family since she was a child. She and Yuza are childhood sweethearts. Now it should be Qingqing who is married to Yuza. All this is caused by Ningyu. So that night, a piece of news came out. Fake daughter is kept by a rich man for survival. The article said that the fake daughter Ningyu is now the president of Xingshi and holds 80% of Xingshi's shares. She was penniless when she left the Yan family. Where did the money for starting a business come from? Then it was revealed that after Ningyu returned to the Ning family, she couldn't stand the poverty at home, so she hooked up with Li Zhengmin, the president of Li Corporation. In order to be with Ningyu openly, Li Zhengmin divorced his wife. Not only that, Li Zhengmin also let his son get in touch with Ningyu, just so that Ningyu could marry into the Li family smoothly. So, all those inspirational goddesses are fake, and being kept as a mistress is the real thing. The internet trolls hired by Mrs. Yan were still fanning the flames, saying that Tsinghua University should expel such students, and that such tainted students would damage the reputation of Tsinghua University. Then Ningyu, who was doing an experiment in the laboratory, was called to the office by the counselor. "Have you heard about what happened on the internet?" Ningyu was confused. What happened again? The counselor turned on the phone and handed it to Ningyu. Ningyu was speechless. The Yan family dared to say anything to discredit her. They even said that she and President Li were in that kind of relationship. The Yan and Li companies still have cooperation. Aren't they afraid that President Li will turn against them? I see. Don't worry. This matter will be resolved quickly and will not bring shame to the school. As soon as she left the counselor's office, Li Zhengmin called her and said, "I'm already dealing with this matter. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain." "Okay, I'll wait then." Subsequently, Li issued a statement. "I, Li Zhengmin, divorced my wife on a certain day of a certain month of a certain year due to emotional discord, and my ex-wife remarried shortly after the divorce. Ms. Ning is a financial advisor hired by our company. She recorded which stocks were purchased on which day of the year, how much money the Li family made, and how much commission she received. All her income was reasonable and legal. Then she calculated how much money she made before and after buying the stocks in the following year." Mr. Li also shared a screenshot of the messages between the two. Mr. Li asked Ningyu, "Is it time to sell the stocks?" Ningyu replied, "Wait a little longer. It hasn't reached the top yet, no rush." This shows that Ningyu was the one who led the 2 investments. It was only because she was a minor at the time, and it was the most critical time for her senior year of high school, so they communicated over the phone about these matters. We can draw the following conclusions from Mr. Li's statement. First, his ex-wife's divorce and remarriage were only 10 days apart, which shows that he was not divorcing his wife for anyone, but that his wife had fallen in love with someone else. Secondly, if Mr. Lee really liked Ningyu and wanted to give her money, there would be no need to go through so much trouble, as Mr. Lee would have been divorced by then. What is the so-called commission? Do you think the shareholders of the company are just for show? Why not just give them directly? And those text messages really show that Ningyu is serious about investing. After the news was released, Lee immediately sued those big verses who spread rumors online. I can produce evidence to prove that what I said is true. How about you? What he meant was that he still had some evidence, but because of privacy issues, he had to hand it over to the police. He was waiting to see how the big verses who broke the news would escape legal sanctions. After Lee's statement, those big verses were panicked. Who could have thought that Lee's president would bother with these little people? They had no evidence for this matter. If they really had to sue, the millions of Big V accounts they had worked so hard to build would be ruined. What should they do? Then, Weibo became even more lively. A user named Little Lee from the old Lee family posted a Weibo. Sister Yu, I am 17 this year. My dad said that as an adult, I have the right to pursue others. He also said that he hopes I can get you back soon. At the end, he also at Ed Lee Jingmin. Come on, this is Mr. Lee's biological son coming out to support his biological father. His father asked his son to chase the girl back, not that he had any thoughts on his own. Moreover, if Ningyu really wanted to be Mr. Lee's stepmother and squeezed out Mr. Lee's biological mother, Mr. Lee would definitely not have such an attitude. Those revelations on the internet are too disgusting. It's on sale today. Please support me by leaving comments, voting, and subscribing. Thank you. Later, Fang Weisheng, the president of Jixing, also posted on Weibo, Ning Xuemei, are you going to worry about our company's affairs? You have a share in the company. Don't bother with those little slips. If you really want to find a boyfriend, you can consider me at Ningyu. Then Xingyue Clothing also at Ningyu. My daughter, listen to your dad. You are still young, and there is no need to rush to find a partner. This time, the internet was in an uproar. It was public knowledge that Shengshi was under Ningyu's name, and no one was surprised. Some people also found out that Shengshi was originally a small entertainment company, which later went out of business and was bought by Ningyu at a huge cost. Now, in just 2 or 3 years, the valuation of Shengshi Entertainment has exceeded 1 billion. Jixing also at Ningyu. What's going on with them? An insider revealed that Ningyu is a shareholder of Jixing. When Fang Weisheng was forced to almost disband the studio, Ningyu invested a large sum of money in Fang Weisheng and became the largest shareholder with 45% of the shares, just like Fang Weisheng. Someone else has estimated Jixing's annual income. Last year alone, Ningyu's dividend income exceeded 600 million yuan. This year, 8 countries have already become the agents for Jixing's game, so this year's revenue is expected to increase several times. There is also the Xingyue Clothing Company. Someone checked and found out that it was a clothing company that was only registered 2 years ago. Its factory is located in the suburbs of Beijing. They neither hire big slip-ins to endorse their products nor expand their production scale. The Xingyue clothing slip-in is really not well known. As a result, at the beginning of the year, the land in the suburbs of Beijing was included in the Beijing's planning scope this year. The land appreciated suddenly, and its value more than doubled. Moreover, as the first enterprise to respond to the government's call for relocation, the state not only gave a large sum of cash compensation, but also selected a new piece of land for the garment factory, which was more than twice the original size. Although the garment factory was moved farther away, its value did not decrease, but increased. It is said that the original boss of that garment factory is still working at Xingyue. When he heard the news, he fainted in the office and kept saying that Ningyu was lucky while he was unlucky. Then some people said that Ningyu's assets added together were probably more than the Yen family's assets. She was definitely a wealthy woman. The most important thing was that her investment vision was amazing. Almost every investment she made could double her assets. Under Ningyu's Weibo, which was just opened not long ago and was still very active, there were people shouting that they wanted to give birth to a baby for her. Tsinghua University, also at Ningyu. We are proud that our school has such an outstanding student. Yan Qingqing looked at the waves of news on the internet with disbelief in her eyes. In the end, she fainted because of the comment that Ningyu's assets might have exceeded those of the Yan family. However, things did not end with Yan Qingqing's fainting, as Yan's company also ran into trouble. The Yan family started out in real estate. There was an accident in the early days. No one knew how many people died or were injured. At the time, they only said that a large sum of money was paid to settle the matter, and that matter was over. Posts online now say that 11 people died on the construction site at the time, which was considered a major accident, and the people involved were subject to sentencing. However, only 3 people reported the incident, and the crime of the remaining 8 was kept secret. Now this matter has been brought up again, and someone called the police. The higher-ups have sent people to investigate the matter. Ningyu immediately called Li Jingmin. The person on the other end of the line answered the phone quickly. Uncle Li, something happened to the Yan family. Will it affect the project in Nanchun? Li Jingmin was immediately happy. Don't worry, it's okay. Uncle Li won't suffer any loss. If this news hadn't been posted online, I would have reported it, otherwise the Yan family would really think that Uncle Li has no temper. Good fellow. Out of nowhere, a huge pot of dog blood was poured on his head. If he didn't still have a bit of rationality, he would have wanted to put Yan in a sack. Ningyu only needed to think a little to understand what Li Jingmin meant. If something really happened, the Yan family would be thrown into a pit, and it would be hard to say whether they could still operate the project in Nanchun. But the Li family didn't lose much money, so their funds won't be locked up, and it won't have any impact on the company. If it drags on for another year or 2, housing prices may rise again, and he will earn more then. If the Yan family never recovers from this, then the piece of meat of Nanchun will probably be held in his mouth. That's great. Uncle Li must let me know when the house in South City is available for pre-sale. Li Jingmin agreed immediately, but he was thinking in his heart that Nanchun was building more than a dozen villas this time. He would pick the 2 most suitable ones, one for himself and one for Ningyu. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. Maybe his son could coax her back home. No problem. By the way, some seafood was flown back from abroad these days. I'll send someone to deliver it to your home later. Tell your family to leave someone there to receive it. Ningyu hadn't told her relatives and friends about her move yet, so she quickly said, Uncle Li, I've moved. I'll send you the new address later. Li Jingmin responded with a smile. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you moved? I'll give you a warm place to live. Hey, don't you know? The situation was so bad a few days ago that the neighborhood where we live is surrounded by paparazzi. We can't go home, so we have to move. We haven't cleaned up the place yet. When we're done, please invite me to your house for dinner. That night, the 3 members of the Ning family had a seafood dinner. After the meal, Ningyu was thinking that the family should quickly hire 2 more people, otherwise Ning's mother would be too hard. The next morning, Ningyu rode her bike back to school, but after a few minutes, she found that she had taken the wrong road again. 009 looked at his host and sighed. No matter how smart and capable a person is, it would be infuriating if he didn't even know the way when he went out. Host, if you continue riding forward, you'll be late today. Turn left quickly and go back along this path. Then turn north and you will reach the correct road.
Ningyue.
Which way is north? 009. Great. She is spinning so fast that she can't even tell east from west. Seeing that it was getting late, 009 had no choice but to resign herself to the fact that she was the one who was walking this road. Fortunately, this was the first time the host had walked this road today. After walking this road a few more times, she would be familiar with it and would not have to worry about getting lost again. Ningyu had good physical strength, and this was reflected in the speed at which she rode her bicycle. When she arrived at the classroom, the professor had not arrived yet. Lin Zheng, who was sitting at the back of the classroom, frantically made gestures to her. Ningyu walked over quickly. Lin Zheng moved out to make the seat between her and Ma Lishan vacant. Ningyu sat between the 2 of them. Lin Zheng pushed the books in her direction and said, Here, I brought you the textbooks. Luckily, you took 2 days off. You don't know that our school has been infiltrated by paparazzi these days. Ningyu, and ran into the school? Lin Jing leaned close to her ear and spoke in a low voice. Even when I go to the cafeteria, people keep asking me questions. Fortunately, everyone is still worried about you suing Fu Fangmao, so no one told the paparazzi. They can't get anything out of me, and someone revealed that the evidence was reversed online, so fewer people came. I didn't run into anyone when I left the dormitory this morning. I guess the school has intervened. Ma Lishan asked, "Is everything all right at home?" "I'm fine. By the way, I've moved. I'll have the house ready in a couple of days. I'd like to invite you to my house. It's quite close to our school." Lin Jing nodded, revealing a smile that said, "You are sensible. You are now a wealthy woman worth billions. We have to go over to meet you no matter what." Ma Lishan nodded frantically at the side. "I will be homeless in the future, so please be sure to take me in, rich lady." Ningyu glared at the two of them. Which of these two guys was poor? They would tease her for no reason. Just then the professor came in, and the three of them shut up and focused on the class. The news on the internet was still fermenting. Yan Qingqing was staying in the hospital, busy contacting kidney donors, and was angry that no one in her family came to the hospital to see her. She didn't know that Yan's company was sued again. The ongoing projects were halted, and the completed projects were also subject to various inspections. The project in Nanjing was really put on hold. The three members of the Yan family were so worried all day long that they had no time to care about Yan Qingqing. Ningyu had also run into paparazzi twice at school. In the eyes of those media, there were many things that could be dug up about Ningyu. As long as they were given the right to interview, it would definitely become a hot topic. Unfortunately, Ningyu didn't want to be a famous star, so she couldn't possibly accept those interviews. She simply hid twice, and then there was peace around her. It was not until Christmas that Hu Songbai contacted her again. What happened? The voice on the phone was a little distorted, and Hu Songbai's voice sounded a little hoarse. "Didn't you ask us to keep an eye on Li Qingrong? Yesterday, Li Shuer went to a clinic and said that she couldn't sleep because of insomnia and wanted the doctor to prescribe some sleeping pills for her. At first we thought she really had insomnia, but unexpectedly, she didn't go to class today and went to several clinics in a row and also went to a public hospital. I'll send you a few photos of her later. She looks a little unwell, with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hasn't slept well for a long time." Ningyu soon received several photos on her mobile phone. Li Shuer did look very haggard, with particularly obvious dark circles under her eyes. However, to achieve such an effect, one could simply go without sleep for 2 days. And seeing the doctor as frequently as she does makes it look like she's buying sleeping pills. Ningyu raised her eyebrows. Li Qingrong had been staying in that small 2-bedroom house ever since he went bankrupt. Li Shuer had been beaten by him often. Given Li Shuer's personality, she didn't believe that Li Shuer bought sleeping pills because she had insomnia. She would never commit suicide either. A selfish person would not bear to die. Whether she takes those sleeping pills herself or gives them to others, it's not good at all. But we can't call the police just because she has sleeping pills, right? 009. This private detective is quite honest, not bad. Ningyu said, "Then keep an eye on Li Qingrong. If he hits someone again, call the police." No matter how vicious or extremely Shuer's mind is, she is still a minor and has never really hurt anyone. Any help is better than nothing. Hu Songbai agreed. It was just calling the police, and it was not a big deal. However, sometimes things don't turn out as expected. Li Shuer went straight home after leaving the hospital. There was a father at home who could whip her at any moment, but she still came back.
Why?
She didn't intend to use sleeping pills to kill her biological father directly. She just wanted to avoid being abused by her father when she was at home. The company went bankrupt, and she could no longer afford to go to the aristocratic school. She couldn't contact Jiang Shirhan at all because she went abroad. The school she attends now is nearby, an ordinary high school. She has to go home every day, but when she goes home, she might be subjected to domestic violence. She used to think her mother was a loser and would not resist, but now it's her turn. She won't endure it. She originally thought that if she gave the man a sleeping pill a day, she would not suffer so much. But now she saw that sleeping pills were not so easy to get. After all the trouble, she only got a few sleeping pills, so she made other plans. Li Qingrong still had some money, not much, but 1 or 2 million was enough. With this money, she could live well wherever she went. As for school, she was not good at studying, so it didn't matter if she didn't go. After unlocking the room with a key and pushing open the door, a smell of hot pot wafted out. Li Qingrong, who was eating in the living room, didn't expect Li Shuer to come back at this time. He was obviously stunned for a moment. "Why are you back at this time? Shouldn't you be at school?" "In high school, we had lunch at school." Li Shuer didn't dare not answer, because if she didn't, her father would just pick up the hot pot and pour it on her. "I feel a little unwell. The last class is physical education, so I asked for leave and will go to school in the afternoon," she explained carefully, but she was secretly observing Li Qingrong from the corner of her eye, ready to run away before he changed his expression. It would be better not to take advantage of the situation. Li Qingrong always felt that the child's attitude was wrong today. In the past, he had beaten her, and the way she looked at him was filled with hidden hatred. She thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't know that he saw it all. This darn girl just couldn't be beaten. But today, he felt that the girl seemed a little timid. He didn't say anything else. Li Shuer turned and went back into the house. Not long after, she came out with a bottle of orange juice in her hand. She unscrewed the cap and placed it on the coffee table with a crack on it. The crack was caused by Li Qingrong kicking her and hitting her head on the coffee table. "You should drink less. It's not good for your health." Li Qingrong looked at the bottle of drink and raised his head to glance at Li Shuer again. She has really become sensible today. He raised his hand, picked up the drink, and took a big sip. As the drink entered his mouth, he couldn't help but frown. He felt that the taste was a bit bad, but he had never drunk this kind of $3 bottle of orange juice before. Maybe it was just that the taste was originally like this. "Sit down and eat together and go to school on time this afternoon." Li Shuer said lowered her head, and went to the kitchen to get her own bowl and chopsticks. There weren't many meat dishes left on the coffee table. Most of them were green vegetables. Maybe Li Qingrong got up late in the morning, felt hungry after washing his face, and ordered takeout. Hot pot is something that one person can eat and drink at the same time, so it's no problem for one person to spend 2 or 3 hours eating. Li Shuer didn't crave for the meat, so she quickly cooked some noodles, ate them, and went back to the house. After a while, there was no more noise outside the living room. Li Shuer tiptoed out of the house and saw that the hot pot was still boiling, but Li Qingrong was lying motionless on the sofa with chopsticks still in his hand. She immediately walked over and picked up Li Qingrong's cell phone. Li Shuer waved Li Qingrong's phone in front of his face. The phone was unlocked. She opened the ICBC icon and scanned her face to log in again. The balance on the bank card clearly showed 1,613,807.21 yuan. Li Shuer started transferring money directly. Not long after, her own mobile phone sent a notification sound. She picked up the phone and took a look. It was an arrival reminder. "Your account 63335043 received a transfer of 1,600,000 yuan, and the account balance is 1,621,241.34 yuan. Seeing the balance, Li Shuer wiped the sweat from her face. She was really nervous. After all, this was considered stealing money. This was her first time doing it. Her heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her chest. Afterwards, she called the bank again. She wanted to withdraw money the next day and change all the money on the card into cash. The staff asked her what she wanted to do with the money, and she replied, to register a company and would deposit it back after using it. The staff member felt relieved after hearing this and hung up the phone without saying anything more. Next, she deleted the transfer reminder on Li Qingrong's phone. There was still more than 10,000 yuan in cash in his account. After thinking about it, she transferred another 10,000 yuan in change to WeChat. This way, even if he woke up suddenly, he would not find that there was no money in his account. After finishing all these, she quickly cleaned up the house. She didn't know how to do any housework before, but since her family went bankrupt, she learned everything. She learned to cook, make porridge, steam rice, wash clothes, fold clothes, sweep the floor, mop the floor, and clean the windows. These were no problem at all. After packing up, Li Shuer saw that it was almost time, so she hurried to school. She stayed in school absent-mindedly for a long time and went home immediately after school. She bought some cooked food at the delicatessen outside the community, as well as 2 bottles of ergo and a dozen beers, which she pushed back home on her bicycle. Li Qingrong was indeed awake, but it was obvious that he had not moved much in the past half day, just lying on the sofa. Seeing him coming back with wine and food, she put down the phone she had just picked up. I'll steam some rice tonight and stir-fry the vegetables from lunch. I also bought your favorite sliced pork and pickled pepper chicken feet. I'll go cut everything up. You can drink first. Li Qingrong snorted. Wouldn't it be better if you served me like this earlier? You waited until I was beaten before you behaved. You deserve it. Li Shuer heard these words clearly. Hatred flashed across her eyes, and then she pretended not to hear anything and went into the kitchen carrying the bag of cooked food. The sliced meat was quickly cut and placed on a plate on the coffee table. She then opened the ergo and handed it over. Li Qingrong held the wine in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, and started drinking with a sip of wine and a bite of meat. The range hood in the kitchen was humming. The rice would take more than 20 minutes to cook. She fried 2 vegetarian dishes and made herself a bowl of noodles. The rice was almost cooked by the time the noodles were out of the pot. I brought the rice to the coffee table in the living room and ate the noodles in the kitchen. After eating, I quickly returned to my room. Li Qingrong ate until late at night. Li Shuer came out twice to add more dishes for him. She bought a lot of cooked food just for him to eat. The next morning, Li Shuer got up on time, put away her bank card and mobile phone, and then washed up. However, she made a lot of noise today, and the banging noise woke Li Qingrong up. He endured it for a while and thought it would be quiet outside. Unexpectedly, the noise became louder and louder, the sound of dragging chairs, the sound of putting down the chopping board, and the sound of opening and closing the door. Li Qingrong was so angry that he sat up from the bed, opened the door, and scolded Li Shuer. Are you rebelling? You want to make so much noise so early in the morning? Li Shuer was sweeping the floor with a broom. She shivered when she was scolded like that, and the cup on the table fell to the ground. The cup made a crisp sound and broke. I didn't do it on purpose. There was just a smell in the house, and I couldn't find out where it came from, so I just wanted to do a thorough cleaning. Li Qingrong didn't expect that she would dare to quibble, so he raised his foot and kicked Li Shuer. Li Shuer had been watching his movements. When she saw her father raising his foot, she quickly ran to the door, opened the door, and ran out, shouting as she ran, "Don't hit me, Dad, don't hit me. I won't dare to do it again. Can I change?" Li Qingrong was so angry that he was panting, but he couldn't catch up with him, and he also led the neighbors out. Their family often quarreled, and they used to fight and scold at home, but they didn't expect that he would run out today. It was time for work, and those people didn't come out to take a look. Someone persuaded him, "The child is still young. You should teach him well as a father. Why did you just go up and beat him? Look, if you beat the child away, don't you have to go find him?" Li Qingrong thought to himself, "I'm not going to look for him. They are all grown-up children now, so I dare not hit them anymore. Children nowadays have strong self-esteem. It will be troublesome if she really runs away from home." Li Qingrong didn't want to deal with these nosy people, so he turned around and went back to the house, closing the door with a bang. There were people talking outside the door. Li Qingrong was in a bad mood, so he fried a bowl of leftover rice from last night. After eating, he went back to his room to sleep. After Li Shuer ran out of the house, she first bought a few sets of clothes to change, then bought a password suitcase for 99 yuan at a 10 yuan suitcase store on the street, and then took the suitcase to the bank. When she arrived at the bank, it had just opened. She withdrew all the money and put it in the box, then took a taxi straight to the bus station. Because only passenger cars do not require real name registration, Li Shuer left without any regrets. Ever since her family's company went bankrupt, her former good friends ignore her. Even her boyfriend did the same and started dating someone else. She didn't care where the bus was going, as long as it left immediately. When the bus left Beijing, she found an excuse to get off on the roadside. When the bus was far away, she immediately found a secluded place to change her clothes, then took a black car and continued walking. She had read on the internet that in some remote towns, the money she had was enough to buy a house and live a good life. However, there is no rush to buy a house because she is only 16 and it will take at least 2 years to buy a house, so she has to rent one first. This is where Li Shuer is immature. She never thought that Li Qingrong would find out that her money was all gone sooner or later. Even if she deliberately acted like she was running away from home and the money was transferred to her account, Li Qingrong would definitely call the police. In this day and age, how could a living person disappear for no reason? She would be found sooner or later. Li Shuer quickly rented a private house here, which was only 3 rooms in size. The house was not old. She hired someone to clean it and added some daily necessities. Only then did she feel at ease to live there. In fact, 2 days after she left, Li Qingrong called the police. The problem was the 10,000 yuan that Li Shuer transferred via WeChat. Li Qingrong had never transferred money to WeChat before, so he didn't pay attention the first 2 times. But when he ordered takeout for the 3rd time and didn't receive a consumption reminder, he checked WeChat and found that his WeChat balance was more than 9,800 yuan, which was not right. Then he checked the balance of his bank card and found that the money in the card was missing. He immediately called the police. Li Shuer overturned the car dozens of times and changed her clothes several times, but the suitcase in her hand did not change. The most important thing is, where can you rent a house without an ID card? If she moved her ID card, it would reveal clues. How could she not be found? So, after spending more than half a month in a small town, eating and sleeping comfortably, the police came to her door. Afterwards, Li Shuer and her box of unspent money were sent back to the capital. Is Li Shuer afraid? Scared. She was scared to death when the police came to her house. She moved closer to the capital, closer to the home that frightened her deeply. Her fear penetrated into her bones. Li Qingrong deposited the money back into his bank card, and then he took him home with a smile on his face. As soon as the door opened, Li Qingrong kicked the person into the house. The door was slammed shut, and then Li Qingrong grabbed Li Shuer's hair and slammed her to the ground, kicking her with his big leather shoes. If you have the guts, run away, and don't let me find you. How dare you steal my money? Tomorrow I will sell you for money to prevent you from harming me. You witch, you're just like your heartless mother. You just walk away without saying goodbye. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your last name. Beating and scolding at the same time is really violence. Anyone who sees the scene will feel that Li Qingrong and Li Shuer are not father and daughter at all, but enemies. But Li Shuer didn't say a word even after being beaten like this, and finally passed out from the pain. Li Qingrong kicked her twice and saw that she had no reaction. He gasped and went back to his room to sleep. Li Shuer lay on the cold ground for several hours. When she woke up, it was dark outside the window. She almost lost consciousness when she moved a little. It took her a long time to get up. Then she felt pain. The little finger of her right hand could not move. It might be a dislocation or a fracture. It was very strange that even at this point, the child didn't shed a single tear. She moved back to her room step by step with difficulty, slowly fell on the bed, endured the pain, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. For the next 2 days, Li Shuer was beaten by Li Qingrong. After being beaten, she had to serve Li Qingrong food and drink. Li Shuer always behaved well. Li Qingrong also went out sometimes, but he would lock the door so Li Shuer could not go out. 2 days later, Li Qingrong was drinking again. When he drank too much, he started swearing. The more he swore, the more excited he became. He didn't notice the vicious look in Li Shuer's eyes as she lowered her head. He turned and went to the kitchen, poured the milk into the milk pot, and sat on the gas stove. He checked the doors and windows again, and closed the doors of the living room and master bedroom tightly. Leaving Li Qingrong lying on the sofa, she went into the bathroom and took a cold shower. After coming out of the bathroom, she checked the door to make sure it was closed tightly, then opened all the windows in the room, covered herself with a quilt, and went to sleep. In the kitchen, The milk in the milk pot had already boiled and overflowed. The flame was extinguished in an instant, and an unpleasant smell slowly spread. The small two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment was extremely quiet. Every 2 hours, she could hear the alarm of a cell phone coming from the small bedroom. When the alarm rang, Li Shuer would wake up immediately, then sniff the room vigorously to make sure that the smell was not too obvious and that she was not poisoned. Then she would drink 2 sips of the mineral water prepared in advance, and then completely delete the set alarm that had just rung until it was dawn outside. There was still a bit of a strange smell in the room. After all, the old apartment was not sealed so tightly. She got out of bed with a dizzy head, walked to the window in her slippers and closed it, then lay back on the bed and dialed 120. The call was quickly connected. Li Shuer weakly reported her address. "I seem to have a fever, and I feel unwell." Then the phone was disconnected, and the call was not connected again. The hospital thought that the patient had fainted, so they immediately sent a car over. However, after arriving at the place, they knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Instead, they knocked the neighbor out. "Don't knock, just knock on the door if it doesn't work." Maybe the father beat his daughter again. If the beating is serious, it's not surprising that she fainted. He's unconscious. Who's going to open the door for you? The noise was so loud that a young man downstairs volunteered. "There's a locksmith working in our neighborhood. Just give him a call, and he'll come over in a matter of minutes." Then the locksmith came. It took less than 5 minutes for the door to be opened, and a strange smell rushed out. The 120 staff were also experienced and knew it was a gas leak as soon as they smelled it. "Quick, open all the windows and turn off the gas." The small apartment was suddenly in a state of chaos. After opening the window and turning off the gas, these people noticed Li Qingrong lying on the sofa. When the doctor checked, he was dead. Li Shuer was also carried out of the room. She had inhaled gas and had a high fever. Because she was wearing a nightgown, her arms, legs, and abdomen were accidentally exposed. There were many bruises on the exposed skin. The little finger on her right hand was fractured and crooked. In short, many people saw it. The neighbors were all very moved and felt that Li Shuer was a pitiful child for having such a father. Fortunately, her father was dead now, and the child no longer had to be beaten by her biological father. However, this matter did involve a life and the police were dispatched, but after investigating, it became a bad case. What Li Shuer did was beyond scrutiny. First, neither Li Qingrong nor Li Shuer had the habit of drinking milk. Second, the Li family lived on the 3rd floor, and the house on the opposite floor had surveillance cameras, which clearly showed that she opened the windows after entering the house last night and closed them all again after getting up in the morning. Judging from the time, she closed the windows first and then called 120. After being examined in the hospital, it was found that she had a cold and a high fever, but she did not inhale much carbon monoxide into her body. Li Shuer was interrogated after her fever subsided. She also had her own story. "My father used to beat me, not because I stole his money, but because he abused my mother since I was very young, often beating her to the point where she couldn't get up. I have been afraid of him since I was a child. At that time, my family's company had not yet gone bankrupt. My mother protected me and sent me to boarding school. I lived a good life for a few years. Later, my mother divorced him, and the company went bankrupt. My father and I moved to the apartment here, and he started beating me every day. I was really afraid of being beaten to death by him, so I stole his money. I thought he had a house and he could live with the money, so I ran away secretly. Unexpectedly, I was found and sent back home soon. He started beating me again, even worse than before. I just wanted to please him so that he would stop beating me if he was happy. He drank too much yesterday, so I thought I'd buy him some milk to make his stomach feel better. I put the milk on the stove and started to clean up the house. However, I had too many injuries on my body and felt really uncomfortable, so I wanted to go back to my room to rest. As a result, I forgot about the milk in the pot. When I woke up early in the morning, I felt something was wrong in the room. It was a little cold, so I quickly closed the window. I felt dizzy and thought I might be sick. My dad would never take care of me, so I called 120. Later, I fainted and I don't know what happened. Li Qingrong died just like that. A man who had enjoyed a glorious life for half his life died quietly. Li Shuer lost her guardian, and Jiang Shihan, who was far away abroad, received a call from the domestic police. Her ex-husband had died, and the issue of raising her daughter fell on her again. To be honest, she doesn't want to care. After all, as a mother, she knows her child's character best. It is said that people are inherently good, but some people's character is rotten in their genes and cannot be taught no matter what. Especially after learning what happened between the father and daughter after she left, the desire to stay away from this daughter became stronger. But she couldn't just ignore the child, so Jiang Shihan sent a lawyer to handle the procedures for Li Shuer to go abroad, and then arranged for her to live in a small house in Country M to attend high school. Jiang Shihan hired a nanny to take care of Li Shuer and only gave her a small living allowance every month, and she never even showed up. With the death of Li Qingrong, the revenge of the original owner who was beaten to death by domestic violence was completely ended. The house was big and it was too tiring to clean it, so Ningyu hired a childless couple. The husband's surname was Gao. Master Gao used to be a chef at Diaoyutai State Guest House. Later he was hired by a big hotel outside. As a result, he was framed and accused of stealing things from the hotel and was fired not long after. Because of his reputation as a thief, Master Gao had difficulty finding a job, so his wife learned housekeeping, and he was supported by his wife for a while. Ningyu went to a housekeeping company to hire someone. After she stated her requirements, she happened to meet Aunt Gao, who came back. After the two sides talked, Master Gao and Aunt Gao were invited to Ningyu's home. One cooked, and the other helped clean the house, which freed Ning's mother up. The family bought another car. Master Gao and his wife both had driving licenses. When Ning's mother wanted to go out for a drive, she would call Aunt Gao. The two middle-aged women drove a car worth 8 or 900,000 yuan and carried a canvas bag to the market to buy vegetables. She eats well, dresses well, lives well, and applies high-end cosmetics on her face 3 times a day. Now Ning's mother looks at least 10 years younger than when Ningyu first returned to the Ning family. Buy 2 more pig's trotters and make some soup. It's good for the skin, and Yea likes it too. Aunt Gao said, I see. There is nothing Yea doesn't like to eat. She eats whatever we cook for her every day. Mother Ning said, that's right. So let's just prepare some of the food that the second son and his wife like to eat. I remember that the second son likes to eat mutton, so let's get some fresh mutton. His wife is on a diet every day and basically doesn't eat meat. Let's see if there is any fresh fish. The Chinese New Year today is not the same as it was 20 or 30 years ago. When the Chinese New Year comes, people would stock up on a lot of things and buy and eat them immediately. Even on New Year's Day, shopping malls are open and you can buy whatever you want. The two of them wandered around the market for more than an hour before returning home carrying large and small bags of things. Ningyu is still in the laboratory these 2 days. When lunch can be cooked, Ning's mother delivers the meal to school personally. This is the only advantage of being close to home. The seniors in the laboratory all know Ning's mother because they are often fed by her and are very affectionate to her. I made some more and took it to share with your brothers and sisters. Ningyu took the 2 large food boxes and said, Mom, I'm almost done with my work today. The professor said we'd like to have dinner together in the evening, so don't wait for me for dinner. Mother Ning nodded. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll take Xiaojie to pick up your uncle and aunt. When Ning's mother knew her daughter, she said a few words and went home. Ning Jie has been working part-time since his sophomore year. At first he was a shopping guide in a supermarket, and later he took a tutoring job. What he earns a month is enough for his pocket money. It's not that his family is short of money, he just wants to train himself. It is difficult for college graduates to find jobs nowadays, so he regards part-time work as a way to adapt in advance. That's why he didn't want to go back to his hometown this year. It wouldn't be too troublesome. Ningyu would contact him occasionally. Knowing that he would not go home, she asked him to come to her house for the new year. She also asked Ning's father to call his second uncle and aunt and ask them to come over to celebrate the new year together. Anyway, Ningyu saw that Ning's parents were very happy with this decision. As long as they are happy, Ningyu is willing to hold parties for them at home. Every day Ning Jie took a flight at around 4 p.m. and came back at noon. Ning's mother took Aunt Gao and Xiao Jie to the villa before 6 p.m. Look at you. Our two families are celebrating the new year together, but you still carry so many things. They are so heavy. Aunt Ning smiled as she took the things out and said, "These are all good things. You may not be able to buy them even if you have money in Beijing. I grow the red beans, mung beans, and millet myself. They are all natural, without a drop of pesticide. There are also various mushrooms, which I picked myself and then dried and stored. And this ham, I specially collected it from ordinary people. It is made of native pork. I also bought a pig, by the way. I brought you both legs as well as ribs and pork belly. I will cook it myself tomorrow. You can try it and see how it tastes." Master Gao quickly put away the hams and raw pork. There were too many things, but fortunately the refrigerator at home was big enough to hold them all. Ning's mother, "This guy brought me half a pig. How can I eat it?" "We can eat it. We have several people here." After that, she took out another box and said, "Here, take this. It's wild ginseng. It's a little young, but at least 14 or 15 years old." The kid's father said that it can be used to make some medicinal wine. "This thing is a little young and not too expensive when you buy it, but it is definitely a good thing." "Okay, if you give it to me, I'll keep it. Dinner is ready, and we'll stew the meat tomorrow." Ning's mother didn't bother to be polite with her sister-in-law. She just thought of a way to make it up to her. Relatives should interact with each other, otherwise it would become awkward. Please support me by voting for me and leaving a message, dear friends. When Ningyu returned home in the evening, the whole family was watching TV and chatting. Mom and Dad, uncle and aunt, you are here. Yaya is back. Are you cold? Didn't you say you were going to have dinner with the professor? Why are you back so early? Do you want me to make you something else to eat? Ningyu put her bag away, changed her shoes, and sat next to Ning's mother. If you go early, you can come back early, and you don't have to cook. I never wrong myself. I always come back with a full stomach when I eat out. Aunt Ning immediately started talking about love when she heard this. Hey, if you don't know how to say this person is different from others, I have a cousin who has 5 brothers and 6 grandfathers, and they all like to drink. In the early days, every family was poor, and my uncle drank white wine every day and even ate pickles, and he would get drunk. Later, the 5 brothers gradually became successful. 3 of the 5 sons joined the army. 1 went to work in a factory, and another became a teacher. In short, they lived a comfortable life with an income. After the 4th son retired from the army, he was assigned to the county and became a clerk. He usually has a lot of social events, drinking with this and that, and every day after socializing he goes home and asks his wife to make noodles for him. He only drinks and doesn't eat. I told him, cousin, you are so stupid. If I were your wife, let alone the noodle soup, there would not even be any soup. People would have to take it away without eating. But you gave them some leftovers and went home to spend on your own food. Isn't this crazy? Ning's mother agreed. That's nothing. There's another one in our unit that's even more outrageous. The man's surname is Wang, and the couple are both workers in the factory, but the woman doesn't want the man to drink, so she usually keeps a close eye on him. This man is quite capable. After receiving his salary, he would hide some of it and then secretly buy alcohol. However, he couldn't drink it because his family wouldn't allow him to. Even if he drank outside, he would be able to smell the smell when he got home, and his wife would definitely find out. Later, he came up with a magic idea. He bought some wine and some side dishes and went to a co-worker named Chio's house to drink. Why did he choose this place? There were people playing mahjong every day, and it was lively. If he went there, Chio's wife would not be annoyed by him. He could also make an excuse that he went out to play card with others and came back late, so his wife had already gone to bed. She wouldn't care whether he smelled of alcohol or not. The next morning, his wife had to get up early to cook, and when he washed up, no one would smell any alcohol on him. In fact, Lao Chio never drinks alcohol. When he drinks with Lao Wang, he just eats some of his side dishes, eats a few peanuts, and chats with him. But Lao Wang felt that Lao Chio and his wife were really nice. Knowing that he loved drinking, Lao Chio didn't drink a single sip. This was what good friends did. So he drank all the wine by himself. One time, he drank too much, so Lao Chio advised him to stay in this room for the night. as I would be worried if you went back home like that. Lao Wang said, that won't work. If I don't go back, my wife will definitely be scared. She is timid, and she can't do it without someone to accompany her. Otherwise, you can pretend to be me and go back to stay with my wife for one night. As for these two people, Lao Wang is more than 10 years older than Xiao Qiu, and Lao Wang's wife is also 7 or 8 years older than Xiao Qiu. No one would think otherwise. Xiao Qiu really went there. The next morning, Lao Wang woke up and ran home. His wife hadn't gotten up yet. There were 2 quilts on the Kong in his house, one for Xiao Qiu and one for his wife. Xiao Qiu didn't even take off her clothes. When she saw him coming back, she got up quickly and went home quietly. Lao Wang was so touched. This is what a true brother is. He really helps when there is something. Later, he drank too much a few times, and he slept at Xiao Qiu's house. Xiao Qiu went back to Lao Wang's house to fool around with his wife on behalf of Lao Wang. As a result, after a year, Lao Wang's wife divorced Lao Wang, and Xiao Qiu also divorced his wife, because Xiao Qiu's wife trapped Xiao Qiu and Lao Wang's wife in the same bed. Well, this is because he lost his wife due to drinking. Ningyu and Ningjie looked at each other, and then Ningyu pointed upstairs. This gossip was really not suitable for 2 young people to listen to, so they simply went upstairs. Ning's mother was very capable and had arranged rooms specially for Ningjie and his second uncle and aunt. The decorations and arrangements were all prepared according to the preferences of the family of 3. Ningjie studied computer science, and Ningyu has also been learning it recently and has just reached the entry level, so she and Ningjie can talk a lot together. What is this icon of yours? Ningjie scratched his head embarrassedly. It's just a small game I designed myself, which can improve intelligence. Ningyu was really curious now. This game could improve intelligence, and it was designed by Ningjie himself, so she had to play it. She immediately opened the game, which didn't even have a name, and started to play it level by level. It's not very rigorous to say that playing through levels is actually more appropriate. These games train logical reasoning, spatial thinking, mathematical calculation, observation, and judgment. After finishing all of them, a picture was displayed on it, showing the scores of memory, calculation, intuition, and imagination. Her calculation ability scored the highest among these items, followed by memory and imagination, and finally intuition. Imagination and intuition are not too far apart. The training was almost the same when I tried it again, but it was relatively more difficult. In the end, after completing all the training, I spent less time, and my memory improved a little bit. Ningjie, are you sure that the increase in memory shown here is real? Of course, memory can be improved through some methods. The simplest one is to increase the frequency of using the left hand. This game was designed by me after studying many foreign memory training methods. I can't say that you can remember everything you see after playing this game, but it will definitely improve your memory. Ningyu said helplessly, "Little brother, you can sell this game now. Why are you still worried about not being able to find a job? This game is your stepping stone to enter the game company." Ningjie said embarrassedly, "Will anyone buy this?"
Why not?
"Come on, I'll contact them for you right away. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss." Ningyu was talking while making a phone call. Who is she calling? Of course, it was Fong Weisheng. It's the end of the year, and the company has dividends again. At this year's shareholders' meeting, Fong Weisheng proposed that the dividends should still only be distributed in half, and the rest should be invested in the design of new games. All shareholders raised their hands in agreement. But even if you only get half of the dividends, it is still a lot of money, so investing in game companies is really profitable. Fong Weisheng answered the phone quickly, but the voice on his end was very noisy. "Ningyu, is it inconvenient for you?" After a few seconds, Fong Weisheng's voice went silent. "I'm just hanging out with some friends. Now I'm out. You can talk. Are you free tomorrow? My brother made a small game and wanted to see if our company is interested. It's a game about improving intelligence.